know if you know, there's a statue on top of that mountain.
In 1,000 feet, exit right.
So Ziggy. The fuck is this guy in the Jeep think he is? Yeah, you're the first one, Ziggy. How come you're the only one here, Ziggy? I wonder why. It's weird. I said it's weird that you're the only one here, Ziggy. This is the wrong time of day or something. It should be coming through my stereo. Just gonna show you guys the place that we went to last night during the day so you can see the difference.
Oh, good idea. It's literally night and day. Here, then. Wow. Yeah, look at the wall. We didn't see that last night. Want to turn the camera for him?
Okay. We're gonna go over there. found out how to get there last night. Park here for 1 second, guys. People in here. There we go. Get some people in here.
It's like border control.
Fine. I'll wait. Shit, dude. I want to go back here, didn't I? It's a base. That is what happened last night, and I think that was already there. Those cones are there for a reason. I think the cones were just off to the side, and that's why I didn't see the hole because it was dark. But this right here is where we were yesterday. The border wall going all the way up.
You can probably go down there, no?
This Rio Grande River. So what?
I'm saying if you go down, look, you won't be able to bypass this.
No, we gotta go on the other side.
Oh, gotcha.
We did it last night. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the other side of the Rio Grande River. I'll show you guys that from the night, from the day compared to the nighttime last night. Got one left to turn around right there. Can you order piranhas? Sure, Beverly. How many would you like? Only takes a couple, I would think. So we're gonna go across the other side and show you what it looks like on the other side. There's an open gate over here that you guys want to see. Got a little bit of a trek to get there. What's up, hot damn? Gotta go take McNutt Road. I don't know why they named the road McNutt, but see if I can remember all the different ways I went last night. Doing good. Tired. Oh, that's where I went. That's right. Alright, so we're gonna go to the other side of the river and we'll show you what's over here. Yeah, it is good to be almost back home. Should hit a dirt road pretty soon if I remember right. Yep. Oh, that's right. Can't go that way. It's the other way. I'm going to show you the other side of the Rio Grande River there, right where that little, I don't know if you want to call it a dam or what. We're going to go head over here, and then I'll show you where I found the buses with all the illegal aliens being detained. Well, you shouldn't fall on the ground then, Hope. A damn river. So I don't think piranhas would help here because there's not enough water.
Looks like it's just ankle deep.
I thought that was a person for a second. I wonder if there's a way to get up to that statue. And I don't think that bridge is closed because I think I went that way back. Let's see if that truck got unstuck. There was a truck stuck here last night in the river.
Oh, really? Wow.
When I went through, he was parked on one side, and when I come back, he looked like he was stuck in the river.
Oh, man.
Somebody got him out. He was stuck down there somewhere. Oh, crazy drive. All right, so now you guys can see what about 10 minutes ago or so, we were over there, right? We were on that side of the water.
There's that bridge that you pointed out. See the cones?
So there's that bridge and the cones. So now you guys get to see what's on the other side. And no, we're not in Mexico yet. We're close. We're very close.
Yeah. Oh, so close.
What's up, Andy? So now this is something I don't understand. There's a gate here at this fence, but it's not closed. It seems that we're still on the United States side, and I don't know if this has anything to do with anything, but look. See right there, there's a big, huge chain on there, and that's...
Sliding gate of some sort. No, this is some no man's.
So see, this is a sliding gate right there, right? The gate will slide
Boundary
shut.
Water Commission, United States section.
So I don't know why
Yeah.
there's a gate here that's open. And then there's some kind of a memorial over here, and I don't know what the memorial is. What's up, Billy?
Oh.
So it would appear to me that we're still on the United States side.
Boundary of the United States.
I don't know what the heck this is over there.
That's the boundary, I guess, right there. That must be the cornerstone, and it's just offset by that amount. That's my guess.
All I know is there's like some kind of monuments or something
I can
here.
take pictures if you want.
What? You gotta take this with you. I'll show you what they say over there.
So my guess is that cornerstone marks the boundary of the United States, because that's what that says right there, that sign, boundary United States. And so they built this fence on a berm that they created, or the wall. Yeah, international boundary location. So that's all USA. Yeah. Boundary of the US of A, 1989. Let's see if we can. Alright, so I can review this later. Looks like in Spanish, and then let me get a picture of that while we're here. I'm just trying to take a picture. You know, I should show you when I take a picture. Photo 0.5. And that must be the boundary. Whoa, you're in Mexico! Welcome back. Welcome to Aeropai. We fly you over the border and back. You went into Mexico. They went into Mexico by about a foot. I put it over there.
All right, so here and now we're gonna go to where they were catching all the illegal aliens last night. It's SPL. Oh,
Hola, buenos días.
oh, South Padre Island. But I gotta zoom in because I don't want Hope to yell at me.
So apparently, can you just walk across right here
I guess so.
for some reason?
So they just leave that gate open and he can just walk right through there.
Oh, this is the bridge out road, or no?
Huh?
I don't know if it's which one.
The train bridge. It's the bridge for the trains. There was a lot of trains going through here last night.
Oh, really? Wow.
Like every half an hour, maybe.
Wow.
I remember staying left, so we're gonna stay left. Am I going fishing? I wish, Cassidy. I wish. I'm gonna show you where the bus was parking last night, where they're picking up all the illegal aliens. And I'll show you where they took them to, what detention center they were at. Maybe we might see some people crossing right now. You never know. We actually just missed a chase last night. We showed up right when they had caught the people running with a car full of something. Last night I saw 2 buses for sure. And they don't take off until they're completely full. Because I sat there for about an hour watching one. So there was at least 2 full buses, which hold, what, 55 people apiece? So that was 100 people within an hour. Give or take. Give or take. Do you want me to go pick up one of the kitties, Ziggy? I did like that white and black, or the black cat too. Donnie wanted them. So she's the real Grand River still. Yeah, last night we found some feral kitties. There's a black one, a white one, and a black and white one. Yeah, that's the way I went yesterday. So we're gonna go this way too. Look at this. I didn't even see this last night. Whoa. Look at this, guys. There's a little tunnel. Like, I wonder how far that tunnel goes back and where it goes to.
Why the heck did they make it?
I mean, look, there's all kinds of gloves. There's water jugs. So you see these water jugs?
Oh, those are the.
Yeah, just a bunch of trash, it looks like. But looks, you can definitely tell they're crossing through this bridge. That's a guaranteed. It's guaranteed they're crossing through that bridge. Or tunnel, I should say. See, when you come through here at 1 o'clock in the morning, you don't see that kind of stuff. It's interesting. And I mean, all these people that have their property here, look, they have to put chain and, what do you call it, barbed wire on top of their fences so people won't break into their properties. I wonder, I didn't go up there last. Probably could have. But I mean, this whole place is thrown, or there's clothing everywhere. And from watching Ben's videos and other people's videos, they tend to get rid of their clothes when they get here. They throw all their passports away so they have no more identity. No. So last night when I was here, I got stopped by one Border Patrol guy. He asked what I was doing, and I said, I'm just documenting everything that's going on here. And they said, all right, have a good night, be safe. And then because my truck is recognizable with the scooter in the back, I think he just went and told on the radio that I was here, and nobody harassed me after that. So it's pretty cool. There's steps going up here. Look. There's like in the middle of nowhere, there's just a set of steps.
Maybe that leads up to the.
Oh, that
Does it
monument
go up
or
any
whatever?
higher? Yeah, does it go up any higher or no?
No, just the steps are only right there.
Yeah, back in the day, it was an attraction. I don't know. Or they would know that it could be just to inspect the tracks. I think
Oh, the railroad tracks are up there. Yeah, maybe. I should have said, don't you know who I am?
Kind of a big deal.
They may have known me, Cassidy. I don't know. You never know. They didn't call me a crazy cripple, so I don't think they knew who I was. There's like a flume up there coming down, too, for the train water. Yeah, when we first got here, first thing in the afternoon last night, I asked them if we can go down these dirt roads, and they all said, yeah, you can, no problem. We're not private property. But they can stop you whenever they want and ask you a question.
Thank goodness we saw this today. Yesterday it was howling wind. We'd have missed it probably anyways, huh? All this would have been dust.
And we came in the afternoon, maybe. I don't know. I didn't find it till like 2 o'clock in the morning, so. Oh, man, I still want to go up that. I know this truck will make it up there. See, the bridge isn't out. Interesting. What is this? Got their blinkers on.
Postal service.
Oh, it's the mailman. It's the mail carrier. She's delivering the mail to all the people over here. Oh, you watched me last night on Diamond and Silk? Thank you. What's up, Pod Report? So if anybody was with us last night, we're just showing you the places we went at night during the day, so you can get a little feel of where we were. And then maybe you guys can so like, look, there's a whole bunch of Border Patrol agents right here. And my friend Linda Hanna texted me today, and she's like, Eddie, don't you know if they're wearing blue? They're not Border Patrol agents. They're
There's somebody over.
oh yeah, look at this. They got somebody pulled over.
Maybe up there from my
I'm gonna pull right here. So blue, what did she say blue was? I'm gonna have to look at my phone real quick. If they're in green, they're Border Patrol agents. If they're what's the other one? Well, let's see what's going on here. Look at that, we made it just in time. What did Linda tell me? Okay, Linda said, I don't know if you know this, but Border Patrol wear green, Customs wear blue. So if they're Customs, then they're in a blue outfit. So I'm guessing Customs looks for drugs. So look at this. Even during the day, we're finding action for you guys. And these guys are in paramilitary outfits. They're not just in the Border Patrol outfits, if you look at them. And I wish that would zoom in more. See how they're all in tactical gear? Can you guys see that on there?
How funny, the school bus. What the?
Maybe there's a school here. Look, what is that? What can you, oh, that's never mind. That's a guy. So they're patting. If you see the pole, they're patting a guy down on the pole. Let's see if they pull drugs out. They keep looking in the bed of the truck.
Huh?
They're running an interagency task force for some kind from the local Fed level.
Yup. Sounds kind of I'm sorry.
So this guy just sat down. How many people? I see 2 different people they're talking to. There could be more. Hope says, I'm calling about your car's warranty.
Yeah, exactly.
Take their truck. That's a nice GMC. So I see one guy standing up. I'm gonna guess they're Oaxacan because they're like 4'11", like they're a little taller than Hope. So I see 2. I wonder if there's another person sitting down still. Press 1 do you think if there's drugs in the car. Press 2 if you think it's only people. So I can know if the chat's still working. They're searching the car. Where's the drug sniffing dog? That's what they need. There we go, Andy's writing. I know my chat's... I don't know why my chat's been freezing up lately. So they're taking all their materials and putting them in plastic baggies. I think there's only 2 guys. Or 2 people, I should say. Where's Danny Brown? I know he can smell. He'll smell the drugs. I can smell it. And what's cool is I noticed last night, as long as I stay at a distance like this, the officers and the Border Patrol, they don't mess with me. They let me film. They let me do whatever I want as long as I don't get in their way. So that's why I stay back. Look at that. That guy's got a green beret hat on. Looks like type hat or something, doesn't he? I think the new iPhone that comes out should have a better zoom. So September we'll have a better zoom for you guys. You wanna go over there?
Oh no. If they start looking at the thing where it's like I don't know how many press passes.
You think that's the National Guard?
That or Texas police.
I don't know. My press pass was right here. I don't know where it moved to.
Well,
Oh, that's a woman.
where it last fell to, probably on the ground.
Isn't that a woman? The one on the left?
Yeah, it looks like it.
That's a woman. What's that jersey, Jay? Just checking out the Border Patrol action here. One guy looks like Ben almost. That guy. From here at least, he's tall and skinny like him. I don't think there's any drugs. I think they're just... Just crossed the border. I wonder what they're waiting for. Okay, yeah, there's only 2 people. Yeah, one's a girl, one's a guy. They're gonna drive the truck away. Alright, let's head to the zone. We know they're done doing their job there. Well, the Border Patrol is moving the truck. That's interesting. Maybe just getting out of the road. Oh, no, he's not.
That's that truck.
Am I assuming gender's hope? I might be.
So I think I've been here before, but I'm not sure. I think there's a trail up and then like a trailhead, and then these guys they go up in these little hard mountains. I stayed with the car. I remember. I don't know. It just feels familiar.
We just found it.
Yeah, it's like something like that. And another, I think there's another place.
I like assuming gender's hope. What's wrong with that? Up here to the left is where the buses was parked yesterday. So let's see if there's any buses parked over here today. I don't see a bus parked. Oh wait, there's a white bus right there.
Yeah, look at that.
Should turn around and see where they're going. That's what we should do. Let's go find out where they're going, because they're coming from the detention facility and it's empty. So if they're going somewhere, that means that's where there's going to be some action. Because this is where they were parked last night. Because this is where I was parked last night. Watch them just going to be picking up the people that we just saw. Let's go see what part of the border they're going to. That they need a big old bus. I have a feeling they're just going to the scene we were just at. But we'll find out. Oh, they passed it. They moved the truck already. Alright, I'll follow them for a few minutes. Those of you watching on Facebook, if you want to see what we did last night, it's on YouTube, on EddieBlockFilms on YouTube. So he's getting on the freeway. He was empty though. Now the question is, do we take the risk and follow him? Because we followed one in Yuma, Arizona. Look at that asshole just cut me off. And we followed him for like half an hour to an hour, and all they did was take us on a wild goose chase. That's all they did. Oh wait, he's going this way. I gotta go this way too. Well, he's not getting on the freeway. Hey, maybe they're going to where the kitties are, Hope. Maybe we'll go pick up one of those kitties. Got a bagel. Maybe they'll come for the bagel. I guess since we're over here, we can show you the fence on this side too, because I was right up next to it. We figured it's 4 Hopes tall. I also saw a lot of empty trucks last night just sitting by the border, like as their scare tactics or something. Ooh, some real tacos from across the border right now. The one where you walk in and the cows actually just, there's cows standing in the kitchen where they're cooking the food. All right, catch you later, Jay. We heard shots out here last night on this side too. How did the cow know how to cook? So this is where I cut in and went along the fence yesterday. That's where the kittens are. The bus says Department of Homeland Security operated. Number 2987. What should we get for lunch? I'm not doing Whataburger again. Your freaking military gun on them. They're like an M16 or something, or an M4. Hopefully we're just not on another wild goose chase. Oh, that bus is a leaner. Alright, where do you think they're going, guys? Gonna stop anytime soon? Let's get in the right-hand lane. Boom Candy Store. Watching a storm chaser with a very angry storm at the Ohio border. I didn't know storms could get angry, though. Kathy says they're going to Taco Bell. They might be, Kathy. I gotta say, I can't believe how expensive El Paso is for being a border town. Oh, they get angry they produce tomatoes, huh? Hopefully he stops pretty soon, because we gotta leave. I want to get to Phoenix before it's too late. That's what I get for taking the risk of following the bus. I think they're messing with us again. Although he's turning right. This place says they have great menudo on Saturday. $2.99 for a burrito. That's gotta be a small ass burrito. Alright, we're heading back towards the border now. This could be something good. This could be good. Look at this guy wearing his mask around here. I don't understand how people still wear masks in open public. Oh, look at this pretty church, though. I'll zoom in and get rid of the windshield for you guys. It's like some kind of a bus station or something. Limousine Express service. So this lady's carrying a baby, but like in a like a blanket type manner, like you know how they wrap around them. And she They don't look like they've taken a shower in a couple weeks. I wonder if they just crossed the border. And look, the bus is pulling over. $375 west. He's pulling in somewhere. I think we can't go.
Oh, yeah.
Does it look like he's pulling into something?
Yeah.
Yep. What does it say?
Where's the
Government
detention center?
employee parking.
Well, this is where he came in. This is the detention. There's probably an office up front.
Okay, we'll drive around the other side. Let's see what
it's
it is.
freeway, so
It's all freeway?
that looks like
Yeah, it is.
railroad us.
All right. See, it was a bust.
Well, not a bus. You follow.
That's the second time I followed a bus and it's gone, taking me nowhere. Damn it.
Yeah, that was U.S. Customs, Border Protection Station, and then Sin Fronteras is the ones who help organize it.
That's the one that I snuck into their
They're the
meeting.
NGOs, right? Exactly. They're the bad people.
Yes, the what is it? Fronteras seen something. I gotta
So
find back.
is this? That's Mexico on the left. That they little shanty towns.
Yeah. Let's go.
Have they seen them before? No.
I want to go back to where we were a little while ago.
If you look in the far left corner, that's all shanty town. You know, barely standing construction, concrete.
In 2.3 miles, take exit 6.
I guess not shanty town. Shanty town would be cardboard type thing.
Well, that kind of sucks. Max is the transfer station. Anthony covered that place while looking for the train tracks. All right. Well, Anthony lives around here, and he's here down on here all the time, so he probably knows. All right, let's go back to where we left off. Oh, so the patrol drops them off over there, and then they pick them up from there. I gotcha.
In 1 mile, exit right to exit 64, Executive Center Boulevard. Then turn left.
All right, I know where we are now. It's funny how you're only here for a couple hours and you start learning where you're at. Right lane closed ahead. Last time I was in Tijuana was, I think, 1998. No, 2003. I took my girlfriend. She's like, well, how are we going to go drink it? We're going to arrive there at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, the bars will be open. She's like, no, they won't. I'm like, yeah, they will. I should have probably gone all the way to Sunland Park. Oh well. Where's Mike Jones at? He's the one that told me where to go eat last night. Maybe he can choose for me again today. This light takes forever.
That's odd. A Planet Fitness billboard in the middle of nowhere. Their border. Seems like some sales guy got him on that one.
You know, they're coming to America.
Yeah.
They're giving thousands of dollars to become an American citizen, you know?
It's just, it's like, let's just soak them for a billboard in the middle of freaking nowhere.
Linda Lou.
No, Camino Real. It goes all the way to Sunnyvale. Highway 82.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt this is the same 80.
No, Camino Real. Kings Highway.
And we're finally back to where we were earlier. I don't know, there's a good possibility that later on today we might have Brandon with That's the Point on the shows. We might be going hanging out with him later on tonight. Oh yeah, Mandy, did you even go to sleep yet since last night when you were with us? You said you weren't going to go to sleep. We're going to go up the mountain a little bit this time. We're going to take that one route we saw.
Cool. I think there might be one farther down. That was confusing back then. If I was even here, it might just be another one. Looks just like this in Arizona, yeah. All
the border towns look the same.
Right, yeah, these little stretches, like along the border. This all looks the same. I just thought I'd mention it just in case.
Oh, where was it? Was it? Yeah, Mandy stayed up all night long. Was it this one?
Look at that. So this must be New Mexico right on the other side of that side.
Yeah, it is. This is Welcome to New Mexico. All right, let's go check this place out up here. Going off-roading.
Oh, man.
What do you see up here?
Oh, look at kids' clothes and shoes.
Huh?
Kids, like toddlers' clothes and shoes. Something happened there.
Got a stop sign. No trust vehicle travel. Oh, so as long as we stay on the road, we can go this way, it says. Yeehaw! I'm barely moving. This is not a fun road to drive up and down, guys. Well, you know, I think this. You know where this road goes to? Let's see. Can you see it? See that statue right there? This goes up to that statue. It's just looks like it, at least.
I think you have to hike to get up there, and it's a little plateau parking area-ish.
Is that what it is?
I think if I can't remember.
Oh, we'll get as close as we can.
Because there's a couple of these. That's a cross. I think there was like Our Lady or something somewhere else. I don't know. I don't pay attention enough. But this looks familiar.
It's called Cristo Rey.
Right.
I have to go retighten my scooter down. After this one.
It's still there.
Oh, it's still there.
It's tossed around quite a bit. Yeah, I think I got stuck on the other side of a train. Someone needed me real quick, and it was real frustrating. Or there might have just been something similar. I think it might have been right here.
Check out this cave.
Look at that. What the hell? I mean, for him to put bricks on it, you know? I mean, who carted in the bricks and the mortar and all that? What the frick? Some type of ceremonial something.
Yeah, see this?
It's got 2 layers of cave in there. It's weird. So you can see the brick, the arch on the inside too.
Yeah.
Oh, what a trip.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I wonder.
I'm trying to zoom in to see if I can.
Some sacrificial something in there.
Yeah, what do you guys think are in there? What do you guys think is in there? What are your thoughts?
Might even be a brick wall on the back end over there.
I don't know.
Could be an oven maybe, or no?
That's too big for an oven.
Yeah.
It might be where somebody used to live.
And then what happened? You think a landslide?
Maybe they still live in there.
Probably a landslide. You know, maybe like an old. I don't know, there's a lot of brick. That's a lot of brick there. That's so bizarre.
Well, let's see if we can. So I don't think we can.
Area was, but I think that's as far as I went. And I think Ben or whoever, Anthony, they went on a hike. They were gone for a while.
It's gray. Sure, it's a border.
Yeah.
It's gray, not white, not white or green.
I thought there were lights on top.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's see when we come back down. See if
It might be white. It might be white, but oh yeah, it's green in there. Which is weird to see.
All right, what does the sign say? Welcome to the city of Sunland Park. If you're going to tour Mount Cristo Rey, please contact police department at 575-8589.
So if you're going to go for a hike up there, let them know it's you.
Now the question is, what we could do, you could fly my drone up. I wonder if I could fly my drone up
Oh,
there.
that would be sweet, dude. Yeah, that would be perfect, drone.
There's a person there.
I think we parked there.
Huh?
There. I think I parked down there, and this is
Park
something.
down there?
I
know.
want to talk to these guys first.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, let's
Like
go
someone-
park here.
Looks like some official something. That's why.
Well, first let me get my air map out. Let me even check and see if I can even fly around here. Because we're right at the border, and sometimes they won't let you fly at the border area. Let me check and see if I can even fly around here.
I'm gonna grab my press pass just in case. It's okay if I get out?
Yeah. Let's see. So, right here I can fly. But as soon as I try and get up that mountain, I can't.
Oh, really? Why
No.
would they have that off limits? It's a different country?
There's some kind of, I'm trying to see what this is. Oh, there's an airport.
Oh, nearby?
Abraham Gonzalez International Airport. So yeah, I can't fly. I can fly for 10 feet and that's about it. So sorry guys, I would try and fly my drone, but not gonna happen. Freaking Linda's having me send her all these pictures so she can tell us what they are. What's up, Snookies? Alright, so we might as well just turn around because I can't fly my drone. I mean, I could, but then I get a ticket. Oh, it is Border Patrol. You're right. It looked gray from... It's Border Patrol. It looked gray from where we were before.
Going?
Yeah, I'm just waiting on you.
Oh, my bad.
Well, that's my immediate. That's a pass from. That's a Larry Actual pass. It's not my French pass. All right. Well, we tried to show you the little monument stuff. We tried and we failed. It's a different noise I've never heard before. Oh, they want me to go into some group chat.
Oh, the Discord thingy?
No, I think it's a Twitter space.
Oh, who?
Huh?
Somebody, never mind.
Oh shit, check this out. What is that? Cactus. That cactus looks... Yeah.
Yeah. Now, why don't they just play those? That's great TV. You never see that on TV, huh?
I think you still watch it every once in a while.
Oh, that's how you see it on every once in a while?
Yeah. They have it on Disney Plus, I think.
I gotta take a leak. I think this might be a good place.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have to check the radiator level. Go Bears.
Anyways, Donnie's just like, hurry up and get to the lunch place, Dad. I'm hungry. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go by the detention center, and then I gotta get to Phoenix. It takes me like 6.5 hours to get to Phoenix, and I'm hungry. That's what I gotta do. I gotta look up gas prices for the booms. I'm gonna look up Gas Buddy. Let's see if Phoenix diesel is cheaper, or if I should buy the diesel here before we leave. Hey, don't you think about going out, Donnie? Don't you even think about it. Alright, diesel, the cheapest diesel in Phoenix is $3.74. We need to definitely fill up here before we leave.
If you got that card handy, Circle K might be your best bet, but it still felt like cartelish.
Seatbelt.
Come on, Tony. Wait for my head to come on. Come on, dude. Oh, you're funny, dude. You was that for?
I don't hear any trains. Looks like there's no trains coming.
What's up? What's up?
So we gotta go real slow through here again. What's up, Beth? Hey, Beth, I'm gonna be in Phoenix in a couple hours. If you want to come up, how far is it from you to Phoenix? How far is it to Beth to Phoenix? Where they're at?
From here? What?
Remember Beth and Jen?
Beth and Jen? No. Oh, the yeah.
Where were they at? They weren't Yuma. They were somewhere else.
I think in the same area. 45. I mean, it's all the same hood. It's what's it like? Mesa, wasn't it? Or
yeah. Phoenix is a little more expensive for the diesel, so I'm gonna fill up here before I leave. You gotta love these roads we're on. We're staying the night in Phoenix, so, and then we're heading home to California right after that. We gotta go have lunch with my angel mom friend Agnes Gibney tomorrow. I gotta get my hug every once in a while from her because she gives the best hugs. I tell her she's my second mother. Would it be cool if just like 100 people just walked right by us right now?
well, we saw two almost.
Saw two, but last night I saw a whole lot more.
Oh, really?
They filled up 2 whole buses last night.
In the wild, or just at the buses?
They had a bus parked and trucks just kept pulling up and dropping off people. And then they drive away, and then they drive back up, and then they drive away, and just back and forth. Anybody need a spare tire? Gee Louise. You're blowing it my way.
Oh, that's right.
I keep seeing restaurants called Cheddar something.
Yeah.
What is that about? Does anybody
It's
know?
Fresh from scratch or something?
Like, is it something I should try out since I'm here? goodness. It's gonna take us an hour to go 20 feet. Donnie, you're spilling your water all over the place back there.
Put it in the metal, in the wood thing, so it should be okay, except for. That was cool. Good find.
Now we're in New Mexico. We'll go to Border Patrol.
Do you think Texas would be cheaper than New Mexico? Or just check.
Actually, I honestly don't care right now. I'm hungry. I want to go check this out real quick. Go by that detention center.
Is this on the way out, the way 10 sometime?
Yeah,
Oh, look at the fence of the border. Here, Charlie.
Oh.
That thin line at the top, up to the left by the mountains. That's it, baby.
Oh, we're still going over here. Because right up here is the spot where they had parked the buses where they were picking up everybody. It's not Cheddar. I mean, it's not Cracker Barrel for sure. It was called Cheddar something. I saw one in San Antonio, and then now I saw one here in El Paso. So I'm just curious what the heck it is. So yeah, yesterday this is where I was parked. So yesterday, the buses were parked right here, and this is where Border Patrol kept picking them or dropping them off, and I was parked right here, watching them, and they kept bringing them down from this way up here. So let's go up here and see what we can find, because there's the border in front of us. What's up, Jeannie Smith? Let's go this way. This house looks like a clown house. It's like purple and pink. It's a little mobile home park. Alright, let's see which way do we want to go. Parking up top. Hey, wait, hold on. I gotta do something. I just saw something. And here comes Border Patrol. But watch this. You see the name of the sign? I don't know if I can zoom in anymore. I can't zoom in anymore. It's Hope Street. See it? It's Hope Street. My knee's alright, Jeannie. Just a little blood. Now, it's funny that Border Patrol is left from over there to go up here, so maybe there might be some action up here.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I think we're going on somebody's property. Just keep right. What is this? Some kind of business or something? Oh, it's a farmer's market.
Want to see what they have?
Not really.
Right.
Got an old
That
air
restaurant
stream.
right behind us.
Yeah, I don't feel like that. Look at that. It looks like a boat. Dude, they have a whole boatload of Airstreams up here. Look at that. It's like Trailer Park City for old school trailers. Look at this one. Got an old PG&E truck. Group chat with the girls. I took the wrong turn there. Although you guys saw some cool stuff. What's up, nuts and crackers? Let's see, should I go left here? No. Go left at the next street. Oh, Helen, thank you. Very nice of you. What's up, Willow? Willow's going on a plane ride soon. She's going to where we just came from in Florida. Okay, she's leaving on a jet plane. Right, there's the border up there for you guys and girls. There's no trails out here. You finally figured it out, right, Helen? Thank you. Wow, they got fire hydrants all the way out here. That's surprising. Border Patrol agent. Alright, we're gonna get you up close and personal with the border. Tell him you said hi, Willow, the Border Patrol. I mean, Jeannie. So,
Hey, here we are.
here's
Nice
the
one.
interesting question is this.
Eddie got you right front and personal here.
Well, what I'm wondering is,
Yeah.
I wonder what the 357 is for.
I'll probably just a
mile or
mile mark.
something?
Yeah, mark. That's my guess. See if it goes to 358.
Question is,
You'll have challenges turning around, so it just heads up.
I wonder if we can go up that part right there.
No.
Stick it in four-wheel drive and go.
No.
Look at this beautiful wall they built, though. You know, they say walls don't work, but I don't see anybody crossing right here. Yeah, 357's a problem solver last time you checked. Oh, there's a kitty cat. Uh-oh.
Little tiny thing. Wow, micro cat.
It just went across the border. Yeah, if the border wall doesn't work, then why are we not seeing any people right here? Very interesting. Yeah, I don't think we can go up this, looks like there's truck tracks.
I think that's why they have those four-wheeler things.
Oh, you think it's just for the quad? Is
Quads.
that somebody standing up there?
Might be Border Patrol.
You see, it look like 3 people up
It
there.
looks like there's trucks. There's a way around there. I just don't know if it's. I mean, it's not going to be you driving.
That's on the Mexico side, though.
Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, huh? Good point. Unless the border extends that way, but I don't think so. I don't know. I'm gonna fly a drone up there. There's Border Patrol right there on the right.
Oh yeah, way up
And then
there.
these guys are checking these dudes out, waiting for them to make a break. Or they just.
Yeah, because there's
chit-chatting.
movement up there, so there are people up there.
Oh, those are people. They're the black things.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be lookouts, you know. And this guy, you see, he's off.
He's way the hell up there.
Yeah.
Question is, did his truck go up there, or does he have?
There's no way the truck goes there. I mean, if it's just see these little small tires.
Yeah, that's pretty steep. Don't pick up any hitchhikers. And see the. Yeah, can't even see him. Okay, here's 356. So yeah, I have to get some mile markers, maybe. Well, let me look at air maps here real quick. I mean, we're still probably too close. Still probably too close to the
Airport.
airport. That's where we are now. Oh, yeah, I'm a little farther away. I might be able to fly up it.
Well, if you do, let me step out and I'll wall film you.
What's gonna do from the truck? I'm just trying to think where the batteries are. Where are my batteries? Because I was charging when I put them in that box. See, it says we're in Juarez right now.
Mexico?
That's what it says. We're close to the border. I just don't know if the Border Patrol will do something to me for flying my drone here. I'm trying to look at the map here to see. So if cause we're off the road here. I don't know. It's a close call. I think I'm gonna do it. Hold Donnie for me for a second. Go to the bathroom. Give us a second, guys. We're gonna fly our drone.
I don't have it. I don't know with it. All right.
I got him. Batteries for the drone.
Ah, Jesus.
Now we just need to find the remote for the drone. There she is. Are you gonna get in the truck? Oh boy. Oh, you're such a good boy. All right. Oh shit, I forgot to grab my... Can you reach in the orange backpack at all?
Yeah, you got it. That's okay.
Oh, no, I just need to get my iPad. I just need my iPad out of there. If you can just get my iPad. You guys ready to do some drone flight?
So here's over here. What do you want?
Let's do this one right here. I can put it back. That's all I needed right there was that. Give me a second, gentlemen and ladies. We'll do this. Zoom way. Who's wrong side? And then you guys can watch.
Should I put on the hood?
Huh?
Put on the hood?
Put one on the hood.
Drone, it's kind of dramatic takeoff.
You gotta throw it out the window. Alright. Hopefully you guys will be able to read this and I can see it. Because I still gotta calibrate it and stuff. What a pain.
I get that thing looks
There you
good.
go. How about that?
Eddie making it work.
I want to do that. Enter device. It should work. There we go. Hopefully. Fly. Calibrate. Gotta calibrate it, spin it. It might not do it because we're inside the truck. Hopefully it worked. Nope. Try and put it in a way you guys can see it better. And that's not it. I don't know, can you guys see that?
Stuff out.
Huh?
Okay.
Get stuff out after. I can't see it, so I can't see it. I guess you guys can see it. Here we go. Wait. What's going on here? Check app. I disconnected. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta get out and do this. Oh, now it's connected again. It's ready to go. Fly. There she goes. Alrighty. Lord. What? What just happened? Alright, here we go. Where's the flying? Let's see what we can see up here.
There's the friendly skies. Straight up.
Yeah.
The sun straight up. So.
Let's see what we're seeing here. Okay, so that's the border. Let's go up higher. We're about 150 feet up in the air. I got these new wings on there. Not wings. What am I talking about? Let's see. Where's the truck at? Where at we at in relation to the truck? Okay, so we're right above the truck. And we want to be facing this way at the wall. Let's see what's up there, because there's those people up there, remember? Let's see what we can see. Is that another Border Patrol truck right there?
Oh, come in?
No. Right there.
Want to say anything? Or
Huh?
Nope.
No, I'm just looking what this is right here.
I'm ready for B-roll. Let me know. It's off right now. Oh, look at the whole bus full. Zoom in on the freeway.
Uh-oh. Obstacle of detection. So there's the border. The people are gone though. They're not in the truck anymore. Let's see, the Border Patrol truck is. See, the Border Patrol truck is still there. I don't know. You guys can see that very well, or what?
Oh, no, he's there.
No, I know. I'm asking if they can see it very well
From up there?
on the screen. Yeah,
Gotcha.
because there's a lot of glare.
I would probably keep him out of the frame because security type stuff.
Yeah. There's a vehicle coming. Where's the vehicle? Is there a vehicle behind me? Which way am I going?
It's in the vehicle.
I'm coming closer to us.
What's that?
It's a vehicle on the other side then.
Oh, it's other side of the fence?
Yeah.
Wall. Look at the wall here. It's kind of screened. And they have like slat, like sheet metal.
Oh wait,
like
I'm going the
tin
other
roof
way.
Material. It'll be cool just to go along all three sections because there's three different type of materials, Eddie.
Uh-huh.
You have the screen right behind you, the wall, and then the like tin roof type material or whatever. Solid.
See. What, I just passed myself or what? Okay, so there, I know where I'm there. Alright.
Border Patrol coming here.
To me? That's... Like
You might wanna
from
roll down your
behind
back
or what?
window.
Huh?
Roll down your back window just so they can see in. The other side. Yeah,
Which way are they coming?
they don't have to be all the way, just so they know we're not hiding anything. Here goes Border Patrol.
Okay. I better come to my truck then, just in case I gotta land. Oh. Who knows? You guys want to see what it looks like? There we go. See, what Ty wanted you to see is how there's different from different views. There's different they're using different materials. What he wanted you to see. So you know what? Just because this guy just showed up and I don't want to get in trouble, you guys got the gist of it, right? We're gonna land. Just better safe than sorry, right? I think this guy's just here to use the restroom. He's not saying anything. How much longer battery we have left? We have 29% battery anyways. So there you guys go. You guys got to see what it's like to fly a drone over there. Oh, I'm like, what the heck?
He might be one of the, like, you know, the local, like, enforcer type. Oh, there's the Border Patrol. My bad. Hello, sir. Sorry, I thought you might be a citizen.
Donnie. How you doing, officer? Does he need my ID, Ty? Great, I just lost a part of mine. We shouldn't have put out the drone, probably. Probably wasn't a good idea. I'm not rough with my toys. How am I rough with my toys? That way real quick. Donnie, you gotta stay, buddy. Yes. Yes, Ty. Like, good boy, Donnie. You are such a good boy. Oh, yes, sir, sorry. I checked the air map and said it was safe to fly, so that's why I thought it was okay. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I went on the air map and said it was a safe zone right here. As long as I didn't go that way. So, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, sir. No problem. Thank you so much. All right, thanks for being here. Appreciate the right on. Thank you, sir. 10-4. You got it, boss. Sir. Thank you. Stay safe.
You're, open up the back. Yeah, take care.
All right, ready, Ty? My battery is dead. I need to get new batteries. We got the shot we wanted. Just one problem. One of my thumb screws came off.
Is it in the dirt?
No, it's in here somewhere, I'm guessing.
I didn't get good framing on that. I wasn't paying attention to the video.
It's all right. We got to get going to Phoenix anyways.
All right. You want me to look for it?
Nope.
You sure?
It's small. I don't see it on the ground. So. It'll be the truck.
Well, when you move the truck, I can look for it.
No, it's not. It's fine.
All right.
I can order new ones if I have to.
Oh, for the drone thumb?
Yeah.
Those little things.
Ben lost like 2 of them already.
That's just right. Yeah, those things. They got to do something better on that, like push button up or something. You know, those things are just meant to be lost. I think.
Yeah. You guys ready? Here we go. I need the windows still.
So what he said was, is they have helicopter flights, and so just beware when there's some law enforcement activity. Just bring the drone down. And Eddie said, "Yeah, no problem." So he said it was fine. Just
just checking, doing their job. And so
Oh yeah.
we were all, it was all good.
Well, and I did the same thing by checking the air mat first before I decided to fly to make
Right.
sure I was allowed to fly in this
Yeah.
area.
So
So
it's
we followed the rules. They followed their rules.
everything worked out great.
Yeah.
It was just coincidental that we're leaving right now. That's kind of what I wanted to point out because
Yeah, we're not leaving because they told us to leave.
right. We're leaving because we got the shot and batteries. Blah blah blah.
He said, "Go ahead, continue flying your drone. Just if the plane shows up or the helicopter shows up, take it down." And it's because I haven't used my drone in so long. The batteries, I gotta figure out a way to fix them. They're $190 a piece per battery or something like that. Oh, you know what? I think I used that drone a little bit, so maybe it wasn't even a fully charged battery. Maybe that's what it was. I flew it somewhere by Drunk Uncle's house. Oh, I flew it. Remember, I flew it. That's why the battery was low. We flew it while Drunk Uncle was wrestling, or what do you call it, judoing. Oh yeah, they're watching us. Even before I took the drone out, they were watching us. I'm sure they have to.
Yeah, they have to.
That's what their job is.
That's why I don't know if you noticed. I asked Eddie to roll down his back windows a little bit on both sides, just so when they approach the car, they know there's nothing in the back waiting for them, or blah blah blah. So it's a courtesy, really, than a requirement. But for example, he was a civilian car. I thought he was just some like in Arizona, you'll have concerned citizens doing patrols, and his car was unmarked. It was New Mexico plates. Didn't seem like it was an official vehicle at all until he came out.
And he ran my plates. I know that.
Yeah, I was surprised that I walked around and got his license plate, or at least walked around there just to make sure to cover our butts. So I didn't know what the encounter to expect. I assumed it was just going to be some, responsible citizen doing helping out border activities. Ben had introduced me to those groups. There's a variety of different groups that do this type of stuff, and all patriots working really hard for us, or volunteers.
Because of Ben, we've learned a lot of stuff about etiquette and what not to be around near the border patrol, and all that good stuff. Let's see, which way do we come up? I know we turned right here. Where do we turn right here? Oh, right there. Oh, I'm sure Nuts and Crackers. They probably ran my plates before they even showed up. I wouldn't doubt it. Actually, no, because he pulled up and then he got out and he was on the radio looking at my plates.
Right.
So. What probably happened is the one up on top of the mountain saw me take my drone out, and he probably called it in right away because I got a shot of him.
Oh, with his binocs toward us?
No, I just got a shot of his truck.
Oh. Well, I saw him outside. He had binocs on. I think he was looking at your drone.
We did fly into Mexico for a few seconds. All right, let's go to the detention center. Then I'm heading to Phoenix.
Did you see, were those dudes still up at the top?
They weren't there anymore. Their truck was there, but they were not there.
Huh.
So they were probably inside their truck, maybe. Maybe as soon as they saw the drone come up, maybe they all jumped in the truck.
Right.
It's a possibility. Nuts, I bet you it's better. They can probably read a license plate from farther away than half a mile away. They can probably read it from miles away. What's up, get some? And I kind of don't want to go back to El Paso right now. I found something in my truck that I shouldn't have here. We're there. Man, this place is just all tore up. This is not a neighborhood you want to.
Land of enchantment right here, baby.
Yeah.
New Mexico.
I'm talking about this mobile home park.
I know. I'm just
One out of every
I'm trying to.
30 maybe has a clean yard. The rest are just full of trash and junk and Sanford and Son type shit. Alright, so this is McNutt Road. Okay, so I know where we are now. Now let's take you guys to the detention center, and then we're going to get the heck out of here and head to Phoenix. So I wanted this another DHS bus. Yeah, it is. The Border Patrol guy was in there. No, it's worse. I got a vape pen in the truck. Donnie's asleep. He won't freak out when he sees this dog. Well, at least you guys got to see some drone footage. And it's green. Alright. That was funny. Alright, maybe we'll see something to eat right
Boy,
here.
this nab's really gonna take off. I mean, there's esports, all types of new, all types of innovation and broadcasting that's going on. No wonder it's so big, like you said.
That's huge for sure. Can we find a dive restaurant? What do you call them? A dive restaurant or whatever? Carlos's Bakery. I bet you that's a good bakery. It looks like a junky, nasty place you don't want to go into. Probably the best food.
Oh, tamales right next door to it, too.
Chicharron. Oh, you know what? Jen Lo was supposed to make me chicharrones for breakfast, and she didn't. Or not chilaquiles. Been a lot of droning. Alright, now we gotta. Actually, it's still like a burrito. Sounds good right now. Look, Obamacare. Oh my gosh, they named their place Obamacare. Wow. We are in New Mexico, though. Look for some dirty Mexican restaurant, Ty. Get something to go from there. Raw left his underwear in the truck.
I wonder if we're buying power from Mexico. I wonder what that substation's at.
Don't know.
Probably.
Never know.
Fire department.
Oh, there was firemen.
Postal, Sunland Park Post.
Some kind of bug bit me just now. Shit.
And I got something on my hand myself.
Fucking bugs. Noob's Dispensary.
Same smoke shop.
There's a lot of weed places right
You're
here.
in the right state, I guess.
But I don't want weed right now. I want a good Mexican burrito.
Meat market.
But yeah,
That's probably a good one.
they normally have good burritos there.
Yeah, I'll make it for you.
All right, let's turn around. We're gonna go get a burrito real quick, guys.
Awesome.
Gals. We're gonna leave you in suspense before we take you to the detention center. Come on, truck. If I can turn around.
So a lot of these homes around here have bars on them. So not a. That's a tell for you know, heads up
Son of a
neighborhood.
bitch, that's really gonna bother me.
No picture. Probably something got me on the hand. I was itching. A mosquito.
Oh, you took my fucking parking spot. I was gonna take.
Oh, I can't hear. Parking.
Asshole.
Candy can. Oh, that was drive-through.
Is there a drive-thru?
I don't know. It looks like it.
No,
No.
there's no drive-thru. All right, I'll go in. Or you want to go in first and get yours, and I'll go in? Or you want me to go in first?
Yeah, you going first. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, you stay with Donnie?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
He's more of the expert at the food department. He'll come and give me a rundown, or I'll just copy what he got.
Hey, no, Donnie, stay. Donnie, stay.
Yuck. Hey, Donnie. Try to take this opportunity to get a little bit of detail in. Come on, Donnie. You just moved into my. Gosh darn it, dude. You're killing me. Back off. Back. Back, Jack. Mr. Droolerman, what are you doing? Ugh, gross, dude. Killing me. Oh, my bad. Hopefully. Oh, man. I'm in trouble for that. Look at that, huh? Looking sweet.
No, dude, no. Back off, Jackson. Let's try. No. Watch out, watch out. What's your nose? Oh. Oh, he's back door. I should do it before and after. Well, no. Back door needs something a little bit more moist. Black. I gotta throw some. Jeez. Is he? Hold on. He's here. Where's he? I don't see him yet. Oh, there he is.
They're still making my Thai, but they're gonna give it to you.
All right.
So you just go in. I don't know. I couldn't see the food, so I don't know. I go for the burrito though.
Looks good. Yeah. I mean, I'll see. Thank you.
All right, Donnie. I got you a quesadilla with me. Okay, we'll share a quesadilla. What's up, guys? Whew. Man, walking sucks. But Donnie, you want my energy drink? Hey, I didn't have to pay. I only had to pay for my food for once. It's a miracle. Man, they didn't have chicken in there. I couldn't get a chicken burrito or a chicken quesadilla. So I got a burrito de asada and then a quesadilla de carnitas. So, man. Oh, I'll take it off in a minute. And so we're gonna head to the detention center as soon as Ty comes out. Okay. I got the air conditioner running full blast and he leaves the windows open. I never understand. Never understand it. This girl cut me off in the line. She got right in front of me in the line, and then so she set some tortillas down, Then she walked back and she got some lettuce, and she's just going back and forth. After she cut in front of me in the line, I was like, this girl. But she was cute, so I let her. You know, Eddie. Yeah, Ty is definitely. I don't know. He has idiosyncrasies that really gets on my nerves because I'm not used to it. I mean, some of it's the stupidest things in the world. I don't know why it gets on my nerves, like the whole courtesy water thing, or like what is he? I forget what he calls it. He goes out every hotel. You know, they have free breakfast, and he gets up the minute they open. He sets his alarm. He goes down there, and then he fills up like 2 plates. Then he waits half an hour. He goes back down, fills up 2 more plates. Then he goes another half an hour later and fills up 2 more plates. And it's embarrassing. At least to me, I don't know. Is that not embarrassing? So like, I try now and get the hotel rooms that don't have the free breakfast because it's embarrassing. Like he bragged the other day. He's like, "Oh yeah, I got a half a pot of spinach from them. I took all the spinach." And I'm like, dude. It's embarrassing. At least it's embarrassing to me. I don't know about you guys, but to me that's embarrassing. Especially when the room's in my name, you know? Or like I can't even finish my food, and he's like, "Hey, if you're not gonna eat that, let me have the rest." I'm like, dude, I haven't even finished eating yet. He acts like I don't feed him, and you guys see, I buy Ty whatever he wants to eat. That's why it's like hard. And then just I gotta stop. I love Ty. You know what? Ty is the greatest friend you can ever have. He'll be there for you no matter what. But it comes with caveats. So, Whataburger though. I had my Whataburger yesterday. The what did I had? I actually ate lunch and the midnight snack at Whataburger. I had the chicken ranch crisp strips, the buffalo ranch chicken strip burger. That's what I had. Sneaky Pete, he did take your. And so like yesterday we're driving right, and he opens up this container, and I'm like, Ty, don't eat that. I mean, it was making me throw up. I'm like, don't eat that food. I'll buy you something. And he's like, no, man, it's just vegetables. It wasn't. He had left shrimp. There was shrimp in there that he had for 2 days. And I'm like, Ty, no, I'll buy you something. And it's not because he doesn't want to buy it. Well, it is because he doesn't want to buy it. He likes to get stuff for free. It's like a game he plays with himself to find out how much food he can get for free. And then he doesn't want to waste it, so he eats it all. So it's hard when you're not used to it. So but like I said, once again, Ty is he'll be your best friend in the world. He just has his weird idiosyncrasies, and he always has to be right. That's what gets me the most. Like I can never, if I don't do it his way, it's not the right way, and that's what you know. Oh yeah, the other day I didn't order a courtesy water on purpose, just to fuck with them. I can hear it too. Courtesy water, courtesy water, courtesy water. I'm like, all right, thank you, and I drove to the drive-thru. Yeah, Mandy, we do help. Like I said, I love the guy to death. I do. But when you're in a 3-week trip with somebody, we've already been 3 weeks in my truck. Can you believe that? 3 weeks we've been driving. Those idiosyncrasies gets old. Oh my gosh, you guys are bad. But I mean, like as soon as we pull up to the gas station, he's the first one to get out, go pay for the diesel. Not him pay for it. I mean, he takes my money, but he goes and pays for it, and he fills it up because he doesn't want me walking. You know, he does all that kind of cool stuff. So you get the good with the bad, right? I love the guy. I just sometimes he overwhelms me, and I haven't been. They put me on this medication a long time ago, and I stopped taking it. So I need more weed. If I was on weed the whole time, I'd probably be cool. So I wouldn't even care. Yeah, whatever. But I didn't bring weed on purpose because in Texas, if you have wax, like vape pen, weed, it's a felony. So if you get pulled over in Texas with it, it's a felony. You're going to jail. So I didn't bring any. And as I was cleaning out, as I went to go change my tire, I found one of my cartridges underneath my seat. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm in Texas right now. So I need time meds, yeah. But like I said, I love Tie to Death, guys. It's just sometimes, I don't know. Oh my gosh, like it was funny. One time he's like, Eddie, you need to make Donnie's bench smaller. He takes up the whole back seat, and I want to put my stuff in the back seat. And I was like, it's Donnie's truck. He's like, yeah, Eddie, but what about my stuff? I said, you don't have to ride in Donnie's truck. He gave me a dirty look. But it's true. Look at the whole back seat is made for him. Right? The whole back seat is made for him. All right, guys, ready to try these out? Let's try these out. He's trying to show you guys and he doesn't realize. Ty, the camera is facing the other direction. So.
All right, cool. I missed it then. No big deal.
So number one, I can tell you, this is a very small burrito.
I know exactly. That was my.
Like,
and his is larger than mine is.
The burritos in California are normally at least up to here.
He's like a bean burrito size of Taco Bell.
Right? So these are very small.
Relatively.
Very small. And I talked to her in Spanish. Dude, oh yeah, we picked the wrong place. Look how dried the meat is. It's all dried.
They weren't very friendly, but they were kind. I tried to loosen them up.
Dude, and I mean, okay.
I have barbacoa, which is essentially a slow-cooked tri-tip, essentially.
She left both sides of the burrito open. You never leave both sides of the burrito open.
It's good meat. The barbacoa, I don't know if you have to see it. It's really delicious.
So I got, it's not as good. It's cold, but good. It's cold, but good.
It's almost 100% meat, and it's really tasty. Definitely worth it. Yeah, they don't put any frills on there. It's just meat and tortilla. Oh, it's hot. Hello.
And the second thing is, they didn't have any salsa. I mean, they didn't have any crema de Mexico.
It's perfectly seasoned. I don't know if I can stand anymore. It's hot.
Thank you.
Tasty hot, though. Oh, and I got a brisket quesadilla. That's a barbacoa, which I looked up real quick, and it's a slow cooked, tough cuts of the meat, slow cooked. And I guess if they do it right, it's awesome. Which looks like it is.
My quesadilla is hot still, at least.
Yeah, yours was sitting there for a while, so that's cool. Sorry about that.
All right. Notice the birds aren't chirping. Shut up, get some. Let's try this. He said the birds aren't chirping.
What does that mean?
Saying that's what we're eating. There's no birds around because they kill them all so we can eat it.
Oh, well.
It's the quesadilla.
I apologize for that. Woody Woodpecker did good.
So this is a carnitas. It's nice and thick, but there's no salsa in here.
Yeah.
Normally you have salsa in a quesadilla.
Yeah, this is just meat and cheese. It's delicious. Back. Quesadilla. I don't know.
Donnie's like, why are you showing the camera and not giving none to me?
I don't know.
Not it. Oh, they did it. They made a quesadilla how quesadilla is supposed to be made. Big stack, like big stack of cheese on one side, about 2 inches thick. Pour on top of the meat. Wait until the cheese melts a little bit. Close the burrito. I mean the tortilla, and flip it over a couple times.
You see this little thing flop in here?
Oh, this is delicious.
I haven't even had my food a minute, and there's freaking Donnie hair in there already. Damn Donnie. No, did they give you salsa? No salsa.
I think they wanted me out of there pretty quick.
They didn't want.
We're like,
Did you ask what? Did you ask him for a courtesy water?
oh dang it! No, I should have. They would have given me a courtesy salad too.
I give him a 5 out of 10.
I don't know. I'd say the fact that they don't have any of the stuff on there except for meat and cheese on the quesadilla is how it's top notch because the meat is exceptional. You can't get this meat anywhere, in my opinion. So I would probably give it a 8, only because of uniqueness of the meat.
Well, then I gotta take you to the taco truck from my old house because this is
Right.
nothing compared to the taco truck. You guys know me and taco trucks.
Well, again, we had. I've been harvesting scrambled eggs and buffet my mini omelets.
That's what he calls it harvesting. I call it hoarding.
Hoarding? Why would you say hoarding? Harvesting.
Let's just put it this way: the people that make the breakfast at our hotels in the morning, they become to know Thai very well.
No, I go in there, somewhat clandestine, fill up a big plate of food, put another paper plate on top of that one, walk to the room. I'm there. I mean, sometimes I watch TV, but usually that's not for the breakfast. They don't know me that well. I mean, I'm sure, I've been outed, but.
All right, let's get going. Let's show you the detention center. I can eat and drive. Sometimes.
Oh, I did get some. I got some onions. And looks like green onions that were chopped up on the burrito toward the middle. It's like they just sprinkled it on there for garnish. So it's intense meat flavor. That's what set this apart, and uniqueness of the meat. Which, Mr. Ed, R.I.P.
Ooh, Josephine's making potato tacos today. Donnie's eyeballing Thai. Oh shit! Sorry, we gotta get over. We gotta I gotta find out what place that was that Ben got us in Phoenix last time.
These guys don't have their lights on.
He turned his lights on and then he turned them off.
Maybe they wanted to say they knew Eddie was a big deal,
And
and they wanted to catch up to him and give him a little love.
Maybe.
Hope you like they have on their fire truck door, "In God We Trust." Patriots.
Now they turn their fucking lights on again. Their dispatcher's fucking with them.
Maybe he's telling us to get out of town.
Yeah, I don't know. Food's definitely a 5 out of 10
Mm.
on my books.
Mm.
Tide's different.
I'm going nuts over the flavor. I mean, it's completely simple. It's a tortilla and meat with a little garnish of onions in the middle. But I was looking up the different choices of meat, and I picked this barbacoa, and it exceeded my expectations because it's just so tender, spicy, perfect. It's similar to how you go to Southern cooking and they use collard greens. They use all the toughest parts of vegetables, but yet they were able to create some amazing food because they weren't given the best. Well, according to the plantation owners, took all the good vegetables and they gave them the tougher vegetables for the slaves to eat. And that's essentially how you got collard greens and kale, all that stuff. And if you do it right, it's fantastic.
There you go, get some. I don't know, on this asada, the texture kind of reminds me of what I feed Donnie with his wet canned food.
Like I said, R.I.P. Mr. Ed.
Just saying.
Oh.
I'm a little more picky when it comes to my burritos.
Yeah, I'm picky too, but it tastes good. It does probably remind Eddie of open up. I don't see a lot of canned dog food, and that might be exactly how it tastes. But for that one meal, I'll say good. Put some spices on it, and Alpo it is. Yummy, yummy.
Well, they did throw some lemon in here. I can taste the
Right,
lemon.
Alpo and lemon or lime. Come on. Or Alpo and cheese. Taste the Alpo.
You heard it, guys. Next trip, all I gotta do is buy a case of Alpo and Kyle eat the whole time. I'll buy dinner again.
Once. It tastes good.
Good boy.
So I got the second one with brisket. That's tender. That's really good.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know.
What meat did you get?
Carne asada for the burrito. And carnitas for my quesadilla.
Both of these would have been way too spicy for you.
I'm glad I didn't get it. I don't like spicy shit.
Right.
Well, I don't like onions. Onions are spicy. Dude, this place was totally different than when I was driving through here last night.
That's funny. Eddie says onions are spicy to him. To me, they're just texture, like a pickle.
Oh, onions are spicy.
Yeah, the reason it took so long is when I got that burrito, I was like, holy cow, this ain't going to make it. I had to go back and order because I had no idea you did.
I didn't know they were going to be that small. I just ordered 2 because I ordered stuff for Donnie. Because I always have to give half my food to Donnie.
I thought it was trash now.
Better not use the trash. Welcome to Stampede Meat.
Again, sorry for R.I.P. Mr. Ed. You want a napkin?
Good. gas guy does drive kind of slow.
Almost security pickup van, flat black paint. The school bus. I mean, I'm sure they weren't. You see on the movies.
Oh, this is where we should have gone, I bet. Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Taco truck.
oh, that thing.
Yeah, they probably had better tacos,
Oh, no.
better food.
I think our best bet was a brick and mortar.
Go to the detention center. Pretty big too. Huh?
Is this the one that you did?
I don't know. No, she did one in somewhere else. We made it. Go around this guy out. Detention station.
You know, I was so into the burrito and quesadilla. Now I'm worried. Never mind. What meat and cheese? How it operates on the digestive system.
I don't know if this is the right way I went yesterday. Oh yeah, it is.
We're nearing Panama.
The bus went a different direction than this, but this is where we went. 403 for diesel. Shit.
On the upside, that's at Love's, you know, which, like you said, has been
More expensive.
significantly more expensive. Not like a little bit, like 30, 40, 50 cents or more. I was surprised. I always assumed they were cheaper.
Lowe's is always more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a heck of a lot. So when you go to Love's, enjoy the ambiance, you know, the CB radio displays, all that stuff. Usually they have some type of souvenirs and stuff like that, I guess.
Those cost 10 times as much as everything else too.
I know, but I'm just whatever. It's like, I don't know if you can buy Mickey ears, but yeah, you know, like you go there and they have like some beef jerky for $30 and stuff like that.
What are you talking about? That's normal price now.
Is it really? Oh,
Thanks to Joe Biden.
that sucks. Speaking of livestock crossing, import export. Soylent Green is people.
Holy shit, it's almost 2 o'clock already? No, we gotta get out of here.
Well, the detention center was there. Look it up.
No, it's on.
My bad.
We're real close to it now.
Gotcha.
Problem is, I want to get to Phoenix before too late. Oh, really? Get some. Weird, not this one. Or was it this one?
Looks like warehouses on that side. Strauss?
I don't remember the name. We turned right down one of these streets.
Oh,
But
following a bus?
I was following a bus, but it said detention center, I think.
It looked like warehousing, but I don't know. One with 2 smokestacks. I don't think that's. Oh, guys are eating that slower. Oh well. At least I won't have to go to the bathroom for a couple days. Sorry, didn't mean that. Strike that.
It looks totally different here. Oh, thank you, Get Some, in memory of Tweety Bird. I just saw that. Thank you, Get Some.
Now what happened? Oh,
$20 to buy lunch. Does it say detention center?
come on, that was Sylvester, you guys.
What does it say?
Tweety Bird would have had much better flavor.
Is
It would have been more gamey.
U.S. Border Patrol, Santa Teresa Station. See, I knew I was going the right direction. Pancho Villa State Park. I remember all this now. All right, we're going in the right direction.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Nothing. Look ahead.
What am I looking ahead at?
Flat Earth. You have see, I don't know if you can see it. Looks like a lake, the mirage effect
We can
on
see
the
it
road.
there. You can see it on the camera.
Yeah, you can. Cool. That's odd. Yeah, I guess it does capture it. Look at that. Pretty
Whoa,
cool.
that Border Patrol almost freaking hit us. Did you see that?
Uh-huh.
Fucking Border Patrol almost hit me.
Look, the Border Patrol, they went down the road about 200 yards ahead of us. They drive so quick. Isn't that amazing?
So I don't know if, I guess I'm allowed to go in the parking lot. I don't know. But I parked over here last night.
Eddie and I followed them. Remember, where's that, Arizona?
Yeah, Yuma.
We staked them out. Oh, Yuma?
That was in Yuma.
That dude takes out his camera. Freaking, we're doing journalism. Dude takes out his camera like we're doing something wrong. Like the captain or whatever. That was just weird.
So this is the detention center.
That's what the L like. They look so similar, and they have an entryway in the back.
So they took them through there. But then let me zoom out.
Upgrade them to luxury buses.
So this is the detention center.
Yeah, that's the way parking, I guess.
I know I can't fly my drone over here. Dude, look how far, it goes pretty far back there though.
Was it? Yeah, it does actually.
So hold on, let me punch in the hotel to our address. Or the hotel to our address, the address to our hotel. And I gotta see if I go straight here or turn around. These freaking hotel rooms are getting outrageous. Sure hope the government pays me back like they're supposed to. Okay, is it gonna make us go straight or turn around? It says turn around. Alright, we have to turn around. So here we go, we'll turn around so you guys can see this. And then we're gonna let you go because there's nothing to see but road. Unless you guys want to watch us drive on the freaking freeway doing nothing. Check it out. Going in the right direction now. So this is the detention center. This is where they were bringing everybody last night. All the buses. There you go. Well, today, let's see how many people we got in here. We got one person on Facebook and 16 on YouTube. You guys tell me, you want me to keep the camera going or turn it off? I'll let y'all decide. But all we're going to do is looking at highways. That's it. Uh-oh. You know what? I don't think... I don't think you're going to like this one.
What's that?
This hotel.
Why not?
I think it's one of the fancier ones where they don't have the free breakfast.
That's why I harvest. I'm prepared. It's like leaving grain on the corn on the stalk. Get me through the tough times of a high-end hotel
Like
that has a bar and a restaurant.
keep your face in the wind unless you're peeing.
Clamp it. They clamp it.
Actually, we're gonna go to Love's and fill
They
up right
clamp
now.
it. Counting.
The prices were what, $4.79 in Phoenix. We're gonna diesel up here.
It's,
Yeah, we're not gonna get to our hotel till freaking 8 o'clock at night. Hey Siri, text Brandon with that's the point.
What do you want to say to Brandon? That's the point.
Hey, I'm gonna get to Phoenix around 8:39. Did you want to maybe go get some dinner, or do you want to hang out tomorrow? Why didn't it send it? Hey Siri, text Brandon from that's the point.
this could be a speed trap, so heads up. I don't know what the hell this is about.
Who knows? It is what it is. Donna Ana County International something. Oh, it's only $3.98 if you pay cash. All right, I got a 30-gallon tank. I got 5/8 of a tank.
13 gallons times 4. 40, 52.
Here's-
I'd say less than 60. Hey, I bought 3 home repair contracts this week. Awesome. What do they call the?
your vehicle warranty, sir.
After those old guys, all they do is they call us with health plans. Actually, yeah, just to let you know what's up ahead.
That sets off every gallon if you buy something.
Godfather's Pizza. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Oh, the Madeira.
Oh. Every gallon. I bet just like for a car wash, something crazy.
Here's 60 should fill it up. The rest of the way.
Fill it up.
That's how low we are. We're not very low. It's 60 bucks. It's gonna cost me 60 bucks to put a little over a quarter of a tank. I'm supposed to be in some chat with these girls. Sorry, I texted him. Let's see where I was supposed to be in. Was it Twitter Spaces? It was at 3 o'clock. Let's see. 3 o'clock Central Time, so that's like right now. Oh, it starts in 8 minutes. Okay. Well, I guess you guys can listen to that with us. Let me make sure the right phone is connected, though. Huh? Oh, okay.
Look how cool these are.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. That's gonna be your guys' footage for the next 3 hours. Uh-oh, Ty's making friends. Wow.
Oh man, this is great. Would you like to try it?
Checking into my hotel room. I don't even think 60 bucks is gonna fill that quarter. Oh wait, no, it did stop it. Okay. It stopped it. I was wrong.
I'll be back.
Hold on, okay, I gotta do something real quick, guys. Go. Now I got the right phone connected to the GPS. Get the hell out of here.
PB. And Jen Loadrina said 5 now yep. Reply to the group?
No.
Okay.
You guys ready for a little road trip? Dude, this guy's towing a 2500 Ford F-250 with a big ass trailer with a 1500 Silverado. Watch this. That's a 1500 Silverado. But he's towing. He's got a gooseneck trailer with a Power Stroke on the back. That 1500 should not be able to tow. Well, I mean, it is obviously, but probably not the smartest thing to tow with, right? Get some. What do you think? You tow vehicles? Guess I'll be nice and pull up here so you can not walk too far. How much you want to bet he comes out with some ice or some water? I'll bet you money he either has ice or water. He's gonna have something in his hand. Gonna bet you. I put some money on it that he's gonna walk out here with something. Or both. Well, I was wrong. I was wrong. Man, I just lost a bet.
Why, I thought I had water?
Yeah, or ice.
I was coming about here asking if you wanted Sprite.
I thought you were gonna come out with some water or ice.
I should have.
Alright, let's get on the road.
What I win for being unpredictable?
Nothing. You want a trip to...
Oh, cool, look at that. Mr. Riding on the Railroad, Union Pacific repair guy.
You want a trip to oh shit. So much for that idea.
Oh, she's cleared. Oh, her business is a pilot car. It's driving in front of oversized loads. It's kind of fun.
I got you. Right turn only, huh?
Don't. And go.
Oh, whoops, I was supposed to be on the other right.
Oh, you did a right turn, left turn, mitigated right turn.
Uh-oh, did garage show up? We're in trouble now. Alright, we're gonna listen to this Twitter space and stuff, I guess. I forget what it's about. January 6th something. I don't hear anything. Doing something wrong? Maybe it's not start yet.
That truck's got front and rear railroad, whatever, wheels.
Oh, the host is having connection issues. Give it a second. They may reconnect soon. Alright.
New Mexico does have the most colorful license plates, I gotta say.
The chili pepper on it?
Yeah, they have the blue, red, yellow, and this is more color than other states. Specifically those three colors, I guess. Land of Enchantment.
I don't know how to take ICUWDDIE, Weddy. Twitter space with somebody.
Person. Reply to the group?
No.
Okay.
Because if you reply, then they're going to reply. And then I'm going to have to reply back. And then they're going to reply back. And then...
A conversation. Oh my gosh. How scary.
She's a talker.
Yes.
The motivated one. I'm not hearing it. Oh, I see. They're gone. It is. Can't have the crap showing. But everybody left.
The General, and Helena.
There we go.
If you're just replaying this, do us a favor. Just space out for us. We would appreciate that a great deal. Put these invites out, get things kicked off and started. Y'all will, as you come in, retweet the space out. Request to speak, Elena, and I'll bring you up here. We'll see if that works out. Let's see if this can work.
Oh, yeah. Click on it again. Start listening. There we go.
Just try to send out some invites to get people in here.
Alright, we're good now. I guess we can hear whatever they're going to say.
Did you see that invite I just sent you? There you go. You can open your mic. I know this is the first time you've been on Spaces, honey. So you can open up your mic.
Oh, please don't tell me.
Perfect, I see it. Thank you.
Oh, they are going to let her talk. We're in trouble.
Eddie up here
I don't want to talk.
to General to come on. Now I have to go back on Telegram and just reset all of these invites, which is such a pain in the ass.
I'm not talking. I don't know what we're talking about.
A mic to be able to speak. So if you just give us a second to set things up. Adriana, can you get Jen in here, please, while I'm doing this?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you.
Well, one grow's really quiet. So hold on a second. Let's see what the medium level is going to be.
This is such a pain in the ass with you guys. Every single fucking day. I swear to God. It never fails. Seriously got it out for the General.
Who's the general?
Oh, that's not.
He should be joining us. He may be resetting his phone.
I just called Jen. She's not answering, so I sent her a text.
Okay, thank you.
J6, if it's the same one.
Thanks.
Is this
Do
up for
you,
J6?
well, let's wait a
Space.
minute so we can get some people in the room. Can you guys retweet this space out,
Cover a lot of
please?
good topics.
Let's get some people in here before we start this conversation. Jen's going to be joining us, and we're going to be talking about what happened in the courtroom. Hey, Chauncey, we're just getting set up. I'm waiting for General to join us. It's got knocked off.
Use the left 2 lanes to turn left.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, but I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. They do this all the time to us, Adriana. I know that this is your first time getting on Twitter Spaces. We get knocked off all the time. Sometimes people can't hear us speak. So we have to drop out and come back up. It's really annoying, but...
It sounds like the usual.
Right.
Yeah, see, that one lady's super quiet. She's gonna be freaking loud.
Let's see. We usually start out with a prayer, so I'm going to wait for General to come in here to do our opening prayer that he does. I don't know what's taking him so long. So let me resend him this invite link. That's not how you spell live. Jesus.
See, now you guys get to
Alright,
see the
so,
stuff that I've figured out already
guys,
by doing enough live streams. But it's not fun trying to do your first live stream.
About what happened in the courtroom for the Proud Boys
Oh, they're gonna try and make me talk. I'm not gonna talk.
when Jen was there testifying. I'm not sure if anybody had an opportunity
Jen
to
didn't
watch
testify.
the Diamond and Silk show last night. Jen and Adriana and Eddie Block, who has joined us, is here, and they're going to talk about... I'm not sure why I am getting all of these people. Anyway, I've tried to monitor the room as best as I can, Adriana, just to let you know. I'm not like even down for like all these freaking BLM Antifa fucks that come in here. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now, just clearing the room. Anyway, hopefully General will be on in just a moment. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot to talk about.
Can you guys hear?
And the space
on
is
the screen?
recorded, Adriana, just so you know. The other thing that I want you guys to be very well aware of, I'm sure that there's somebody who, out of the prosecutor's office in D.C., who listens into our spaces every single day. We've pretty much verified that. They used one of our spaces to try to violate Captain Gabriel Garcia. So if there's any Jan Sixer in here who is going through trial, I suggest that you don't give out any details. They will use these conversations against you. I just have to let everybody know every day. It is very important that you do everything that you can to protect yourself. There's already too much stuff going on as it
All right,
is.
Frank,
We don't want to add anything else, to your situation.
Frank Rizzo.
So just please be very mindful.
There's that
of
Cheddar's
that.
place again. We
I
should have
know
tried that.
Adriana doesn't
Scratch
care,
chicken.
neither does Eddie. Eddie testified on behalf of the Proud Boys. Adriana's testimony was derailed. We're going to get into that as soon as we get some people in here talking. Adriana, I did invite Jeff to come as well to join us today because he was there with you guys kind of when this
Oh,
all
that
went
Jeff.
down.
I know
So
which Jeff she's
I'm not
talking
sure if you had an opportunity to get an invite to Bobby, but if he's able to join us, that would be great too.
So if you guys don't know what this is,
I
we're
don't know.
listening to Twitter Spaces.
Okay, I'll send him a link now.
Oh.
Jeff Hansen, you mean too?
I already sent Jeff an invite. He's at the doctor's office.
Okay.
So
We almost got
I
hit
just
by
want to get
Swift.
General up here. He just joined us and see. Okay, now I'm going to invite you to co-host, General. Normally, he would be hosting this space every day.
But we're on Twitter
And I'm not
Spaces.
sure if you
It's
had
like
an
a
opportunity
voice
to
chat
meet the
for
General,
Twitter.
but I'm usually his co-pilot, and he is the pilot. So, General, if you want to go ahead and do your opening and the prayer while we're still getting people
Yeah, that's
in
kind
here
of
to
close.
join the space. Adriana has joined us. We're going to get Jen in here and a couple of other people so we can talk today about what happened during their time in D.C. with the Proud Boys. Adriana was on last night, the Diamond and Silk show, so you probably saw her, you probably know who she is, but I just wanted to introduce you guys.
Oh, I
We
saw
also
her
have
already.
Eddie Block in here. He also was on the show last night. So I'm just going to go ahead and hand it over to you, General, and you can do your opening and the prayer. If you can speak.
Yeah, here we go again.
I know it.
So pretty much all week through the weekend, now into this week, they just absolutely do not want to allow me to have free speech or have a space. They just do not want to allow me to do that. It's unbelievable, man. You know, I mean, I don't blame anybody for getting the blue check mark, but really what you're doing is saying that that it's okay for them to do what they've done to me. You know, if they're going to censor anybody, you know, putting out the truth, then I don't think we need to, you know, assist them in any kind of way monetarily. I think that Elon has had plenty of time to figure this stuff out. He's been tagged for many months about, you know, the censorship that his employees are doing. And, you know, at this point in time, I can't advocate for anybody having a blue check mark. You know, it doesn't do anything, doesn't accomplish anything, and they sure as hell don't deserve the money if they're going to continue doing this kind of crap. So, and it's not just me, it's other people. It's many other people. They claim, oh, it's a glitch or that's some kind of problem with the software. It's not. It's because somebody's doing this kind of stuff, and, you know, they can fix it. Elon can fix it. He chooses to basically ignore it now, and it's you know, Twitter's going back to the way it was. It's open censorship and violations of the First Amendment, you know, rights of people that have that in their constitution. And I'm sure they justify it by saying, oh, it's a private company and all that, like they used to. But the reality is that what they're doing is absolutely wrong. It's un-American, and Elon Musk is allowing it to happen. So, you know, it's a disgusting display of you know, what little petty authority they have to shut us down, to shut me down from speaking. It's not the first time. It's very Fed-like. This is something that's gone on.
Am I frozen,
you know,
guys?
many other social media platforms.
Or is it just Billy?
Censoring, the suspension, the silencing of people with alternative views or you know different views than them or political standing as them. So we're pretty much right back. You know, to where Twitter was. So, you know, when you're paying that $11 a month, just, you know, understand that you're approving. It's kind of like the COVID vaccine when everybody was fighting that, losing their jobs.
If you do it on the web,
you know, at that point in time, it was everybody's duty to not take it. You know, damn be the consequences and stuff like that.
As opposed to what?
You know, I just don't think that America's ready to unite that way.
Elon can't be in control of every single thing and watch over every single thing. And he can't read every Joe, Tom, and Harry's freaking tweets, you know?
You know, they're probably going to go out and buy more of that shit and support their agendas. You know, so
he's trying to fix the problem.
The power's in the purse, y'all.
But they're saying he's not responding to him.
You know,
do you know how many people probably tweet him every day?
Millions.
There's no way he can keep up with it. I'm not trying to say anything bad about the person speaking, but I'm just trying to say Elon cannot answer everybody's message.
But at this point in time, it's simply a way of approving of what they've done. You know, with Twitter, and there's many conservative minds out there that are hindered and stopped from communicating.
Obviously, they still have their bases there.
You know, we're right back. Maybe they're not suspending people, but they are messing with their spaces.
For sure.
You know, they're striking their comments. That they're, you know, even if they're not violent or anything like that. It's kind of like what happened with the doctors talked about ivermectin.
Thank you, Jeannie.
On Twitter before. If you talked about it, you were kicked off of Twitter. You couldn't speak. So anything that they don't like, they're still finding a way to attack the people, keep the people's First Amendment right. So I'm going to go into this J6 battle cry prayer. It's pretty important that we do this every day. It's Psalms 109. Something I do every single day, as y'all know it. Okay, Psalms 109. J6 battle cry prayer. My God, whom I praise, do not remain silent, for people who are wicked and deceitful have opened their mouths against me. They have spoken against me with lying tongues. With words of hatred they surround me. They attack me without cause. In return for my friendship they accuse me, but I am a man of prayer. They repay me even for good and hatred for my friendship. Appoint someone evil to oppose my enemy. Let an accuser stand at his right hand. When he is tried, let him be found guilty, and may his prayers condemn him. May his days be few. May another take his place of leadership. May his children be fatherless and his wife a widow. May his children be wandering beggars. May they be driven from their ruined homes. May a creditor seize all he has. May strangers plunder the fruits of his labor. May no one extend a kindness to him or take pity on his fatherless children. May his descendants be cut off, their names blotted out from the next generation. May the iniquity of his fathers be remembered before the Lord. May the sin of his mother never be blotted out. May their sins always remain before the Lord, that he may blot out their name from the earth. For he never thought of doing a kindness, but hounded to death the poor and the needy and the brokenhearted. He loved to pronounce a curse, may it come back on him. He found no pleasure in blessing, may it be far from him. He wore cursing as his garment. It entered into his body like water and into his bones like oil. May it be like a cloak wrapped around him, like a belt tied forever around him. May this be the Lord's payment to my accusers, to those who speak evil upon me. But you, sovereign Lord, help me for your name's sake. Out of the goodness of your love, deliver me, deliver us. That is the J6 battle cry. That is me calling out for the Lord to make these people pay. Make these people pay for what they've done. You know, make them, shut them up, make them stumble, make them be found out, and let their lies be told. Let them be destroyed. You know, that's really what it comes down to. The Lord has the capability of doing all things. Anything he wants to, and I have faith that he will hold these people accountable in every single, big way or small way.
That's not what religion's about.
I truly believe it's all being marked down. To stop someone from speaking.
He's saying, to strike these people down, let them pay. That's
things in my book.
Yeah, my religion is not vengeance.
For so long, they've gotten away with it for so long.
I don't know this person, so I shouldn't be saying anything.
They just continue to get away with everything, y'all. And I'm really sick of watching our side just sit back and take the punches while these assholes continue to just do whatever they want to without accountability. So, it's getting old. It's getting old and frustrating, and it's only a matter of time before the people have had enough. So, if it's not happening to you, you just feel like I'm bitching right now, just wait, because it's coming. It's coming for every single one of you. One of us gets censored, they move on, and they'll do it again and again and again and again until they can completely silence everybody. It's a game they like to play, and they play it well. And we all sit back and we just take the hits and punches.
He definitely has the right to be angry.
Makes me sick. So
I'm just trying, because they're trying to associate me with them right now, and so I'm just trying to.
Down here in South Texas, I'm very happy about that. So the grass will grow. Get stuff done around the ranch.
That's what, like, she keeps texting me, Eddie, you need to talk right now. And I want to see what this is about first before I start.
Hope everybody's having a great day.
Putting my 2 cents in.
Kick off the space now.
No, this guy generally heads up. Yes, he heads up this discussion.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know, Eric, I posted the interview that we did last night with Adriana. I know she's here today with us, and myself and Bobby Pickles and Eddie Block. I think that it was a really great interview with Silk, and we were able to really dive into what happened or what occurred as being witnesses in the Proud Boy case and what the government did, and basically everything that happened. So just want to let you know that that's there in the comments. Jen,
all right, cool.
Do you want to go ahead and start, or Adriana can start, and let's start from the beginning, because the space is recorded and we can share this out afterwards, and people can go back and listen into it. And since Adriana is here with you and she was there when everything unfolded, start from the beginning and tell everybody what happened when you were there to testify on behalf of Enrique. Well, Adriana, why don't you go first, sweetie, because it's, these things happened to you and Bobby Pickles first prior to my even arriving in D.C. So maybe Adriana can go first.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So I just want to introduce myself to everybody here first. My name is Adriana DiCiaccio. I'm a political event coordinator, a Roger Stone associate, and I've been pretty much a loud activist for the last 8 years during all of this. And what General was saying earlier about the censorship and everything, that is what I was fighting against. I went against Twitter after-hour trading in 2019, and that's why they don't like me. That's why I'm actually even using an account that's not even mine. I don't have any social media besides Telegram because I can't get on anywhere. But let's get into it. I was a witness for the Proud Boy sham trial. I know the boys very well. As I just told you guys, I'm a political event coordinator. The Proud Boys, I've had 120 of them upholding at my events as security alongside the MPDs or wherever we went, San Francisco, Miami, Texas. They all showed up because they were there to protect against Antifa. We would get myriad acid bombs thrown at us, cement blocks. They were calling bomb threats to the venues. I would have VIP parties after. It's been a long haul. So I was with the boys on January 6th, and I stayed at the Airbnb with them as because I'm close with them. So I was able to see a lot of the stuff that went down. So lo and behold, the federal prosecutors and the head FBI agent came to my house in 2021 after January 6th. Took my phone, didn't give any explanation. I told them not to come to my house, but they went anyway, knocked in. They didn't take any of my guns or anything, but all they wanted was, to get information on the boys. And then, all right, a couple months later, I get a text message from one of the FBI agents, and they're like, we really want to talk to you. I'm like, no, I don't want to talk to you. Please, can we please talk to you? No, I do not want to talk to you. Well, what if you pick the time and the place? We're not going to do anything. We just want to ask you some questions. And I was like, you know what? Let's play this freaking game right now. Let's play the game. Come to my house. I picked the time. It was November 4th. It was 10:30 in the morning. They all showed up in my house, and they had the three prosecutors on this case besides Henderson came to my house. So besides Mulroth, McCullough, Henderson, and Moore came to my house with the head FBI agent. And now they're sitting there and they're talking to me, and I'm looking at them. I'm like, you guys are going to sit here and try to get me to turn on my friends. You're here to try to get me to turn on my friends because you have nothing. So I was going off about that, and once I, wouldn't give them anything they wanted, Nadia Moore looked at me and she said, do you know what a grand jury is? I said, of course I know what a grand jury is. What's your point? She goes, well, we're going to be prosecuting you with obstruction of justice and trespassing. I said, oh, because of the people that I know and because I'm not giving you your narrative truth, I'm giving you the full truth, that they didn't plan anything. Yeah, so lo and behold, that happened. They brought all the prosecutors to my house to go against the boys, which they then filed 302 paperwork, which was wrong. They said I was a John Doe. They never mentioned the second time they came to my house. They only mentioned the time that they came and they took my phone, etc. So I go to D.C. and to testify for Ethan Nordine. And before I go to testify, I was told, okay, well, you can't talk about voter fraud, can't talk about this, can't talk about that. I'm like, why can't we talk about voter fraud? Why can't we bring up the reason why every American patriot was there that day? Because everybody stood up because we believed that our votes were not used in the right stance, of course, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I got impeached, and they wouldn't want anybody on the stand that could exonerate the boys. And this is coming from the defense side, too. So we're in a big battle up against the government, but we're also in a big battle up against some of the people that are on the defense team. I'm not going to name names. It's not what I'm here to do. But it happened to me, it happened to Bobby Pickles, and it happened to Jen. And what they did to Jen was absolutely ridiculous. They threw a bow. All right, so these prosecutors, they knew the witness list since January 9th. All of our names were on that list. But, they're just playing their game. They're using the Sixth Amendment against us. They're allowed to have their loopholes. It just works for them because the judge is allowing it to happen. Anyway, Jen is about to go on the stand. There's 12 hours before going on the stand. And the process of being a witness in this case is exhausting. You go and you wait in a witness room all day. You don't know when you're going to get called on. You ready, you guys? You ready to be on the stand? You ready to be on the stand? Be prepared? Yeah, we're prepared mentally, emotionally, and physically to get on the stand. We're putting our lives on the line, our families on the line. With due respect, yes, we're out of prison, but going against this system, of course we're going to stand up for our friends who are wrongfully accused. We have the right to stand up. We have the opportunity to use our voices, and they don't. But yes, we are putting our lives and our family on the line due to the threats that we receive. Death threats at that. So what they did with Jen, to my understanding, was just absolutely ridiculous. They threw the ball. All right, like I said, they knew that the witnesses list was in by January 9th. So they had a plan with what they were going to do. So 12 hours before she was supposed to get on the stand, the prosecution decides to tell the defense that the witness that you're about to put on the stand is a CHS. Now, we're all like, now Jen is with us at this point. We're looking at everything that's going on. And Jen's like, H, they're talking about me. I'm like, oh not, and they are. Other people were like, no, they're not, no, they're not. But anyway, they decided to throw this bone, and the defense team went and ran with it, and so did the right-wing media, which is the big problem that we're having here. Because it's such a kangaroo court, and they're allowed to manipulate the amendments, they're allowed to manipulate the Constitution inside that court, and they're also allowed to manipulate the people that are standing up, so they can't be put on record to exonerate the boys.
How did they manipulate me?
With that being said, they literally destroyed Jen's stature. They destroyed what she could have done. And when I'm saying they destroyed it, they destroyed it. They lied under 302 paperwork, like they lied under 302 paperwork with me. But they lied saying that she was an actual CHS informant on a payroll, which she was not. And so, if you guys remember, after Jen was supposed to go on the stand, they had a CHS on the stand after her, right? So why was that CHS able to go on the stand? Because it was for their motive. Jen's motive was to completely exonerate the boys, giving Antifa information, giving proof that Antifa was on the lines, going in and breaking things down. So it's, Jen, if you want to take over, because I'm getting a little aggravated talking about this at the moment.
No, I'll take over, because we missed a couple of things.
Yes.
Yeah, so 12 hours before I was supposed to take the stand, they threw in that I was a CHS. And at that time, I didn't really understand what the hell that was. But then after I spoke with Julie Kelly on the phone, explained my situation, she made me aware, like, hey, CHSs have to be on payroll. Like, there's a whole process to this. And I told her, well, I've never been on the payroll. They've never paid. They gave me a little bit of money back in 2021 for a security camera. But that was it. I never took money from them before then or after then. So, it's really suspicious to me that they would throw that into the defense 12 hours before I'm supposed to take the stand, causing a complete disarray in the defense team of paranoia and questioning me. It threw them off, and reasonably so. That was probably their intention. And so once the attorneys, questioned me, I even went under oath with them, because attorneys, they reported me under oath. And anything I say can be used against me in a court of law, and I could have been tried if I lied. And I did not. I was very honest and truthful with them under oath, and explained to them, my relationship or reporting to the FBI and Antifa. And that's what we've been doing for several years. So that happened, and they were like, okay, we're going to take the stand. Let's get ready. I went with Adriana to Starbucks. We spoke with Pattis. Suzanne was there while I was speaking with the attorneys. And, okay, well, we're going to testify. So they may ask you this, or this may happen. They're kind of like telling you what you can and can't say, which really sucks for the boys. It really does. And, even the prosecution was trying to gag me on so much stuff. Like, I was not allowed to discuss what I had reported to the FBI. The judge allowed the government to gag me on that. I was gagged on so much already. And then, but they didn't care. They said, you're still going to take the stand. And then once again, I'm ready Sunday night to take that stand on Monday. And I got the call from Enrique's attorney, and he's like, Jen, do you know the Oath Keepers? And I said, no, why? What the hell's going on now? And he's like, well, the government just dropped footage of you in the Trump VIP where there's like an army of Oath Keepers behind you. He actually used that word, an army of Oath Keepers. And I said, so? And he goes, well, throughout this whole case, what the government has been trying to do is tie the Oath Keepers to the Proud Boys, and they haven't been able to use that. And since you have a friendship with Stuart Rhodes, and I pointed out, yeah, but that was after January 6th, not before. He said it doesn't matter. He was like, we're just not going to be able to we cannot take that chance and allow the government to lead the Proud Boys to the Oath Keepers. So unfortunately, and it really sucks for us, we're not going to be able to use you. And I said, honestly, you guys, to this day, I feel like they should have taken that chance. There is no way to tie me to allow, but it is a kangaroo court, But in all honesty, there's no way to tie me to the Oath Keepers, tying them to the Proud Boys, because I've never worked with the Oath Keepers. Have they showed up to some of our rallies? Yeah, but that was by their own, volunteer, whatever they want to do. I've never, reached out and called them and said, hey, come to a rally. Like, they just showed up. I don't really know any Oath Keepers that I'm aware that are even Oath Keepers. Maybe I do, maybe I don't, but I don't know that they're Oath Keepers. So it really, really sucked that a lot of us were not able to take the stand. And Adriana's right. In this process, in this instant, I've been completely destroyed. My political career is destroyed. It's like what Eric was saying a couple of days ago. It really resonated with me when he said, even 10 years from now, you're gonna have to be explaining yourself, because they're gonna go look you up on the internet, and these things are gonna come up, and then they're gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna, if I say I wanted to run for office, this comes up. It completely destroyed me. I'm never gonna be able to run for office, and I kind of wanted to, like later on in my older age, and I'm probably not gonna be able to, because it's like Eric says, all this stuff comes up. Like, they did such a good job in sowing doubt in the defense about me, and in the process, the right wing just went off, the deep end, and it unfortunately destroyed me. It destroyed my political career. I mean, there's people over at that are running around calling me a Fed, and there's these supposed patriots that are running around, harassing my friends just because they know me, or they've been or worked with me in the past, or have been associated with me. They're like, you're a Fed, you're a Fed, you're a Fed.
Let me cut in here, okay? I mean, it's all right. So, the thing that I've really recognized and realized, this is something that I've learned through all of my tricks, through all this stuff, through the 3%, the different patriot groups, and all the other stuff that I've done, truckers convoys, go maskless, all these different things that I've kind of moved through and learned about. Unfortunately, we don't have a very, very powerful side. We have a side that almost really still thinks that they're in high school. Okay, it's really kind of a I don't know what it is. I don't know what the problem is. But if it's not fixed and it's not understood or even identified, we're gonna have no chance in hell. And that's really why these leftists and these Democrats are just so confident that they can defeat basically good conservative Christian people, because it's almost like we don't really have a side. It's really, when it comes down to it, I mean, it's whatever it is, it doesn't resemble anything like what the left has been able to come up with and pull together. I have no idea how these evil sons of bitches don't eat each other alive the way the conservative right does. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've gotten away from the politics. I mean, the Republican crap, for quite some time now. But I think it's some kind of systemic political bullshit. I really think it is. I think it's all tied to, being a politically minded individual. Politics play a big part in it, rather than, doing the right thing or concentrating on doing the right thing. There's a real cliquey, high school, immature kind of mentality when it comes down to our side, and we seem to be able to pick each other apart really well. And it's the reason why there's not very good leaders on our side, because good leaders, they don't put up with that shit. They move on. And let me explain something to everybody. I have moved on from a lot of things. I have left and never looked back on a lot of things because it just was not worth my time anymore. The people involved with it made it to where it wasn't worth it, and I moved on. I mean, there's 3% stuff. I mean, I can tell you at least 25 or 30 cases where I just moved on. I saw it, didn't like it, looked stupid, looked real immature, looked high schoolish, looked cliquish, and I wasn't interested. And it's really, it's like, I'll give you a couple examples. As soon as some of the 3% groups kind of came together and had just a little bit of respect enough to communicate with each other, you'd always have one group start trying to steal somebody from the other group, or try to talk trash about somebody other group and try to bring people into to their fold instead of theirs and so forth. And I'll tell you what that gets you. It gets you fucked exactly where we're at right now, because that is literally the definition and the character and the personality that we have on our side. I'm talking about media. I'm talking about political people, political so-called leaders, representatives. I'm talking about advocates. I'm talking about all kinds of stuff. And I'm not saying any advocates that we have to do with in the J6 stuff, but I'm talking about in the overall general like mentality of the patriot movement. Okay, I mean, I'll be honest with you, the left absolutely thinks we're a fucking joke. Okay, and we prove that we're a joke all the time because of this very shit right here. Just the same stuff that's going on with Jen, and all the other crap that's going on. We've heard it all, y'all. We've seen a whole lot of stuff in the short period of time that we've been doing just this on the space. Okay. And the reality is that it ruins everything for everybody. It destroys everything. It destroys morale. It destroys unity. It destroys everything that we're supposed to, to try to do, for the mission. And, this is a very telling thing. I'm explaining this to you because I'm my own individual man. I don't need validation from anybody. I don't need approval from anybody to do what I do. I literally don't. I enjoy support. I love support. I enjoy good people that are loyal and that, know what the mission is and agree with the mission and try to help in any kind of way they possibly can, But I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, it's, through all the stuff that I've gone through, I have maybe a handful of people that I really trust, that I like, that I would even have over at my house to have dinner. From all the stuff from the 3% stuff and all the other, patriot, movement crap before the J6, really digging into the J6, situation, and I hope and I pray it doesn't end up that way with this J6 stuff. There's really big issues that need to be addressed, and it seems like that everybody's really unfocused. And it seems like everybody kind of needs to unfuck themselves a little bit. It's like everybody's got they got some kind of like squirrel mentality, man. Real attention deficit disorder shit, man. It's like, pay attention to what's going on. We need to be paying attention to the reality of the situation. What Jen is saying is that these people have done irreparable damage, not just from the Fed side, but also our side. Okay, and I'm talking about within the J6 community with Jen. I mean, there's people out there, and I've seen it here and there, that are still trying to use this against her, even after the truth has come out. I mean, and I'm not even talking about media. The media is sure as hell not going to admit that their credibility is shot. They're not going to do that. They're going to try to make it fade away. Just like the Democrats do, that make their lies up. Every time a mass shooter happens, and they always some extreme right wing, and plant that seed, man. They're perfectly fine, even if they're wrong. What they said, they're not going to do that because they already planted the seed. They did what they wanted to do. So I don't. Those same kind of tactics are being played by our side amongst our people, and that are supposed to be our people. It's supposed to be our side. And it's self-destructive, man. It's why we're at where we're at. It's why the Democrats win. They're violent. They get away with it. They got the legal system all set up where they can do it. They got the politics. Pretty much figured out. They figured out how to cheat and control and manipulate all they need to. Basically they have their hierarchy. I guess maybe what it is that they have like their dictators that people just don't fuck with, and everybody just kind of flocks underneath and like little demonic creatures. And
there you go. You hit the nail right on the head, General. That's what it is. It's the demonics. Okay. The reason why everybody on our side, like I said, as an event coordinator, I've seen the morals behind closed doors with a lot of the people on the right. They do act like they're in high school. It is a clout-chasing regime, if you ask me, okay? People are not fighting for the right reasons. But now we need to look at the big picture. We are up against a beast that has unity. Even if these people on the left do not get along in open daylight, at nighttime, when they're all doing their chants and they're all praying for death, chaos, and destruction, they're all waiting for the same thing. And they're going to receive those miracles that they ask, and they already have been receiving those miracles. So that's the big fight that we're up against. That's the tentacles that we need to cut loose, and that's why we need to band together and fight under the name of Jesus Christ against this, because that is the utmost battle. We're not in a natural battle anymore. We're in a full spiritual battle, and that's where people need to draw the line. They need to use discernment. They need to be respectful. But it's just sad that a lot of people are not that way anymore. You hit the nail right on the head. This is a spiritual battle. This is not a natural battle. We are up against a full beast.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and they have communistic behavior where if you mess with the dictator, you're going to be screwed. So nobody does that. They just go along with what their orders are. You know, and in ours we have freedom to think whatever we want to, and everybody's thinking all kinds of shit, and everybody's got a million different agendas, and everybody's got thinks that what they're doing is more important than the fucking next person. And it's like, I'm not talking about necessarily J6 stuff. I'm talking about the patriot, conservative, right-wing mentality in general, the whole thing.
Right, and I want to point out,
Absolutely.
one of the 10 commandments, God despises the wicked tongue, and the lies. And there's an organization that I was helping them with their bylaws. They were giving me lists of people to call because I guess they were too busy to do it themselves, and they wanted me to call to recruit all these people for them. And so I want to ask them over at Lexit, yeah, guys, just the feds pay me to do all that work for you guys to help you out. And I've reached out to their founder, Justin, and I've sent him, the link to the interviews, and I said, even if you want to speak to Norm Pattis, the attorney, I'll give you that phone number, and you can do that. But what they're doing to some of these people is slanders. They're running around, attacking former members of Lexit that left Lexit that didn't want to be there anymore, and saying, oh, you were associated with them, no, you're a Fed. It is high school, it's ridiculous, and it's slanderous. It's slanderous to suggest that of these, right-wing people that have been working hard in the grassroots to just, attack them the way they did to Helena. I don't tell Helena what to do, where to go. She doesn't really discuss things with me like that. We discuss John Center's stuff on how to help fundraise. We're working on trying to get a big, show going with Kid Rock through a connection that I have, and I was trying really hard to get this big fundraiser going for them. And Eric, you're right. Like, it really sucks because I know that I'm finished in politics. Even if I try, it won't even matter. As hard as I try, what's happened to me is it's finished me. It's destroyed me. And there really is no way I'm ever.
Yeah, they branded you.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, it's like this. It's like literally the story of the Scarlet Letter. I mean, but you didn't do anything.
Yeah, and I'm gonna keep asking my same question now. Where do we go from here? Where do you report domestic terrorism now? Because according to the right, you cannot talk to the FBI at all. So where do you go from here? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. I feel like I just need to put my MAGA cap up. Retire.
I mean, what happens if you do report it to them? Nothing. I mean, it's like it's not only dangerous, and it can get you in a bad situation, in a bad place to speak to them, or get them to turn you on to your own people, or use something against you to turn you. It's all the manipulation that they have. It's like they're not gonna take it seriously in the first place unless it has something to do with their agenda. We know what their agenda is. Their agenda is to attack, parents at school board meetings, to attack, veterans that still want to continue to be the last line of defense for the country in case anything ever happens. That may not seem like it's important, but all it takes is a few nuclear warheads, and it causes disarray and shortage problems. And then who do you got? You think of the police officers that we have in each city are going to be able to handle the crime or to the situation at hand with, do you think they're really going to have enough soldiers to put all around the country if shit really happens? Who do you think is going to be out there, regulating the stuff and making sure everybody's safe? It's those very people that have already fought for the country that have, stood up and said, hey, I still want to be the last line of defense. But those people are targeted. Anybody that ever thinks that that ever thinks for 1 second that they want to defend this country outside of the military in any kind of capacity is instantly on their radar, investigated, and if they slip up and do anything wrong, it doesn't matter how big or how small, they're on your ass. They have literally targeted people that are good, decent people, man, that are out there wanting to do the right thing and stand up for our culture. So it's like what do we do? How do we do? What do we do? We put our name out there to them. We hand it to them. We tell them what we're doing. For all I know, they just gave all that information to Antifa, and slid it to them under the rug. Everything that you told them, Jen. It's like, yeah, we can't trust them. What do we do? The only thing we can do is protect each other. Basically.
What about the people where you've got these sheriffs that are super super difficult in some of these big cities. You can't go to the sheriff either. You know, it's like
Nope.
where there's no place to go. I mean, I just feel like I'm gonna retire and just protect my family. I don't know what the government is planning on doing next. Striking us from within through a nuclear weapon and blaming it on Russia. I have no clue.
Right.
I mean, I just feel like right now, Carrie family, it's like, I don't know, that's how I feel. I feel
What's
like,
crazy is I don't hear Jen talking if she's talking. Can I go out and come back in?
Yeah, leave off us. Yeah, and come back.
Yeah, and drop out, come right back on. Close out all your apps. Drop out. It may even help if you reboot your phone, and then I'll bring you straight back up.
yeah, I just feel like I don't know what to do anymore. It's like, I fought freaking hard for years, and I helped a lot of organizations, and I know that I've been doing the right thing, and I just feel like this attack on me. And these people know me. They have my phone number. Like, you could just call me and ask me yourself, or listen to an interview, or I've been working so hard to try to get this truth out, but it's like going up against Goliath here. Like, the media makes it sound like it's so big, so wide that it's an impossible. It's just impossible.
Yeah, they definitely branded you, and wrongfully so. And I have nothing but compassion for you now. After I've gotten further into the details and really what happened, it's like it's a really unfair thing what happened. Now, I'm glad you're getting out there and you're setting the record straight. And I think a lot came out on the Diamond and Silk show, and a lot of people saw that. So I'm sure there's a lot of people that are empathetic and understand, where you're coming from, what happened, and know the truth now. So, from within, if we divide from within, we fall, and I keep on seeing that crap happen. It's very disheartening. I keep on telling people, get educated from this, learn from this situation. Please learn and be educated and have discernment the next time this crap happens. This is stuff that there's serious psychological operations that go on to destroy any effort of liberty.
I'm going to plead the fifth the whole time on that stand. And, there was a last-ditch effort where, Adriana was with me, and so was Suzanne, where, Enrique called me and was like, I really need her number. I was like, sure, let me give it to you. But I went. When Enrique called me, he said, I really need you to be here because you knew about me speaking on that stage. And I said, yes, I know. We had a conversation about it. He said, well, she's pleading the fifth. And I said, okay, so I went. Put everything on the line, and I went out there to go and defend him. And this happened to me. And the minute this hit the news and this, slander was happening to me, I got a call from a good friend of mine where she messaged him and said, you see, she was a vet this whole time, and you picked her over me. And he didn't even know what the hell she was talking about. And, I was still at her organization when our VP left, and she's been trying to get back in his good side ever since, but, he just doesn't want anything to do with her, and for good reason. And then she did that to me. And just what's the funny part, you guys? She knew about them. She met one of the agents at one of her meetups. Like, she knew about them. I was not secretive about getting Nancy over to them. And even she had given me information, Like, it's crazy to me how these people just turn their backs and want to throw you right under the bus, just without knowing any of the facts at all, and it's more of what I just want to add to that, because that's what Eric's talking about, high school.
Eric, hang on 1 second. I want to ask Jen a very poignant question, and this is important for everybody to know. Before Enrique went down into that parking garage to meet Stuart Rhodes, who was the person that you're talking about right now is the person that introduced Enrique to Stuart. Enrique didn't even know Stuart Rhodes before that meeting, did he?
That's right. So,
What's his name? Kenny.
No, Kenny was there, but it was actually Bianca that introduced Enrique to Stuart Rhodes.
Yeah.
That meeting up.
And it was important for Bianca to take the stand to exonerate the boys here, because she was meeting with Kelly about a lawsuit where they were going to take the legal route of suing all the 50 states and the secretaries of state and the governors for, it was under Have a Help America Vote Again Act, which is under the Civil Rights Act, that disenfranchised minorities across the country. And they were having that conversation about that lawsuit that they were working on with a lawyer, Paul Davis, which is an amazing lawyer. And so they were having that conversation. Bianca sees Enrico, says, Kelly, you need to meet Enrico. Pulls Kelly and Stuart into a parking garage, like, meet us in the parking garage. But I think it's just she saw the cameras. And right away, she's like a camera magnet. So they go into the parking garage. Stuart says hello to Enrique. Hi, nice to finally meet you. Oh yeah, nice to meet you too. They've never met. And Kelly's talking to Enrique about getting him some legal representation. That was it. That was what they talked about. And the media ran with that, and there was this big old lie. And so that's why it was so important for Enrique to have her take that stand. And unfortunately, she pleaded the fifth for whatever reason she has. I did not plead the fifth. I was not going to do that to my friend. I worked with Enrique for many years, and I love him. He's like a brother to me, and I wanted to do all I could to protect him. Unfortunately, in the process, I was destroyed for it. But you know what, you guys? I have no regrets. I don't have any regrets.
So that meeting with Stuart Rhodes on the 5th of January, had Enrique just left, gone over the bridge when he was leaving the Phoenix Hotel and not gone into that parking garage, that meeting was facilitated by her so that he could meet Kelly, Sorrell, and Stuart Rhodes. Had that meeting never happened, they wouldn't have any reason to have arrested Enrique for being at the Capitol, because part of his conditions of release that day on January 5th, when he was arrested coming into town for the BLM banner that was burned, that he didn't burn, but he took responsibility for burning. Had that meeting that happened, that meeting that was facilitated, Enrique would have never been arrested because he was banished from D.C. That was part of his conditions of release.
Well, let's also remember what happened before he went so he got on a plane to go to D.C. from Miami, right? And they got him off of that plane. Before even taking off, they put him onto a different plane. And then that second plane, he then goes and gets into D.C. Who picks him up? The CHS Kenny. Kenny's the one that was with him when he got arrested, when he was in the car, when he made it over the bridge, and they did all that stuff. But they switched his plane. He was on two separate planes. So this whole entire thing is a sham, from start to finish.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. I thought he took an Uber.
So he was on a plane getting ready for takeoff in Miami, and they were like, they stopped the plane. And they were like, Enrique, blah, 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 blah. And then they put him onto a different plane. Very weird. Why would they do that? Who knows? But what did they do when they switched him? They had those magazines that they put in there. Everybody knows Enrique's a felon. They had those fake magazines or whatever. Remember? But he was telling me that they were planted. So they had this plan the whole time. And as soon as he got off that plane, he got in the Uber with Kenny, and they got over that bridge to go do that meeting, is when he got arrested. I mean, it's really, you guys, why'd they switch the plane? Why did they do that? It makes no sense. They had this plan the whole entire time. Brings me back to Jenny. Why did they, in 2021, say that they put her on the payroll? Why?
Well, I want to correct that, because they never said they put me on the payroll. They really didn't say anything at all. They just dropped in there, she's classified as a CHS. And didn't say anything at all, just threw everybody into the...
But they gave a statement of a payroll to make it seem like you were on the payroll. So that's what they did. They
gave a statement that they gave me cash, yes, but not payroll. They gave a statement that they gave me cash. But I am testifying, and under oath, I've never been on the payroll of the FBI. Never. Before 2021 in April, never after. Not ever. So I feel like they did that on purpose to sow doubt into the defense team and throw them off their course. That's what I feel they did, and it worked. And they were thrown off their course. And then the media grabbed it and took all of Nick's accusations and Carmen's without even speaking to me, and filed those motions, and the media just picked that up and went right for the ratings. You know,
I don't think the media just picked that up. I think that it was so intentionally done by the prosecutors. They fed that to the media, and then somebody fed it to Julie Kelly. And then, of course, everybody, monitors Julie Kelly's posts on the right wing and all of the Jan Sixers, because she's been reporting on all the corruption out of Washington, D.C. about the DOJ and the prosecuting office and the judges for a very long time. I think that was done very, very intentionally, Jen. It wasn't
absolutely it was
done intentionally.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Call it what it is. They've been witness tampering the whole entire time.
Hang on. Okay, listen, you guys. I know you're new to Twitter Spaces, but if you keep your mics open when others are speaking, then there's a lot of feedback, and then nobody can hear.
I know. I was trying to talk.
Yeah, I know, honey. I'm letting everybody know that you just joined us. Just give me 1 second. Eddie just joined the speaker box. This is Eddie Block. He testified for the Proud Boys. He's actually pretty much the only one that they did allow testimony. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Eddie. Go ahead, Eddie, and welcome.
I was just trying to ask because I'm in my truck right now, so I'm making sure it sounds good. So
Fine.
This is an Antifa tactic, guys. I've been to hundreds of events. One time, Ty and I were sitting in Berkeley, and we're surrounded by like 300 Antifa members, just me, Ty, and another Proud Boy. And all of a sudden, some girl points at Ty and says, "Yeah, there's that child molester." And all 300 people all of a sudden just start chanting, "Yeah, there's a child molester. He's a child molester." It's a tactic. All they got to do is say you're doing something, and then everybody just goes along with it. And that's what the prosecutors are doing to Jen right now. And everybody's falling for it. Now, I did the right thing. I went to Jen herself, and I looked her in the eyes. I did the whole, what's that movie, Meet the Fockers, and asked her straight to her face, "Did you?" And she said no, and she told me the story. Go to the source, folks. Ask Jen. She'll tell you. She's doing it right now. So, I'll mute now, but...
They call and that's called mob mentality. It's kind of interesting how patriots can't have mob mentality against the enemy, against the commies, the socialists, the Marxists, the people that have sold out, the criminals on the left. We can't do that, but we can have mob mentality against each other. It's really, really fucking weird, man.
Yeah, I mean, they did the same thing to me.
I can't tell you the amount of people that reached out.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Eddie, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying they did the exact same thing to me, right after January 6th. ABC News took some of my footage, and they pretended to ask a question of something that I said, so it made it look like an interview. And everybody thought I interviewed with this news station after I told them no. And all of a sudden, I became a Fed. But the truth came out in court. I don't know if y'all saw it, but it came out in court.
What's really happening here is every single witness that could get on the stand and exonerate them, because as we know, they're not making this about January 6th. They're making this about the Proud Boys. They're trying to turn the November rally, the BLM burning of the flag, they're trying to turn the December rally all into relevance into this case, which it has no relevance whatsoever. You're not allowed to go on the stand and talk about vote tabulation irregularities. You're not allowed to talk about truth on that stand. They have a very strict motto, like for what they want you to say, like Jen was saying. She couldn't go on there and talk about what she was trying to say about Antifa, what she actually reported. I couldn't go on and show that they came to my house with all the prosecutors and lied on 302 paperwork and called me a John Doe and threatened me with my little son on my lap. I couldn't go on the stand and do that. None of us were able to go on the record, and that's what they want. They don't want any of us to go on the record, as you can see with what the court is doing right now, putting it under seal. Why are they putting it under seal? Well, we have our speculations, and we hear from around the bend of what's really going on, and it's not great. But again, now the press coalition goes in front of the judge today, and he denies their motion. He has granted the government Sixth Amendment rights, and the Sixth Amendment rights are supposed to be met for the defense. All of this is kangaroo. All of it is constitutional crisis. They're not abiding by anything. This is not a real court. It should not be happening. but they know what they're doing. It's a very strategic plan, and they've had this list since January 9th with all of us on there. They allowed Eddie to go on the stand to make them look like they're great. And if they were to go after Eddie while being on the stand, Eddie could use the ADA against them for disabilities, et cetera, et cetera. They know the game that they are playing. And Eddie, you did an amazing job on that stand, proving your point and proving that there was no plan behind Proud Boys and this January 6th chaos. You did a really good job. But we really need to focus on truly what's going on here. And they're breaking our constitutional rights, the amendment rights, Bill of Rights, all of it. And they're lying. They're lying on paperwork, and nobody's allowed to see anything that's going on. And the only time you do see something that's going on is when you're actually in that courtroom, because the live tweets are not what is really happening. You're not seeing the arguments. You didn't see the argument for 3 hours over Jen for 4 days in a row. They are trying tooth and nail. Okay, so that's what's really the problem here, is the DOJ is throwing so many bones, and they're allowed to have so many loopholes for no goddamn reason. And I'm sorry to say it like that, but this is the truth. And they're going to continue to do it.
Yeah, they thought, like, so you guys have some perspective here. When I got to DC, I was under the understanding that,
So, Mandy.
I mean, I flew in Wednesday, and I was under the understanding I would be testifying on Thursday. The government fought really hard not to put me on that stand for all of the 4 days I was there, and ended up being embattled coming back home, you know, and not being able to defend my friends or even be able to exonerate myself on that stand. And it really it's really horrible what's going on in that courtroom. And I remember praying with you guys, saying, okay, we're descending on DC to go defend these guys. And I remember praying and saying, you know, Satan's going to be in that courtroom. And, you know, I wasn't kidding. I really feel like we're battling Satan up in there. I mean, it's some psychological, spiritual warfare happening over there right now. And you just need to keep them in prayer as much as possible.
Oh, you're right,
Jen,
though,
I want to touch on something. Go ahead, Eddie. Go ahead, and then I'll ask you.
Okay. I was going to say, Kenderson definitely looks like the devil. He's a little weasel. That attorney was trying to stare me down, give me dirty looks. And they messed up by putting me up there, because I called him on every single bluff. I totally took that guy down all day long in court. I had fun. And I got to say, when we talked about praying, I was freaking out the day before. And Adriana sat there and she grabbed my hand. She prayed with me for about 10 minutes, and all of a sudden the cloud was gone. And, well, if it wasn't for her doing that, I probably wouldn't have done as well in court. So I got to thank her.
I love you, Eddie. I love you, buddy. You did amazing.
Love you too, girl.
Jen, there's something that I want you to clear up. CNN wrote an article about you, and they wrote it as if you did a full-blown interview with them. Please tell everybody what happened with CNN.
Oh, thank you so much for asking me that, because that's, yeah, something else. So what happened in the courtroom was, you know, the defense freaked out when they threw that little nugget in there that I was classified as a CHS. So they filed all these motions, and all these things were happening in the media. And I alerted the attorney. I was like, you know, I'm getting all these death threats right now. It's getting so crazy. And he's like, I know. I'm gonna clear the room to get you in there to talk to the judge. We got to get you on that stand ASAP. And I said, okay. So Enrique's attorney came back for me in the witness room, and he's like, okay, are you ready? And I said, yeah. And we started making our way into the courtroom. By this time, the judge had already cleared the jury out. So the jury was cleared out, and I went before the judge, and the judge, you know, made me go under oath again. You know, went under oath. I probably went under oath like 3 times while I was on DC. But I went under oath, and the judge said, you know, you're a witness in this case, you're subpoenaed to this case, and I understand, you know, after the attorney explained what's going on, he's like, I understand everything, but you're going to have to stay here until you testify, however long that is, right? So that basically told me, well, he really didn't care. He had no intention of putting me up on that stand, you know, ASAP. So Enrique's attorney walked me back to the witness room and was like, you're just going to have to wait here. I'm sorry. I'm going to do all that I can to get you in there today, but you'll have to stay here. I'm like, okay, I'm here. You know, I'm here for the long haul. There was a guy that was, because the media's privy to see who's in the courtroom.
Did they really sneaky?
And so there was a guy, I guess he recognized me and what I was wearing, and he was walking down the hallway, and then he starts kind of walking a little bit slowly, and then he comes up to me and he's like, I'm so sorry to bother you, but are you her, that girl that was in the courtroom? And I said, are you Jen, or are you her? And I said, yeah, that's me. And he's like, oh my gosh, is any of that stuff true? And he like kind of gets next to me.
Her Latina's
kind of,
coming out right now.
Sit down next to me side by side, like to, you know, like in a friendly way. And I just looked at him and I was like, really feeling like shit at that moment. And I was like, no, none of that stuff is true. None of that happened in the way that they're describing that. That's not at all what's going on here. And I kind of explained to him what was actually going on. And then he left and said, okay, bye. I have to go now. I'm going to go back to the media room. My name's Alan with CNN. I said, well, it's nice to meet you, Alan. And he walks away. I have no idea. This guy's like interviewing me for CNN. And he left a bunch of shit out. He left and I said, it's something like, oh, well, there's never anything to report on the right. I mean, I know, honey, I'm on an interview. What? Okay, I'm on an interview. Sorry, my little girl's home from school. So anyway, I forgot where I left off. Oh yeah, so he reports on CNN that I said I report on both the right and the left. And I never said that to him. And I didn't even know he was interviewing me. So CNN comes out with this breaking story. We spoke with the CHS, whatever. And I mean, don't you have to legally let someone know you're interviewing them, for a national news place? I mean, this is ridiculous. And I never said it the way he said it. He left a whole bunch of stuff out. Oh, except there's nothing on the right. There's nothing there. Like, I don't understand why everyone's freaking out.
Can't be.
I mean, I get it now, but this guy just completely left out all this stuff.
I experienced that. When I was arrested for not wearing a mask in the mall, in North Star Mall in San Antonio, I didn't have anybody that wanted to interview me. I mean, it was, I went on InfoWars, did that. No follow-up, no nothing really. But there was no conservative, outlets that were even seeking to even, hear the story about that. It's almost like, even the conservative side was along for the ride with the mandate crap. It's almost like there really was no political side that was really standing up against the mandate stuff whatsoever. Everybody was kind of really okay with it. It was literally the only people that would interview me were leftist companies. I mean, literally leftist companies were the only people that were interested in putting the story out. And every time they put a story out, they cut all the stuff out that was damning to the left, narrative whatsoever. And then they made sure that they put that one little tidbit in that, made me sound some kind of way or in some kind of, direction. I mean, even Shadowland on Peacock streaming, episode 4, that's my episode there. It was basically what I was doing was not being given. I mean, there's I don't know. We filmed for what? It was 8 days, and it was probably a grand total of probably roughly 60 hours or plus. Okay, and it was all crammed into about maybe 35-40 minutes of an episode that they were doing, and they were acting like it was going to be it was going to be a series of 2, I was 2 of the episodes or even possibly 3 I was going to be on. And they did all this film work, man, and then what they did is they consolidated all into some whatever kind of propaganda they almost wanted to put out there about me. I mean, they cut out pretty important little spots and stuff where I was saying things and doing stuff, and it's almost like the same thing they did when Adam Schiff put me up there on the J6 Select Committee video, quoting the punishment for death is treason. And they didn't bring up any of this. They didn't allow any of the other stuff that I said before that. It was like, they did not want what I said before that moment to be said, but they definitely wanted to cut that little piece out and cherry pick that little goodie. So it's that's left-wing media for you. It's not just left-wing; it's right-wing media too. It's just all dirty, man. When it comes down to it, I don't trust any of them.
Yeah, and it's we're all on the right over here saying, CNN, you're fake news. President Trump calling them out for being fake news. And then they go and they pick up the CNN story, and you've got Gateway Pundit quoting them, and other people quoting them. I'm going, are you serious right now? Even though we know they're fake news.
Well, also the difference is, Jen, he didn't even tell you that he was interviewing you before he asked you questions, and then revealed who he was. I think that's really the bigger picture here. At least you knew who you were interviewing with, Eric. And yeah, maybe they cherry picked and they decided what they wanted to put into, your documentary or whatever it was. I remember you talking about it. But the thing is here, they didn't even announce to her who they were. So it was not even something that she would have been able to say, you know what, I don't want to speak to you, fake people. So that wasn't even something that was, she wasn't even given that opportunity. It was such a snake in the grass move. And then all these right-wing media outlets take up this story. How are you going to use CNN as a source? For 5 years now, we've called CNN fake news and bullshit. And then nobody went bothered to go verify the information. I mean, Jim at the Gateway Pundit, he didn't do Jen any service yesterday by dropping that article. You have to go in there and listen to a 16-minute, clip of her with her interview with Jim, and people have the attention span of a 2-year-old. So that he didn't do her any service, and Julie Kelly still hasn't retracted anything. She's blocking all of us. Go ahead, right, Adriana.
Doesn't that make you think, though? I mean, because in my opinion, the CNN article was way better than any of the right-wing pundits that annihilated Jen. In my opinion, they actually put her statement, even though it wasn't an interview, they did better at making Jen look better than the right side did. And doesn't that make you think about everything else that we've seen in the news for all these years? Doesn't that make you think that we're really in the thick of it? We're down to the wire where we have to really stand together and fight, or we're going to have an all-out civil war, or we're all going to be rounded up and we're all going to be taken away. Because like General was saying earlier, when they're done with all of us, they're going to go to everybody else around the circle. Nobody's safe in that sense. So we really need to start, figuring out what we're going to do to prepare for that stance. That's what really needs to be done here, because it's not going to be settled in the courts. These courts are not fair. God has already stated it.
Well, and I want to talk about what is going on in the courts the last couple of days, because there's been some major nefarious shit going on in the courts with these guys. They are doing everything in their power to make sure that the people who were going to be able to testify and exonerate them are not able to do so. And Jen and Adriana, I want you guys to tell everybody, to the best of your ability, you may not be able to speak on everything that we talked about earlier today, but you guys have to have an understanding as to how badly these Proud Boys are getting railroaded, okay? This is so thought out, well planned, and it's executed by the DOJ, the prosecuting office, and the judge. The judge has got to be involved too, because the things that he should be doing to shut this case down is the complete opposite what is happening. So I don't care who speaks on it, but I want you guys to tell everybody what's been happening in the courtroom the last couple of days, because this is so incredibly important for you guys to understand what's going on.
Well, I just want to bring up this fact real quick. Do you guys remember?
Oh, shit. What else gonna happen?
Behind closed doors, and it was all sealed and nobody was allowed to be there? Well, I believe that is when they were planning their Fedsurrection on January 6th. I truly believe that's when they did it, under sealed notions, blah, blah, blah. What's been happening in the courtroom the past few days is, well, the courtroom is under seal, and the courtroom is under seal. We can't bring it up right now for very specific reasons, but it is something that should exonerate this entire case, and it should be case closed, like no more ifs, ands, or buts about it. But the judge already denied that motion. So like you were saying, Helena, the judge has something to do with this. He's also a Trump-appointed judge, but that doesn't mean anything because he's a federal judge. So in reality, what they're doing is sealing the courtroom so nobody can see what's going on. Nobody's allowed in there regardless, but they're sealing it so they can hide what the government is implementing. And so like I said earlier, they're already using the Sixth Amendment. They're already spying on these clients or on these defendants when they're supposed to have private privilege attorney-client rights. And they're already using it. And the judge literally said, no, it's okay. It's fine. They haven't had due process. Everything's okay. So what they're really doing is sealing the court up making rules behind the doors and implementing those rules onto the boys. I told you guys earlier, this isn't about January 6th. This is about trying to take down the Proud Boys, or trying to take down any man that has a stature of patriotism in them, that will stand up for the Constitution, that will stand up for the family, that will stand up for the unit. That's what this is about. And if they can take them down, they're going to take everybody else down. So after they sealed the court last night, the press coalition went in front of the judge today with a motion saying, we need to know what was going on. Now, I understand that the press has been putting things out and all this chaos has erupted, but we all, as the American people, deserve to know. Even if the press is wrong, we need to know what's been going on behind those sealed doors. It shouldn't be sealed. The judge tried to say, oh, it's First Amendment right. There's First Amendment rights, and then there's not First Amendment rights. No, this whole entire case has not given them First Amendment rights whatsoever. So then the judge denied that motion to the press. And then the judge, right after that motion, he denied it. He says, okay, we're going to break for lunch, and then we're going to go and have another sealed courtroom. And they had that again for another 3 hours. What they were discussing, I don't know. But we were aware that Ray Epps was supposed to testify today and show up to court. Is he testifying under seal? Do they not want us to know what he's saying? This is a lot of speculation, but this is what's happening. And if they continue to do this sealed courtroom throughout the rest of the week, we're going to see this trial take on another couple weeks. I'm telling you guys, we need to pray.
Thank you, Adriana, because I can't explain it the way that you do, because you just are much better at articulating this. I just wanted everybody to have an understanding of what is going on here. They're sealing that courtroom, so we can't find out the truth. We don't even know if Ray Epps is going to be testifying. It was Dominique's attorney that sent him a subpoena, Roger Roots, and we just don't even know what's going on. So there's no witnesses to give us information as to what is unfolding in the courtroom today. And this is outrageous that we have nobody in there to tell us the truth as to what's happening, because as we've seen, we can't trust the media, and it's been independent journalists that have been the ones to get us the truth. And these guys are sitting there and they're fighting for their lives and their freedom, and we have absolutely no idea. They don't have any advocates in there. Their moms can't go in. The wives can't go in. I mean, what is happening right now is absolutely outrageous. Outrageous. I don't know. Renders me speechless, to be honest with you. Jen, if you want to add something to that, you're more than welcome to.
Well, I've been on this space, and the last that I heard was that they sealed the court. I need to go back and read what went down after this morning. I know that they sealed the court for a bit, but not for the rest of the day. So they did go back into I guess you call it public session today, because she was reporting on some stuff. So I don't want to speak to it until I finish reading and trying to understand what went on. But I know that they were talking about Pizzola and the shield and all that. I need to go back and read it.
Yeah, they brought on one more witness because they had a witness that got stopped, and Roots and Metcalf were like, what the heck? We have this witness that's been waiting, just like we were, Jen, waiting days on end. And in the witness room where the clocks don't even work, the clocks are right twice a day, you guys. And you're sitting there, you're like, what the heck? You can't talk to anybody, you can't do anything. It's really hell what they have going on. And we're supposed to use these are our tax-paying dollars, and we can't even have clocks that work in these courtrooms.
Yeah,
it's sick. But they brought on another witness.
Yeah, I'm
for Dominic.
Yeah,
the clock's not working in the witness.
Some of her notes. If you guys want to follow her, her name is Brandy Bachman. I think because one of the other reporters is going to be out for the rest of the week. So if you want to follow Brandy Bachman, it's Buchman.
She doesn't do
That's how you
that
spell her last name. If you want to go and read her notes, because she's reporting on it. But again, they don't report all the details, and they give you their liberal opinions. That's kind of like the way they're reporting. So you have to read through the lines there. But I'm not seeing any Ray Epps in there. So I don't think he testified today like he was supposed to.
Even if he did testify, we wouldn't know about it if it was under seal. None of us would have any idea if that was the case.
Right.
That's okay.
Well, there you go.
Tired.
I don't know.
My biggest thing is why they sealed it yesterday with what we heard. And with what we heard, through the grapevine with everybody that's there, you know, that's been there every day, and some of the mothers and the families and the lawyers that we've been able to talk with. This case should be thrown out right away. And I don't want to speak on what we heard it was, but if that's what they sealed the courtroom in on again, then the defense lawyers must be really going in on the prosecution and the judge for not making the right decision on this and continuing to move forward with this case. Because I'm telling you right now, it is not good.
If you're talking about like people swapping numbers and stuff like that on the jury, that's pretty much public knowledge now at this point.
Yeah, but it's not fact, and we don't know that for sure. I think that's what she's trying to allude to.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Because anything I say, they could try to use against me. And I'm supposed to be a witness for another case with the same judge.
Yeah, same here. That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, I want to be careful in what I say. I don't want to say anything I don't know if that's fact.
And you ladies have to be. And please, I do not want to put you guys in any jeopardy. That is not why we are here. We are trying to just provide information, tell the truth, and, you know, do everything that we can to do damage control, as we've been doing for you, Jen, to try to get the truth out about what happened to you. That is the purpose, and that is why we are here. We're not here to cause any more problems. We are so incredibly worried about these guys. I know I am. You are, Jen. You, Adriana. You, Eddie. I mean, all we really want is for these guys to be vindicated, because they did absolutely nothing wrong. They did nothing wrong. So that is our purpose here today, to tell the truth.
Well, you know, I mean, I need to go back to what Adriana was saying earlier. You know, she was making an incredible point, and that's really what January 6th was all about. It wasn't about arresting everybody that was there, that was in the Capitol or anything like that. It's about going after the people that are the leaders, are the people that, you know, would stand up for. Is support for these people that actually go out there and put their necks out on the line. You know, that's the biggest thing that I've seen. It's kind of like an every man for themselves kind of thing. You know, I mean, hey, you know the consequences, because when the shit hits the fan, don't expect anybody to be around there to like really help you out. It's really kind of a weird mentality. It's like, if these people aren't protected, if these people aren't supported, if they're not, you know, backed up in some kind of capacity,
I had to clear the air.
These people out here are going to find that people are going to be less willing to protect them when they're out there in public. You know, you're going to see less Proud Boys show up to defend the people out there. You know, I mean, it's if there's nothing but consequence and there's no support from the the nation, from the patriots out there, you know, that have enjoyed their security, which, I mean, most people may not realize it, but a lot of times these people probably don't show up because, you know, Antifa, BLM, or other, you know, whatever, leftist domestic terrorists in general, you know, they don't show up. It's because there's a consequence there. You know, there's a knuckle sandwich waiting for them to eat. You know, it's like, you know, you take away that aspect, man, and you have no idea how bad the abuse would be. So, you know, I think there's a real lack of respect, you know, for what the Proud Boys have done, and there's been a lot of people that have swallowed the poison pill that, you know, there's you know, just they're ruffians, they're violent, you know, all the bad stuff that has been, like, you know, put out there. Even the right wing, even the conservatives out there, you know, want to feel like they want to distance themselves from them in some kind of capacity, because they're just not civilized, you know. Yeah, they're not civilized. They drink, they cuss. Ooh, they're rough boys, you know. And we're all so fucking civilized. You know, okay, well, you know what? Most of those people went out there and fought for your freedom and fought your fucking wars for you. You know, watched their buddies die and came back maimed either physically or mentally. I know Lucas Denny did, you know, and he's going through some of the worst mental torture that you could ever possibly imagine. You know, and he was a patriot boy, you know, 3% group, you know, defender of, you know, the freedom of America, you know, last case resort of, you know, I mean, we're not supposed to depend only on mommy and daddy government, you know, and law enforcement to protect our government. We're all supposed to be able to do that. We're all supposed to be able to stand up and protect our own cities, our own states, and our own country. You know, it's in our Constitution, and it's being, you know, that's slowly being stripped out of the people's, you know, minds, that we're supposed to just completely rely on the authorities for all safety. No, I don't do that. I don't ever make the mistake to think that there's an officer there that's always going to be there to protect me or my family, because there's not. There's not one, you know, parked outside my freaking house protecting my home at all times. You know, I'm not going to be delusional like a lot of people. A lot of people sleep good at night knowing that the police are out there patrolling. Yeah, okay. Well, they're 10 minutes, you know, there after you're already fucking murdered. Okay, you know, I mean, literally, I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, if we get invaded and nukes go off and some serious stuff happens, you know, all these people that are being demonized and attacked, they're going to be the ones that are out there on the front defending this country. They're going to be stepping up to the plate, you know. I mean, watch the movie, was it Red Dawn? I mean, literally, that is a possibility at any given moment in this country. And we do not have enough people out there, you know, that are, you know, in the military or National Guard. You know, all these people, I mean, it's like, you know, just go to a rally without the Proud Boys there, you know, and the Antifa and BLM, they know that they're not going to be there. See what happens to you. See if you don't get your teeth knocked in, okay? See if you don't get beat up. See if your child doesn't get to watch you get kicked in the fucking head, you know? And that's what they're attacking. That's what they're really going after. They're going after the people that will really defend us. And the problem is that they don't have any support from our side. They don't, because everybody puts a 10-foot pole between them because they're just too damn civilized, you know, to step up to the plate, you know, for real warriors, real people that will step up and they don't mind getting into a fist fight and defend you. You know, I mean, that's the reality. Most people don't want to be around people that like to fight, huh? Okay, well, let me tell you what. You take away all them fighters, and you got a fucked country. That's what you got. You got a beta cuck, fucked country is what you got. If you take away the alphas and you take away the fighters, you ain't got shit. You got nothing. Okay? That's all I got.
You are so right, General. And I just want to tell you guys something. It was me, Jen, and Suzanne very early on, and that recognized, and Adriana as well, that there was nobody standing up and speaking out for these guys when they got arrested. They had no voice. So we tried to be their voice. And there were so many people on the right who ran with that narrative. You know, the Proud Boys are bad. The Proud Boys are domestic terrorists. You know, even people on the right. So stupid. So dumb. And if it hadn't been for us being their voice for them, we wouldn't be where we are right now. And I am so incredibly proud of these guys because they're still standing in the gap right now. They're still defending us in that courtroom because they got there because they were standing up and defending us. And there's not enough people out here defending them. There's not enough people out here. Oh yeah, you pat them on the back, you say a prayer, and you go off with your life. That's not the kind of support that they need right now. They really need people speaking out on their behalf to help fight for their freedom. That's what we need. We don't need pats on the backs. We need people speaking out. And it's very frustrating to me. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, no, I just want to jump in and agree with you on that. We have been defending the Proud Boys for years. I remember being very disappointed in Ted Cruz because he got on an interview with, I don't remember the name of the guy, and called them morons. And I remember going to Ted Cruz's office reporting Antifa to Ted Cruz. I met with him at an event, and he gave me his chief of staff card, and I set up that appointment with some of his staff. in Ted Cruz's office and explained to them, how dangerous Antifa was and what was going on in Portland and LA and some of the other cities and what was even going on in our own state. And I had a long meeting with them. And that's actually in an article where one of the reporters reported on that meeting that I had with Ted Cruz's office about Antifa and deeming them domestic terrorists. And not really that long after that meeting, he did come out with a bill to deem them as domestic terrorists. And I don't know if that had something to do with me or maybe many people complaining to his office about Antifa, but we were all doing our due diligence trying to expose what was going on and really having the Proud Boys back, because we knew that the left-wing media was completely demonizing them, trying to make them look like they were the terrorists when they're the defenders. They were defending all of us when we were having our rallies against, the violence.
It is a rough road, bro. It's a rough road. Definitely rough.
Well, I can't tell you how many times I went to rallies, and when we were out in Portland or at Lafayette Park, how they were out there and they were keeping us safe and they were defending us. They were always there at every beck and call. And most times they just showed up. They just showed up. You didn't even have to ask them. Go ahead, Jen.
I just want to be clear here too. If you guys want to look up that article, you can Google San Antonio Express News, Jen Lowe, and they mentioned that meeting I had with Ted Cruz about Antifa in that article.
Do you guys even remember my event in DC in 2019? Remember Antifa showing up the way that they did, where Trump had to shut down his international hotel for us because Antifa, literally. Okay, so Shane Lamont, he was also supposed to be a witness on this case. He's an MPD officer who was fired and under investigation by the FBI. Well, the only reason Enrique even knows this man is because I had an event in DC. And the way that I do my events, okay, like I will get snipers on the building, I will get rangers involved, but in DC it's a little different. So you have your permit and you get your permit done, and I got introduced to Shane Lamont and I was starting to talk to the MPDs because, Antifa's even broken into my house when I wasn't home, stolen my EIN paperwork for my business that I have for these event planning, all of it. They've done it all. But Shane Lamont protected us with the MPD while we were out there in DC. Helena, you remember this, right? So remember, Antifa was burning the flags in front of the White House, and we had that big, motorcade of the MPD protecting us because Antifa was throwing muriatic acid bombs at us. They were throwing batons, hitting Enrique and Biggs in the back of their neck. Nobody was safe. They were acting like complete. You guys know what it is. They're psycho. They were taking mailboxes off the side of the road and dragging them and just being really crazy. But Shane Lamont, the government is trying to implement Shane Lamont's relationship with Enrique as Shane Lamont was undercover, a Proud Boy. He was helping the boys out this whole time, when in reality, he was just trying to keep us safe from Antifa. And he would have people go to all the underground Antifa meetings that they planned, and they had strategic planning, okay? They would put the roads out in these meetings and have, they would have their whiteboards up or their projectors going, and they would show exactly where they're going to show up. They would know where we are, because they had people undercover going into the Proud Boys as Antifa, maybe CHS, who knows. But nobody was safe, and Shane Lamont was there to protect us. And that poor man lost his job, and he can't even go on the stand because he can't even plead the fifth because the FBI has him under such gag at the moment. These are things that are not being shown to people, and they're misconstruing even the relationships and how the relationships were started. This is such a farce. It's not even funny. And the fact that we were stopped from helping them, it makes me really aggravated. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a little riled up. I feel the glory of God is going to come through all of us, especially as we gather here. Because listen, like God said, he speaks to his people, and God talked to me during prayer. He said, it's not going to be settled in the courtroom. It's going to be settled by my people outside of the courtroom, but my people outside of the courtroom are going to help open the eyes of the people inside of that courtroom. Take the wool over their eyes and lift it up, meaning the jurors. And as you know, General said it, they're all exchanging their phone numbers and stuff. Well, why are they doing that? Well, they're doing that because there are people going after them. They don't feel safe. They're being told not to look at any of the January 6th footage that's coming out. How is that fair? How is it fair that these jurors are not allowed to see what's actually happening? Why? Why are they putting them such under gag in that sense? It's because they don't want them to see the actual proof that the boys are innocent, or any J6er for that sense. But this case alone, is what we've been saying. They're trying to take away the family unit. They're trying to take away the strong man, the alpha male. And once they take them down, they're going to go after everybody else. And I believe that these jurors are starting to see that. And that is going to be the biggest thorn in the side of the government, is now that these jurors are coercing together, and they're not even going to bring it out to the public because they don't want the public to know, oh my gosh, these jurors are feeling threatened. These jurors are talking amongst each other. Oh, well, we're supposed to take this case and throw it out right away. But they're not going to do that. So now we have to pray and hope that one juror, and it seems that there's going to be more than one, that is going to stand together and band on the truth. And that's what God keeps putting on my heart. I don't know if he's putting it on all y'all's heart, but he's putting it on mine, that the wool is going to be lifted and the glory is coming. And we are going to slay the beast. It's just, we just have to do it in such a strategic way. We can't do it from inside the courtroom. We're going to do it from outside. And Jenny, you are an American hero. Eddie, you are also an American hero. Standing up against these fools, standing up against this kangaroo court, these people that think that they can rule over us the way that they are, let me just tell you, it's a badge of honor to be talking with all of you and to be in this space, to even be aware of everything that's going on. I think we have the eyes and the ears to see and hear, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to not stop. We're not going to stop no matter what happens in that courtroom. If anything happens in that courtroom and they get the sedition charges, we're going to go after the appeals. We're going to stand up. We're going to be in the streets. We're going to make ourselves heard, and we're going to do it in a sense where the left is so smart doing what they got to do with their unity, but we're going to be smarter now because we have the glory, and we know their plan. They are breaking 18 U.S. Code 2381 treason, 18 U.S. Code 2384 seditious conspiracy, 18 U.S. Code 2385 coordinating and aiding and abetting and advocating for the overthrow of government. That's what they are doing. That's what our government is doing. They're advocating an overthrow of the government, and they're blaming it on us, and they're blaming it on the people who are easy targets. The targets that have been in the mainstream media as
right now
white
from
supremacists,
my cousin
as
Vinny.
racists, as people who are bad, not patriotic, not men, not fathers. This is the fight, and that's why it's so important we're even holding these conversations and talking about all of this, because we're not going to see it anywhere else. And we are the truth, and the truth will set you free.
I just want to let you guys know, Carmen is in here. She's one of the people. She told me she didn't mind me bringing up her name. She's listening in. That she's one of the people is a victim in all this. That's been harmed by a group of people that are calling her a fed just by association. And I told her I wanted her to come in the space and listen to what has happened to Helena. And Helena, she's the same thing is happening to her out in California, and so she's in here listening. I don't know if she wants to request a mic to speak. She said she wouldn't mind, but I don't know her Twitter handle, so I can't find her in here. But anyway,
tell her to send you a screenshot, and I'll send her an invite. Or all she has to do is request a mic. Please come up and speak, Carmen. I would like to hear what has happened to you, because I've had some pretty shitty things happen to me as well.
Right.
I'd like to hear from you. Sorry, General, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add to this, kind of what I was talking about earlier, and kind of tying all this together. The FBI and CIA has had extreme training at doing what they've done overseas. This is not the first time that they've done what they've done. What they do is they infiltrate, the rebels, all right? So consider, the rebels of a nation, right? They basically, they don't entrap them necessarily, but they get, they build them up, and they give them ideas, and they do all these things, and they even equip the rebels and overseas in these places, right, to be able to basically attack a government, right? Okay, so they're basically entrapping these people into a deadly fight, right? We did it with the Taliban. The Taliban was one of the first groups of people that I can actually remember back, that we actually armed, we trained. Osama bin Laden trained at my base that I trained at Fort Benning. It's a little bit different tactics, but what they do is they infiltrate, all right, they entrap, they basically inflame and inflate and do all these different things, so that they can fire these people up or or whatever they can do, and they, at the same time, they're infiltrating, they're collecting information, they're inciting, people to say things so that they can.
It's funny, guys. So while we're talking in this Twitter space thing, we're also texting each other in a group text at the same time. It's, if you guys can see the shit we're talking about.
I mean, we marched, together, and we went out in public together, and we went to, town squares, and we went to capitals, and peacefully. But all those, it was all infiltrated. Every single group out there was had somebody that had probably flipped or became a confidential informant or had something on them and they had to flip or something like that and give information. Every single one of these groups that it has over 50, 60, 70 maybe members, has at least 2 or 3, maybe even 5 or 10, people in there, that are basically, giving information or that are actual, undercover people that are, that's their life to be involved in it and go, basically, report on everything that these people are doing. I mean, 99.9999% of the time, these groups have shown no freaking terroristic qualities. They've never made any violent threats, to government or any officials or any kind of crap like that at all. Just standing up for the Constitution. But they spend all of this time and effort and money so that they can do these things, so that they can be prepared to take these people down in any way they possibly can. I mean, they have systematically attempted to infiltrate and destroy every single group that I can think of out there. Every single individual that's ever tried to do anything to assist the 3%, movement or mentality, to be the last line of defense for the country, they have attempted to destroy it in every kind of possible way. If you think it's because, if you think it's for any other reason, for the simple fact that they have every expectation and every agenda to basically not have anybody fight back or anybody stand up in any kind of way for future, efforts and future acts by the government, you're smoking crack like Hunter. Because I'm telling you right now, they do this crap because they know that if there's people out there that will stand up against their tyranny and their oppression, okay, then they're going to have a hard job to do to take over the rest of the country. Literally, they target these people that put these groups together for one simple reason, because they want to know who they are, just in case they ever try to stand up against tyranny and oppression from the government. Has nothing to do with them being violent or possibly violent towards anybody that's innocent whatsoever. It has to do with keeping tabs on these individuals and basically flipping them and manipulating their lives and affecting them in negative ways so that they can stop any kind of production of any leadership or any kind of groups out there that will be able to defend life, liberty, and justice. All the things that were guaranteed by our Constitution and Bill of Rights. So, you have to understand that is the mentality of this government. I mean, in every kind of capacity, that's what they're about. So that's what we're looking at with the Proud Boys stuff. They absolutely do not want a group of beer-drinking alpha men out there defending the people and becoming loved and respected in any kind of capacity. And they've done an excellent job of tearing them apart and demonizing them.
Absolutely. Hey, I want Doc to make a statement real quick before I want to let Carmen speak. Carmen, I am so incredibly happy you are here right now. I just want to let Doc speak real quick because he is law enforcement, and I think that he can add a lot to this conversation. I'm deeply saddened to hear that you two are being personally attacked for being Jen's friend. I had no idea that was you, Carmen, so I'm going to let Doc go real quick, and then I want you to speak. Thank you so much for joining us. And Laura, I see you're here too. Thank you, ladies.
I'll be right back, guys.
This was kind of planned back. This really all got started back during the Obama 2 terms. And this was kind of designed not to even get to this point. It was not supposed to go the way it did in 2016.
Look at that.
All different.
Here's how you can find it on Twitter Spaces right now.
Pop up. This is an interesting thing, and the best thing I can tell you is when you have free time.
There you go, there's the link.
The nice thing we have generally is you now have the internet where you can, for the most part, you can really get an absolute shit ton of information and you can educate yourself. Biden's first day in office, there was a national strategy for countering domestic terrorism. His first day in office, right after January 6th. So somebody earlier said, and I'm sorry, I was driving, and I don't remember who it was, but somebody said that this was absolutely planned when Pelosi was behind closed locked doors. Absolutely, this whole scheme was being concocted during Trump's 4 years in office. So they stood up. J6 was all part of this plan. I mean, does everything go exactly as they wanted it to go? Were there missteps here? They're human. They can't make everything happen, but the general framework was exactly that. Then it gave the justification to absolutely put the steel fist within the federal government, and they implemented a national strategy for countering domestic terrorism, as in the alpha males that general and I completely agree with as well. This is to make examples of those leadership individuals, those that have the capabilities of fostering togetherness and like-mindedness, and to expose things and bring things to people in a way that they probably wouldn't see things, but when they do, they're like, I get it. Holy shit, this was right in front of me the whole time. It's kind of like a teacher in high school or even in college. You learn things from other people. It's human sources that you learn things from. So there was really 4 pillars that were instilled in this domestic terrorism national strategy. And pillar number 1 was basically them trying to understand and share domestic related type information pretty much across all levels of the federal government, from CIA, FBI, ODNI, Department of National Intelligence, et cetera, et cetera. If you go online, probably the best thing to keep this short, because there's other people more important than me to talk, but go online and look up the National Strategy of Countering Domestic Terrorism. It was released. It was actually a 100-day, I'm trying to think here exactly how it went down. It was about a 100-day review, and he implemented it on his first day, basically to now put this part of the process in motion. They had everything that they needed. They justified it. Now they felt emboldened that, hey, now the majority of these asleep at the wheel Americans are going to buy into this bullshit, where we're going to be able to take over pretty much every aspect of their life, including now the Restrict Act, which is the latest and greatest, which really is the bullet to the heart of the freedom in America. But it goes through 4 different pillars, and the other one, number 2, was to prevent domestic terrorism recruitment and mobilization to violence or to extremism, as they put it. So
those CrossFit
there's your eavesdropping. There's your little
that's ChatGPT stuff,
spaces,
bro.
That are down at the bottom that kind of pop in and they listen.
Yeah,
they
we're still 180 miles from Tucson. Oh shit!
And then they figure out how to disrupt and deter it, which is pillar number 3. So then they disrupt and they deter, basically address domestic terrorism activity, which they get to define what they think is domestic activity or domestic terrorism, because they're the ones that really have full control at this point. So it's their definition, or it's their interpretation of what is. So then now they start using confidential informants. I call them CIs from all my time in law enforcement, CHS or
and above
confidential human sources.
Is that like
CIs,
to infinity and beyond?
They infiltrate us both through CIs, or they infiltrate you
Robert
through
F. Kennedy Jr. is running
basically
for
undercover
president.
FBI, CIA, federal.
Is he a Democrat though?
And then pillar 4, they basically confront long-term contributors to domestic terrorism. And so the Proud Boys, 3%ers, any type of group that is a patriot type group that they want to crush, because they don't want any static, they don't want any pushback, they don't want any problem. Well, now they've taken control of the narrative. They had the plan. I really believe during the whole 4 years Trump was in was when they were really concocting this shit, when they really started to tighten down the screws. They had this whole process happen over January 6th leading up to the elections. They knew that they had everything in place to where Trump wouldn't be there. They would assure that he was not reelected, even though by votes he was. They would install Biden. They would get that aspect of this whole scheme in play. J6 would happen after the elections. Then they could put down the boot on the throat of everybody else. And now you've seen how fast and how articulate, or not articulate probably isn't the best, but how fast and egregious they are at putting all of these restrictions in and really taking away rights and really containing any type of resistance or any type of pushback against what's been going on. So I'll leave it at that. But you know, this is all about the J6ers, and it goes into what Jen was doing. You know, they can disrupt and deter this domestic terrorism, what they define as domestic terrorism activity. And you know, this is only going to get worse.
You know, and, describe this shit.
This Restrict Act is another thing to really educate yourself on. And I'm going to land the plane there, but I just
hope we're in the middle of nowhere. That's where we are.
I appreciate you letting me ramble.
New Mexico.
But
downtown? No. We're downtown nowhere. Main Street's up ahead.
And you know, the best thing in the world that you can do is understand exactly what's going on, what the bigger picture is. We're taking slices out of the pie.
No, we got 4 hours and 17 minutes
to understand what the entire pie is all about. You got to
the county sign was BUM-PHUC something.
10, 12 years. And it's been going on way longer than that. But I mean, it's been in turbo mode.
I don't know what you're saying. That went over my head.
County bum.
General, you may want to say something. I did just get your message. I'm going to keep this space up as long as Jen and Adriana and the rest of these ladies want to talk, because I don't think we've been in the same
I'm not a lady.
that probably has needed to happen for a very long time in the same place. So I understand that you need to drop off. I'm going to send Jen you a co-host. I've got to have a co-host. It just keeps the space up and running, if that's okay with you,
Cool.
Jen.
Brandon, that's the point. Just told me to text him when we get there.
I want to bring
He'll meet us.
Street Convos. This is Carmen. She's a very good friend of ours. She is a unbelievable patriot. This woman has done so much service to our country. She has worked so hard in California to try to make a difference and change things. And I'm deeply sad.
I know who this is.
But go ahead, General.
I was supposed to interview this girl one day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna, comment on what Doc was saying. I mean, that's what most people don't understand. They don't get it. The government doesn't want you to understand that they have hyped up and escalated every kind of aspect of watching and, controlling and manipulating things here domestically.
You gotta turn her up and turn him down.
Was, that goes back further than 8 years, Doc. That was really the beginning of it. It really didn't wind up and start kicking off until
it is an exit for Donnie.
Maybe 10, 12 years ago. They started really manipulating and kind of turning it towards the American people. It was a big deal. Everybody was upset. They were like, oh, it's going to be used against us. It's going to be used against, kind of like the Restrict Act. I mean, they're trying to like, sneak that in through. Hell, we're here. We're just trying to protect you.
Come on, Donnie.
That's what the Patriot Act was. We're just going to protect you with this. We're not going to spy on you. That's ludicrous. We're not going to utilize this to abuse our authority and creep into all your crap, man, and listen into your phone and watch you take a shit. I mean, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. They've utilized it for exactly that purpose. They've maxed it out, and they're abusing the hell out of it. And they probably go beyond what it lies out in the Patriot Act, even, to go. So they're we've gone into that, and we have no idea where they've gone. At this point, technology's evolved, smartphones have happened. All this stuff. They can tap into your camera. I know that for a fact. I caught them doing that shit. I have people that are able to tell me if my phone's tapped, without them even knowing, and I know that my phone has been tapped several times. Literally, I have never ever been a terrorist or ever planned any kind of violent action at all. But I've been in the middle of a bunch of violence and a bunch of messed up crap. But they utilize that Patriot Act to be able to do that, with me personally. And Doc, you know as good as anybody. You've seen some of my, some of my stuff. I've let you, in on a couple of things and different aspects. A lot of people don't understand, what I've done. I've literally put myself out there as a lightning rod for this, and I knew what was going on. I knew what was going to happen. It's kind of one of those things that I expected to occur. I knew a little bit more than most people, so I knew what was going on. But I dealt with a lot of crap, from these people, man. They were desperately wanting to know what my end game was. My end game is the Constitution. My end game is living free, being able to speak freely, being able to live freely, be able to exercise my rights, to defend myself, to protect my family, to be able to not be robbed by the government or be abused by the government in any kind of capacity. And also standing up for other people, when they are, attacked wrongly by the government in some kind of capacity. Now, we just have a rampant government that's just attacking everybody. We have a justice system that has gone completely rogue. Everything has gone completely out of whack now because we've allowed it to do that. There's not been enough people that would stand up for others. That's the biggest part of this that we've felt as a people, is to stand up for others when something's wrong being done to them.
Everybody ready?
You don't sit back and think it's freaking entertainment. It's not. None of this shit that I've done is fun. Okay? All of it cost me money. It could have cost me my life.
Do you want to talk about
it's cost me. It's cost me a ton of money. It cost me friends.
You were sleeping.
My
you were snoring the whole time. Everybody heard you snoring.
Going out and putting myself in the position of standing up for my country. Okay, and for that, okay, my reward has been to be shit on by a lot of people on our side, and I'm pretty fucking sick of it. To tell you the truth, I am pretty damn sick of it. It's disgusting. Our side needs to quit shitting on each other. The ones that are bad, the ones that are manipulative, the ones that are conniving, the ones that are abusing, their position in the Patriot movement, the ones that are causing, negative effects. Those people definitely need to be called out and put to the wayside. There does need house cleaning need to happen. But that needs to happen to people that are deserving of it. People that are causing rifts, people that are doing the rumors, people that are creating the chaos, people that are creating the divides, people that aren't doing shit except for negative stuff. All the vibes put out are bad. I look at this stuff and I'm beside myself on understanding that we have so many enemies against us. We have the leftists, the Marxists, the socialists, the communists. We have all these other foreign, people out here that just want the devastation of our country. We have our government spying on us, attacking us, trying to instill fear, trying to infiltrate everything we do, trying to, destroy every aspect of patriotism that they possibly can. To try to beat down any kind of
headed to Phoenix, Arizona.
Will ever step up to the plate and be,
we were in El Paso
for the people and the Constitution. We have all this against us, okay? And then we also have our side, which seems to be the dopey ass, cliquey high school stupid fuckers out here, that are.
By the way, real quick, guys, I just got a text message from Brandon with "That's the point." He said to meet or call him when I get there at 8 o'clock. So we might have a video with Brandon from "That's the Point" later on for you guys.
Shoulder ahead.
Start doing this stuff. Like Jen's been a pretty big leader. She's led the way in a lot of stuff, man. And Helena has too. And she's been there to help develop and kind of foster along many different things. And there's a whole lot of other people out here that I can tell you that have been beat up. Okay, that have been messed with, and it's to the point where you're gonna get what you deserve, which is nothing. Okay, and when you lose the good ones, you end up having to go with the bad ones. Okay, that's all you got left is the crap. So support everybody that's doing something good.
Amen.
The least we can do is step up to the plate and do the right thing and always be there for the people that have done good, positive things. And that's kind of all I have to say about that. They can't destroy us if we're cohesive. And that's the big part of it. You stay cohesive, you stay loyal, you understand that hiccups are going to happen, things are going to occur, but you get past them, and we're going to do that, But the one thing I'm not going to tolerate is watching people that have done good things be destroyed. Okay, I'm not going to watch people that have done good, positive things and effective things to defend and protect our people, legitimately, and watch them be destroyed and sit back and say, you know what, these are my people, because this isn't entertainment. This is war. This is This is a social civil war in many different aspects, and it's spiderwebbed in so many different ways that everybody's got to understand that there's going to be issues that we're going to have to tackle, and we're going to have to beat up, and we're going to have to get the truth out about them. And I'm proud to be part of that, and I will continue to be a part of that. But I'm not going to be people's entertainment, and I'm not going to be disrespected in any kind of manner, and I'm not going to let that happen to any other good people out here either. And that's all I really had to say. I'm going to dip out of here in about 10 minutes, about 5:15 my time. I'm dipping out, y'all. I'm going to sit and listen for a while. I'm going to leave quietly. God bless all y'all, and love you, sis, and thank you for doing this, and thank you, Jen, for standing up and basically, I don't know, man, just being you. Really, when it comes down to it.
Thanks, Eric. Hey, so I want to bring up Carmen. Carmen, why don't you turn your mic on, and I'll let her explain to you how we know each other and what's been being done to her.
Well, first I want Carmen to take a moment and introduce herself to everybody and speak a little bit about the kind of things that you were working on and you were doing, and then, kind of how you know Jen and what's going on with you. And welcome, Carmen. It's really good to have you here, sister. Really good.
Hey, Helena. Hey, Jen. Hey, everybody. Excuse my voice. I'm a little bit under the weather today. Thank you so much for hosting these spaces and continuing this conversation. It's extremely important that we have another voice. As you know, the media is our number one enemy, and we have to be the counter media. So thank you for being the counter media. And so I have been doing a lot of activism work since California started implementing mandatory vaccination bills back in 2015. I jumped into activism. I didn't want mandatory vaccinations. Of course, I was called a crazy person and a conspiracy theorist. But I knew that it was a slippery slope, and it would eventually turn into what it has turned into now. We knew that eventually they would use that law to preemptively say that, if mandatory vaccinations are okay for children, then why shouldn't we have mandatory vaccinations for adults? It was only the natural progression that we saw coming. But of course, people didn't want to believe that. Anyway, so I dove into the fight back then.
Man, she's loud. Everybody else, shit, what did I do? My bad.
Was running Patriot Prayer with him for over a year, and that's how I got to know Helena and
What's
Jen.
up,
and so two amazing Patriot sisters that I love to death. And just recently, a couple weeks ago, when I heard the news that Jen was an FBI informant who had turned on everyone and was working with the government to take out the J6ers, it's hard. I know how hard she. It's hard. I know how hard she. Rumor that Jen is a Fed who has turned and is working with the government to take out J6ers and Patriots. And because I'm friends with Jen and defending her, now obviously I'm one too. And so, sadly, I was with Lexit. I was the national director for Lexit, the Lexit movement, for a year and a half. I left Lexit in September, this past September, due to integrity issues, severe integrity issues that we can talk about another time. Now, Lexit heard this story about Jen and instantly ran with it. And Jesse from Lexit has been telling people that Jen is a Fed and is trying to take out Patriots. And Jesse from Lexit has been saying this about me too, because I brought Jen into Lexit at one point because she was going to work Texas for us. And she was going to be our national political advisor. But we, obviously we both left months ago and we have nothing to do with Lexit. Well, now Jesse from Lexit and Lexit's people, another guy named Eli, another guy named RP Tito on Instagram. Those three in particular are heavy spreading this lie and this rumor, this slanderous lie that Jen and I are federal agents working to take down patriots. So I've warned them that it's slander and it's libel and they can go down for this, that I will, take legal action if it continues. And I'm just taking screenshots and stuff like that. But this is, my reputation is stellar. Always been important to me. It's God first, it's America second, and my family, but God first, and doing the right thing first and having integrity is number one. And I had, just like some of the other people who have spoken, I too have put blood, sweat, tears, and hundreds of thousands of dollars of my own money into fighting these causes.
Hey, Digga, you gotta get Kim Tone high again, like we did in Vegas.
People just turn on you in an instant from a rumor that's not substantiated, that came out of the prosecution side of this case, which we all know what's happening in DC. It's unbelievable to me that people who call themselves God-fearing or patriots, and it's not just the Lexit people, it's other people too, will actually turn on you so fast just from a rumor or just from one sentence. I mean, it's almost like, did they not learn anything about fake news? Have they not learned that things can be taken out of context? Have they not learned that just because you hear a sentence doesn't make it true? They should have investigated that heavily. Also writing about this, especially on Instagram, mostly. So it's hurtful to Jen. It's hurtful to me.
You make your own gummies?
I don't have my feelings hurt or anything. I really just don't want this to spoil anybody's reputation, because we're already fighting an uphill battle with our reputation. We're already the white supremacists. I'm a Puerto Rican white supremacist. Jen's a Mexican white supremacist. Like, we are all white supremacist, Nazis, terrorists, right? We're already fighting of this movement, even on our side. And so make sure that no matter what we're doing the right thing, that we're as transparent as we can possibly be, and just keep prayed up and keep God on your side. That's all you can really do. Nobody knows how each of us is going to go down. Nobody knows how each of us, our lives are going to end. Nobody knows how this whole thing is totally going to play out or how this is going to end. But I do know that when my time has come, and this should be the message that everybody should just take home with them from me today, when my time is up, when all is said and done, I know that no matter what, I gave it 100% and I did the right thing every single day, to the best of my ability and to the best of my knowledge. And so these people can say whatever they want about me. I'm always more concerned about my friends and my friends' reputations, and I'm very protective of friends. I'm less protective of myself. But it is a problem. We have this problem on our side of the street. So just be aware of it. Put people in check if they need to be checked. We might have to submit a cease and desist letter pretty soon here, because this slanderous lie has been proliferated now for a couple weeks and it's not going away. So that may be happening. But we just appreciate the prayers and the support and everything that everybody else is doing. I haven't done nearly as much as what Jen has done and Helena and other people have done. I've spread the message, I've spread the truth, but I have not been fighting for the J6ers the way that you two ladies have and others. So thank you for that. I can't thank you enough for continuing the fight. I've had to take a little bit of a step back in politics the last few months due to some health reasons and stuff like that. But, I just appreciate so much all of these people that continue to stand even when your knees are shaking and the ground is quaking all around us. Just continue to stand and continue to fight, because at the end of this, the only thing that matters is how God sees you. Nothing else. How God sees you and what you did to forward His truth and His kingdom. So with that, I will bow out.
And I just want everyone here to know, Carmen, I've known her for years. She's worked really hard. She did bring me into Lexa to help them with the bylaws, which, apparently the feds, paid me to go and help them with bylaws.
I think so.
I'm sorry, it's just so ridiculous. But she was out here with me in
They just told me she's
Mar-a-Lago
really
to
hot.
deliver letters for Joe Biggs, for Zuni, for Enrique, to President Trump.
Puerto Rican?
From, I think we have one from Dominic, I'm not sure. But we helped get those letters.
Because I just asked Jen, I just asked him in the chat if she was hot.
President Trump.
And they're like, Eddie, she's really hot.
Part of, getting me through the right
I was like,
people,
she's hot and in
where to go,
California.
and eventually I was able to get the letters
Hook me up,
for
Jen.
them delivered to President Trump. And then Todd Sanderson called me.
Ask
when
her
I
if she
got
likes
back
fat guys in a wheelchair.
Police reported ahead.
Those letters right now. I just want you to know. And I was so thankful. I remember calling Judy all excited, so excited that I was able to get Big's letter to Trump.
Willow's in here. I gotta be good.
Chris Roral, I was able to get the letter. I think that was the other one that we sent, right? And then I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay. And some of their letters for these Proud Boy and other Gen 6ers to Trump. And that was our sole mission. And I thank you so much, Carmen, for being a part of that mission and helping me that day. That meant the world to me. And even Carmen, she was representing Lexa at the time, and she got a picture with President Trump too that night. And everyone was so excited, and it's just so sad to see them turn on her when she worked so hard to get them in order, to get their chapters in order. She pulled me in to help me. For me to help them get things in order and starting to get things done, and she was so effective in doing that.
Yeah, tell the peace
I'm
story.
just really sad to hear that this happened. I sent Jesse the interview that when Norman Pattis jumped into this little space that we were doing last time, and he gave his statement about me, and there was nothing there. There was big nothing there, and he even stated slanderous to suggest otherwise. And so I sent that to him to try to help Carmen from these attacks, but he deleted it. He deleted what I sent.
Wait, that Carmen?
I don't know if he's just deleting it.
I know her.
From LA.
No, she's San Diego.
Doubt, but she really
she's
should
in
not
San
be
Diego.
touched. She did a great servitude to Luxaid for free, was never paid. We've always been volunteers.
I know.
All the work we've ever done, and
that Carmen?
really, really
She wanted to do some videos with me.
And Eric, if you're still here, I'd like to.
It's okay.
Carmen
Jen, it's
Joey
okay.
Gibson.
The thing is, that's why we left Lexa. That's why I left Lexa back in September. I saw the writing on the wall. I saw that there were serious integrity issues. And this just is another sort of symptom of that. It's sad because they have such a huge presence in America as far as social media is concerned. They're the largest movement on social media. They have 500,000 followers amongst their various platforms on social media, Instagram and Facebook.
That's not even a good picture.
So they have a lot of followers,
we used to be friends on Instagram.
but they don't have a lot of boots on the ground influence, which is what we were trying to create. But honestly,
That's funny. Even
I had walked away from it because I saw the issues in that organization. So it's okay. It's just more evidence and more proof that walking away from that organization was the right thing to do, because they don't do their research. They don't have the integrity that is needed for the fortitude that's needed in this movement. And I have a feeling that they're not going to last very long if they continue this, because they've already stepped on a lot of really big toes. And if they continue to do this to good people, they're going to have a lot of lawsuits to answer to. So yeah, it's okay. They're trash. I knew they were trash. This is another proof that they're trash. It's sad. I did not want them to be this way, but it's sad that they are not good. They don't have the integrity needed to have the fortitude. So just keep doing what you're doing, Jen. Ignore the nonsense as much as we can. But if they continue to do this, we will slap a cease and desist, and then they will get served with a lawsuit if they don't stop, because this is not acceptable. You can't just lie about people and destroy people's reputations with lies. It's illegal and it's immoral, and we won't let that happen. So, but thank you for continuing the fight, and you are an absolute beast, and what you did at Mar-a-Lago was savage, and I'm grateful that we were able to
let me
there.
just quickly say real quick, it was 5 letters that we gathered that you ladies hand carried to Mar-a-Lago. One was from Jeremy Brown, one was from Chris Morrell, One was from Joe Biggs, and he dictated it over the phone. He called me from jail, and they cut us off 3 minutes in. And then I called Jeff Hansen and Aaron to finish the letter for Biggs because I didn't want to be the one to speak on his behalf. I wanted his brothers to do that for him. And then the other one was from Zuni for Enrique, and the other one was from Ethan, from Judy, Ethan's mom.
Yeah.
So you guys did that. You hand carried those letters, and you know what we did at that time, Jen? We put that national fundraising concert that we were going to do with Kid Rock on the back burner, because what we were doing to try to get these letters in front of President Trump, because Carmen was going to Mar-a-Lago and she asked you to go along with her, and both of you ladies delivered those letters. So it was a collective effort. It was teamwork between the three of us, and it was crunch time.
And it was
literally had
expensive.
3 days.
It was
3
expensive.
days.
It was how much were the
Hold on, I gotta
tickets
do the
that
window.
cost us to go? It was like $1,000, right?
Yes.
It was $1,000 a person.
Yeah, and I had to get a donor to come in and help me out. And so I brought her along with me, and she paid for me and herself to get in there so that we can get those letters from President Trump. And we really worked that room. I mean, we were like high-fiving each other when we were
You worked that room amazingly, Jen. You were absolutely such an angel on this planet. Like, I am so blessed to know you, and Helena
That
too.
didn't
Like,
help.
I whatever I've
Staring
done
out the
pales
window.
in comparison to the amount of
Nothing,
stamina
never mind.
and what you ladies do day in and day out. So I love you guys.
Yeah, Jen, I just got a message from the FBI. They say that you're fired. You've helped the Patriot movement way too much for them to employ you any longer. So you are officially fired from their payroll. You will continue to get zero funds from them. And
I was going to say, I was never on the freaking payroll.
That was funny though. That was funny.
So, yeah. But yeah, Sean, you asked me what I thought. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You know, I'll be honest with you. You know, these people, these places, these groups out here, they build their house on sand. You know, and you know what the problem is? Yeah, we have too many people that have no business being the leaders that step up to the plate to be the leader, and we don't have enough good ones that actually do. And when they do step up to the plate, they get beat the fuck up by our side, our team, our supposed team.
Oh, I know
It's
that.
like, you know, I mean, you don't get any good people like that, you know? You end up with the crap. You end up following the crap into the crap, you know? And that's kind of what we're, you know, if we're not real careful, we're going to continue following crap into the crap. You know, that's really what I got to say about that, Jim. That's all of it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, I mean, we constantly make the people pay that are doing the real work, the heavy lifting, the painful stuff, man. You know, and then, you know, we don't, nobody's loyal to them. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with us, man? Where is the loyalty? Is that even a thing amongst us anymore? Is that even like, I mean, mutual respect, honor, and integrity. Those are the three code, you know, the code that I go by, man. And that's, I mean, I looked around at all this shit, all this stuff that I've been in, and there's such little of it. There's a complete lack of freaking loyalty when it comes. That's in there. It's mixed in there between mutual respect, honor, and integrity. There's loyalties in there. It's that loyalties in there somewhere. It's like floating in between all three.
They must have a lot of dust storms here, beer guy. That's what the yellow signs are for.
Continuously, the wrong people are supported. Continuously, you know, it's like, I don't understand it. The good ones get kicked down, and the bad ones get put up. You know, and it's just, you know, it's disheartening.
Nice guys finish last.
I don't know. Hopefully we get through it. Hopefully there's some kind of education.
We're gonna get through it, General. We're gonna get through it. This is the separating of the wheat and the chaff. This is what's happening. And you know, Jen, the people who are behind you will always stand behind you, and those are the real truth tellers. And you have a lot of us behind you, ones that will not leave. I would not leave DC once I found out everything that was happening, and I needed to get home to my son. I couldn't do it. I saw exactly what was happening. Jen, you are an American hero. Everybody in here is an American hero, putting this effort in. But Jen, you have been given the slings and arrows. And you know who the number one outlaw in the world that is still at large, that received the highest slings and arrows, is Jesus Christ, and that's who you follow. And when he's with you, what can be against you? We're with
at the 2-8 rally in Richmond because I had been following you and Joey Gibson, and I saw you, going down the street with Alex Jones on that tank, and I saw you up there. I literally ran up the hill so that I could meet you in person because I just adored you so much. And that was way back in 2020, years ago, because I knew what you were doing. I knew the effort that you were putting in, and you're just an amazing person, and I'm so glad that you came in here today. These conversations are so important for us to have all together, and I'm just grateful. I don't know, it's kind of like a God moment today, I guess, for me. Trying to get ahead of this and around this, and I do a lot of work for the Gen 6 community, but I just didn't know that PR was going to be put on my plate. That's cool. It's fine. I'll do whatever it takes to, help get ahead of this so that we can, all clear our names, because we've all put in a lot of hard work for our country and the Gen 6ers, and you too, Carmen. So thank you for being here today, sweetheart. I love you.
Well, and I just want to say, I don't think my name will ever be cleared, but I want to do all I can for everyone else, because I know so many have been harmed by this, and it eats at me at night. It just eats at me. So I want to bring Laura up. I know she's been waiting a really long time. Laura, honey, you were supposed to put your hand up a long time ago, but this is Laura. She got kicked out of the space for what she's about. Said to her, Laura.
There you go. Now I'm back in the
James,
speaker
I think
chat.
that's James. I'm not sure if that's James, but I think it is. We'll go to you next after that.
How do you put up your hand in this?
Hey, Carmen. Just wanted to say hello to everybody, and I'll try
do I do this? No.
be a little less, I guess, inflammatory than I was the other night.
Last time I touched it, I got logged out of it, so I don't want to touch it.
Deleted while I was speaking. So the night before last, I actually had a phone interview with Jim Hoff.
I can just talk whenever I want.
And I kept it real short, sweet, and simple, and told him
mic's off right
all
now.
the projects that Jen and I had worked on toward helping defend mostly the Proud Boys in the beginning, and ourselves is where it really started when we started getting death threats for our activism. And that's kind of where the whole relationship with the FBI came into place. Jen was getting death threats, I was getting death threats. They were posting my home and pictures of my children on Twitter and my address. And so I reached out to my local PD, and they specifically told me, because the threats were coming from various places, that it was FBI jurisdiction, and told me to reach out to the FBI. And Jen was told the same thing. And that's how this whole thing got started. And then it eventually graduated to where, because we had so much interaction with Antifa, we were able to identify them even if they didn't have their faces showing. We were instrumental in helping identify a bunch of them that were looting and burning in the Austin area and other places. And that was our whole focus. And I told Jim about this, and I told Jim how
and this road sucks.
Enrique in particular was one of our little trio.
What's that?
There should be in the emoji list on the bottom.
Like, he had never heard this information before, but yet I had already been told that Jen had told him the same stuff, and then I listened to Thad as he told him the same stuff, and he acted so shocked and surprised, and then failed to put any of this information in the article. But he basically took his existing article and added a couple of sentences to it and republished it.
Like 100%.
It was just gross to see.
Oh wait, this maybe?
Especially when he has been handed facts, he has had people corroborate.
It's fine. I'll just
make the 100% comment. It's in that same
documentation to corroborate everything that Jen has ever said. Information that could exonerate her. And then he did not do the right thing, and he doubled down because he did not want to admit that he had jumped.
I'm not going to worry about it. I really don't.
He's no longer a journalist in my mind. He is an activist.
Better to just turn it on, or just.
He can. If you're not going to do the research, you don't get to do it.
Check out these routes right here.
That's just kind of where I'm at, because I've been in this fight with Jim since 2017, if I'm I'm not mistaken. 2016. So I've known her. I've known her a very, very long time, and there's hardly a day goes by that we are not on the phone for hours. So if there's anybody who knows Jen, it's definitely me. As soon as I heard this nonsense come out before they had named her, I sent her a screenshot. I was like, holy crap, Jen, oh my God, oh my God. And I was freaking out. And then she started looking at the details. She goes, oh my God, they're accusing me. And I was like, no, they're not. That's stupid. That's impossible. She goes, no, stop and listen to me. They're accusing me in mind because of everything that I know about Jen, all the things that we've done, how hard we've worked. We've literally used ourselves as bait to draw Antifa out, to get them to act out. Even our own side refused to believe that Antifa was danger and they were a real threat.
No, and there was people like Dr. David Michael, John Burleson. I mean, Laura was a part of compiling a lot of that information that I was handing over to them and saying, you know, these people are domestic terrorists, are dangerous people. And I'm sorry. I just feel so bad that so much has happened to everybody and how they dropped that little nugget in there and what they did, and it was deceptive, and I don't know. I'm just.
Well, they had to discredit you because they did not want it to come out on the stand that we handed them information of what was going to happen before the Summer of Love happened, and we ignored, and billions of dollars in damage and multiple dead people later. Here we are, and they don't want that to come out. The FBI had that information. We have proof we gave it to them.
Absolutely. When the city started burning down, I remember I made that post on Facebook when I'm like, we've been reporting all this, you know, and now you're seeing it happen. They're burning down cities now. And Laura, I don't know if you remember when they reached out to me and I was looking for Antifa burning shit down, plotting and planning in their Telegram channels, reporting their Telegram channels, Antifa Telegram channels that were plotting and planning, and there I was giving them all that information. I'm the one that gave them John Sullivan in August of 2020. I gave them Antifa Gordon, aka Christian Exo. We gave them Mark Mancini, the UPS postal worker. We've given them a lot.
Well, we gave them John Wesley Gilman III, and he was actually going to be charged for helping plan the ICE building burnings, and he died before he
It was a shooting.
Yeah, he was helping plan attacks on ICE facilities, and he was working for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice at the time. And we went to his warden and provided that information to his warden, and we said, look, he's planning attacks on government facilities, and he's working with Antifa, and he's doing all these things, and he got fired because the warden point blank said, I cannot have this kind of liability working in my prison with access to things that he has access to. So it's just all a big, it's just another government cover-up, basically. The prosecutors knew what Jen was going to be able to get up there and say. And we had been kind of celebrating it for a couple of weeks when we knew that Jen was going to be called as a witness, and we were telling her, like, you need to go over and tell them, you know, all the stuff that we turned over before they burnt everything down in 2020. And she was like, oh, I am.
I took my footage. I took my footage at the Capitol with me. I took my laptop and my footage so that I can hand it over to the attorneys and point out Antifa in there. But I've given that footage over to Gary McBride, and I've given it to David from Stop the Hate. And I remember when Gary got it, I think in December, I was in I was there for Mar-a-Lago event, and he went, and he was there at the same time, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe what I caught on
she might
film.
be rearranging herself.
And so I know Antifa was there at the Capitol. That wasn't the Proud Boys, you know, breaking down an AC unit. That didn't look like Proud Boys to me. You know, breaking down those two doors that were after the rotunda doors were open. There was some guy who's all over his face that was breaking the window using a pole, and he was breaking glass and stuff, and he was getting all loud. I filmed that. You know, there was an Antifa that trust bumped me. That I actually caught on film him running away from me because I guess he recognized me, and I thought that was weird. And when I went back into my footage to look, he literally like went back around, did a roundabout, bumps into me, and then takes off. you know, and that was Portland Antifa for sure. I know it for sure in my heart. There was just a lot of really suspicious people that did not look like Trump supporters that were there, you know, causing chaos. None of them, which I recognize as Proud Boys. You know, and I said that to America's attorneys. But Lord, thank you for coming on here and saying what you said, and I really appreciate that truth coming to light, because it's been really hard for me to explain these things all by myself. You know, so I appreciate you so much.
Laura, I'm sorry. I only silenced your mic because I was getting a lot of feedback. You can certainly respond before we go to James.
Tucson and Phoenix.
She may not have heard me, Jen. Can anybody hear me?
Laura, can you hear me?
Okay.
She may need to drop off and come back in.
Okay. All right. Hi, James. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, moral of the story is this is
Again, sorry about that.
this is a hard lesson, and I know General can empathize with this one. It's sad but true. You cannot fucking trust the United States government, and that's where we've gotten to on this long road. I've been bastardized. My kids have had weapons pointed at them. Like, I love America. I love this nation. Government can kiss my ass. And at this point, you just, our government is the enemy. So there's no working with them. There is only unwinding them and getting these pricks out of office. Hopefully, peacefully and patriotically, that can happen. And I pray for that every night. The one thing I will say is, I mean, God, they've been doing this to Proud Boys since our inception. They've bastardized us. They've made us public enemy number one. One thing, the other thing I want to say is, with the Proud Boys trial, yeah, you didn't get to say what you were going to say. But know that there is a massive fucking storm coming from something that I remembered, and it's being pursued by the defense, and it's a rabbit hole so fucking deep that these pricks are gonna have a lot to answer for. It's amazing. I remembered something, and then another defendant who's an oath keeper remembered something, and we crossed it. And it shows a concerted effort, really? And that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to get into too much detail, but it is a rabbit hole that's very, very deep. And you know, at the end of the day,
is it a 4 or a 2?
Do not trust the government. Trust your fellow.
Oh, you can read the letter.
You know, Americans. I'm not going to even say citizen. I hate that term now.
Okay.
Trust your patriots that are on the left and on the right.
0 right now.
That's all you can trust right now. And even though we have our squabbles in the movement, it's still a movement. It's still moving forward. All this shit right now that you're experiencing, and General can attest to this too.
124.
They create fog of war. It disorients you. It makes you question everything that you believe in. It F's you up. And you just have to keep on moving. If your cause is righteous, then
there might be 2 when I get home.
Gives a flying shit what anybody thinks. Just keep on trucking.
2 of those?
And I know you're going to do that. So
because I had 2 at the same time.
I mean, I've had such awful shit written about me in the newspaper and on fucking Tampa News and all this other shit. It's awful. I mean, I've been called a white supremacist. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm an American supremacist, like Enrique says. I believe America is supreme. We need to put America first. And Laura, you were talking about Jim Hoft. I'm going to say something, and some people might not agree. He's a prick. I literally wrote an article about the documentary that I did for Jake Lang. And he took the article and he slapped his effing name on it, and he called it his own. So
Why is that bad,
guy
Jay?
can kiss my ass. He's nothing more than a common thief in my mind.
I agree with that. You know, the National File, after they interviewed me and Andrea and Bobby Pickles and everybody,
You know, the funny thing is,
she couldn't believe what Jim Hoff did. I think they're even going to write that into their story. I don't know.
Yeah, she will, Jen. She'll write it right in your.
I mean, how's this any
I'm going
different?
to tell you something. With America First,
Jim
and
Hoff,
we're launching
gateway funded is oftentimes the only source of information
launch
you can get.
on May 1st. It's I'm Catholic. It's the Feast of Mary. It's a great day to launch. So we're going after this kind of bullshit too. So the grifters and the bullshit artists and all the idiots that happen to be out there, they're as bad as our government, and if not worse, because they feign to be on our side. So we're going to go after anybody who is not a patriot. There's only patriots and traitors, and we're going to expose some truth, but we're also going to paint America in the light that it is. It's a beautiful, wonderful place to call home, and these pricks have been trying their best to ruin it, and we can't let them. So the other thing I want to say is, people, please go to redtsunamiusa.org. We're trying to create a spiritual revival in the United States of America. We're trying to bring ourselves back into the covenant, the agreement between God and our country. Our nation needs God right now.
Oh, I got you, man.
But we have to reaffirm our covenant with Him.
Like
we
the
have
biggest
to
thermometer in the
do
world
right
type
thing,
thing, you know?
and that starts on a local level. But redtsunamiusa.org, we're trying to promote a revival. We've got prayer sessions on Wednesday. Matter of fact, it's coming up at 8:30 p.m. tonight, Eastern Standard Time, and then it's 5:30 Pacific. We try to get in the Word. We try to pray for our nation and pray to be inspired to act in the way that we need to.
I guess what.
So
I guess I wasn't good enough in Florida. I never got a phone
God
call.
bless every one of you in here that is trying to do something for.
I never got a phone call from somebody from Florida.
Lady Liberty right
Remember
now.
dinner or lunch
and
in Vega?
It hurts my heart, and we really need to do something. If not just numbers of peaceful, patriotic people smiling, and you know. When an asshole liberal tells you something out in the street, use my favorite line. I just say, I'm going to pray for you. It'll make their heads explode, but you need to do that anyway. Pray for your enemies.
Isn't that
That's all I
Ben's
got.
line?
God bless America.
Amen. 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 Thank you, James.
Thank you, James. Appreciate that. I think Eddie's hand was up, and Chaplain, I just want to keep this conversation going, even though I want you to say something, because J6's mom was kind of involved in all of this. So I'm going to let Eddie Block comment real quick, and then I'm going to go to J6's mom, because I think that she's got something very important that she wants to say to us right now. So Eddie, go ahead real quick. What did you want to say, hon?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna go back to the Portland stuff. So when Jen and I were there, well, Jen wasn't with me, but when I was in the trial for the January 6th edition trial, right? We brought up Portland, and we brought up the Summer of Love. And all they did was they showed the video to where we're pushing the van over and we're macing somebody. And they were trying to say that we started. I'm like, well, why don't you show the video before that? And he's like, oh, I don't have that video. And I was like, yeah, sure you don't. I said, why don't you show the video of them throwing explosions at me? I'm on a mobility scooter, and these guys are throwing explosions at me. And Kenderson just looked at me and smiled. I was like, yeah, that's what I thought, because you're afraid to show that. So they're not going to show any of this stuff. You know, we have all the video proof, but they won't even show it in court. So just wanted to bring that part back up. Oh, and Ty says hi, Carmen.
That's really good. Say that again?
Ty wanted to say hi to Carmen.
Oh, I think she dropped out, and Adriana had to drop out too. Go ahead. Eddie, he can repeat that. No, I don't think anybody heard him.
About the trial, or what Ty said?
No, what Ty said.
Oh, he was just trying to say hi to Carmen. We haven't seen her in a long time. So.
Yeah, I'm California.
voice is recorded. Maybe she'll go back and listen to it.
There you go, Ty.
Thank you for giving her a shout out. She's an amazing woman. We love her. Okay, so hi, Angie. How are you?
Hi, Helena.
Came in this afternoon.
Thank you. I tried to go on Angels for a little bit today, but then I started crying, and then it took me a minute to gather myself. So I actually left work early. I'm gonna cry again.
Love you, Angie.
Angie, I love you too. You have to cry. It's okay. That's
I know. I'm just tired of crying. I've had a pretty rough day, I guess. So I want to start by saying, James, I love you too, and I hope you're not upset. I'm going to share something with everybody. So I made a decision that I needed to go to the Capitol while I was there. Had to get it done, check it off, get my emotions out, and decided I would call my friend James. And I don't know if you're mad at me, James, or if you're happy.
I couldn't be mad at you.
But I'm like, James, look at where I'm at. And when he saw the Capitol, he's like, oh my God, I haven't seen that place, right? Since all of this has happened. And Helena, what it turned out to be was a very long FaceTime. And I parked right across the street from the food trucks. And the only thing I can say is I felt James was gracious enough to walk me through the path they took that day. And it was really amazing when you see pictures and you see all these videos and then you're there. First of all, everything looks a lot larger, excuse me, in person. The building looks bigger, the stairs are huge, the balcony the guy was pushed off of, I don't know how he survived. It's just, everything is enormous. And when you walk the path, I would ask questions and he would say, stop, turn this way, walk this way. And it really was healing. I didn't want to leave, but at the same time, I was literally tingling, my stomach hurt. I had to get out of there. It was very, very emotional for me. And I didn't know the steps that my son was on, because when they talk and they say, oh, the northwest corner, I do not know what that means in DC.
Neither do I.
So James kind of showed me what steps they were, and I went and I stood there, and
did we freeze up, or is she crying again? Oh no, she's crying again.
There's people taking pictures, smiling, laughing, and I just wanted to scream.
Hey, I'll interject something here, Auntie, while you take your breath. Her and I found it ironic that you look on this Capitol building, this thing that's supposed to represent us, our house. And I say that it is our house. We pay for it. It's ours. We the people. You look up at the top and you see a fucking POW flag. Meanwhile, they have people, my brothers, Angie's son, jailed. And those are the political prisoners, but they have the balls to fly that flag above our Capitol when they're causing political prisoners.
Yeah, Helena, I couldn't even believe it as I was walking. I turned the camera around so James could see the Capitol, and I said, oh my God, what flag do they have under the American flag? And he's like, what do you mean? And I said, it's a POW flag. He's like, no way. And he's like, is it black? I'm like, yes. And we just sat there in disbelief. And there was just so many things that struck us. On the grass right in front of the Capitol, there's a group of people, and they're holding these banners, Helena, that say, whose penis, whose body, whose choice. And meanwhile, they're getting people surrounding them, having conversations, interested in what they're protesting about, taking pictures with them. And I thought, man, if I sat on that lawn right now with a life-size Mason that you can order from Fathead, right? And I put him there with a sign that says, my son's been incarcerated 500 days. My son has not been found. I promise you, be kicked off that lawn. I overheard the Capitol Police talking about them. They were all in a group because there's a ton of them out there, and they were like, so should we go to the lawn and tell them to walk, stand somewhere else? No, I don't feel like walking over there. Like, I can't make the bullshit up. It was such bullshit. I was dying to go talk to them, and I was like, James, should I go talk to them? Should I not go talk to them? You know, I wasn't afraid, but I just thought they would shoo me away, and then that would piss me off, so I didn't do it. But just being there where they had just that barricade, like we've all seen a million times, in front of the steps that Mason took, that looked 10 times larger and longer than they do of all the pictures of him online, I realized, you know, and I pictured that war zone that we've all seen on TV, and I thought, wow, this was even worse than it really appears to us, because
you've been talking
I'm
about
thinking,
it all
how did he
week.
make it up the steps? You know, it was just overwhelming, and
every time we saw one,
part
they
of
were
me
closed.
wanted to just stay there, sit on the floor, not leave. You know, for some reason I felt his presence was very odd, and you know, it was very emotional for James and I do find it to be healing. I think when I go back for his sentencing, I still might cry, but I won't break down to the extent in front of my son or daughter, who I'm trying very hard to be strong. But let's stop talking about the Capitol, because for some reason that building, for me, as beautiful as it is represents nothing good anymore. I think of the people that were inside of it that day that planned all of this, and it's hard for me to speak, as you can tell, so I apologize. I do want to add that I was lucky enough to get to visit Joe for an hour, and that was another situation. The whole weekend was very emotional. Zach Rowe also had a visitor at the same time, so I got to see him for a while, which was amazing, since him and Joe are on the same floor. And you know, guys, the conditions these men are in, it's worse than we think they are. I sat with Barbara and with Lisa and Dominic's wife, and we talked about how Barbara hasn't been able to see him there yet, I don't believe.
Was his wife or his mom?
You know, I said, you might want to think about it. It's just when I saw Joe walk out of his cell, and you could see the area that they have, like the rec room or whatever, where they get their hour a day.
Well, he's got a Bible script,
guys. It's so small
on the back of his truck. That's cool.
You know, if they wanted to walk around to get some exercise, like I doubt they could.
What to do. It's like it's not like a thing. There's no fucking lifting weights and all that bullshit. It's brutal.
It was just horrible. It took me a couple minutes to not be nervous and not have a reaction to
we just
what
had a
I was
time
seeing
change
in front of me. You know, and
our time just changed.
it's just incredible that anyone is locked up in those conditions. But that our guys are locked up in those conditions.
What's his name will think that's going to be an hour later.
No
I'll text him when we get to our hotel.
At all. And anyone on this base that has spent one day in that courtroom can testify
an hour,
well, it just seemed like
nothing has been shown at all on this seditious conspiracy thing. And I spent 2 days there, and as we all know, Judge Kelly likes to secure the courtroom quite a bit, so you lose half the day doing absolutely
One
nothing.
of the moms from January 6th.
The jury, in a 99-minute, that MOSD video that they finally played, I thought it was incredible that they played it. It showed nothing but Enrique saying, we're going to be peaceful, we're going to stay together, this is what we do, we're not going to be retards, you know, all the typical stuff. And the only reaction the government and the jury had, I kept glancing over at them, was when stupid ass Bertino, who by the way was the only one who I felt led that conversation in a way that he should not have, who called women whores, who talked about blowjobs. It was him the entire time. And that's the only reaction that the jury got. They sat straight up, they shrugged their shoulders, they made noise, they rolled their eyes, just like the prosecution. You know, the one comment he made about women are here to give us first aid supplies and blowjobs or something. Oh, you know, you would have thought the courtroom was gonna melt. And I'm not easily bothered by that stuff, so I could care less, you know. And I thought it was a very strong, powerful video to play. I think it 100% should have helped them tremendously show their character, who they are, what the mission is, what the goal always is, how he tries to lead this group of men the right way. And, you know, Helene, I could talk for a whole another hour on this topic, but leaving yesterday after seeing Judge Kelly talk about instructions on deliberating for the jury and how Nick argued such valid points, and he even said, wow, you gave me something to think about, but of course he's not going to change anything. And it's just so guided in that direction. I mean, they're literally coaching the jury on what their decision should be. And it's horrifying. When I walked out, I thought I was going to be able to at least wave goodbye, blow a kiss, whatever I wanted to do, and we got cut off for them to secure the courtroom, and I didn't get to see them again. But seeing their faces,
that was one good thing about being in court with them. I got to see them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that was nice.
Yeah,
it's just tough. Really, really tough.
And like, you know me, I'm always a joking nature, so I tried to make them laugh, you know.
Sorry, might not be any help right now.
Hey, real quick, just to let people know, when I was talking to Trennis, and
I just talked to Trennis last night.
They give the jury instructions literally daily. It's blowing my mind, but they literally do that on a daily basis. We're not done yet. We have a use of force expert coming, and then we have a little bit of a surprise. So
it's a big surprise.
I just want to punch the devil in the mouth at this point.
I mean, I'm hoping they can get these remaining witnesses they want on there. You know, I'm hoping a couple other things that they're not 100% sure on yet are, you know, done. But it is, you know, you go in every day, Helena, with hope, you know, and you're like, okay, today's the day, you know, all these things come forward, and he just does not care, you know. Oh, well, we're not sure that's what the jury was doing. Oh, we're speculating what they're thinking. Oh, you know, okay. Like, there's one lady, Helena, who sleeps all day long on the jury. I talked to family. I talked to the guys. They've all said, no, we've brought it up 3 times. She literally sits in the back row with her head leaning upwards, mouth open against the wall, and sleeps from the moment she walks in till they dismiss them for a break or whatever it is. She sleeps the entire time, guys. I was there 2 days, and from what I saw, she might have had her eyes open, and it was to readjust her ass on the seat she was sitting in, and fell right back to sleep. And what do we think she's going to do? How is this allowed in our court? In our courthouse? Like, how is this allowed? I don't know.
If they're going to eliminate from even the jury instructions,
oh my God, I'm sorry.
I remember seeing a juror, and when I was finally able to go into the courtroom, and I was sitting there with Adriana, I remember I saw one of the jurors that looked like she was sleeping, and it was in the back.
Did you see that?
Yeah, she sits in the middle. She sits like right in the middle.
Yeah. Well, they're all wearing masks, and I remember
they were tuned out on your first day testimony.
Yeah, she sleeps the whole time. I don't know if it was Enrique or Joe said, you know, I talked to them. I was there a few times, and they're like, no, she sleeps every day. And we've brought it up 3 times, and he literally like pays no attention. like he could give a shit, you know. And then you see like there's people like dozing off. You see them like looking down. They're not even like I would say half the jury's not even paying attention.
Right.
Like honestly, and it's kind of hard because sometimes it gets like really monotonous with picking up the phone and the noise, so you can't hear, and it's like, oh my God, no wonder this is taking so freaking long.
It's like this,
you know, Lisa, Dominic's wife, who, you know, I absolutely consider a friend. I asked her to get on the space. I don't know if she's still on, but you know, I absolutely adore her. Oh, okay, we hung out this weekend, and it's like, you know, the poor woman's been away from her 2 daughters, from her job, from her house, from her life for like over 10, 12, 14 days now, and she was supposed to testify 10 days ago, and you're still there. You're still there. They put you off. And by the way, Lisa, since Helena just said you're still on here, you did freaking incredible. I was only able to read it, but it sounds to me like you did an amazing job. You know, and she was nervous, and we talked about this in length, and it's just really, really, it's just really overwhelming for everyone that's there. And, you know, you see these guys sitting there, and it's like, good God, you know, what a way to be tortured and live for 2 years now. And holy shit, there's no seditious conspiracy. It is like you're living in the Twilight Zone every minute of your life. And also, just to note, my son's sentencing was supposed to be the 31st. They moved it to the 14th. It's now May 3rd. So we keep getting pushed back. You know, we'll see what happens. Nick said there's a chance the judge over a conflict might have to postpone it again. So I'm not sure when I will be back there, but it's just, you know, I guess we just gotta really keep leaning on each other. And James, again, I'm sorry that I caught you off guard that day.
I'm not sure.
Oh, it's good. It actually did me a lot of good. Oh, by the way, yeah, my judge is trying to force motion for severance, so he doesn't want more than 3 people on an indictment. He chided the prosecutor repeatedly the other day. This dude does not like our prosecutor, and he threw it down the other day too about nobody's going to use the term domestic terrorist or insurrectionist in his courtroom because people have yet to be charged with that. So he's like, my schedule's full until next spring, and I really don't feel like he wants to even deal with this shit. So hopefully we get further down the road, and I'm just trying to get closer to that election that they're going to try to steal again. So assholes.
I'm not saying that, YouTube.
Oh my God, there's so much to unpack in this conversation. I don't even know where to begin. First, Andrea, I'm really sorry that, you know, you were standing there at the Capitol alone, and James, I'm so incredibly grateful that she actually wasn't alone, that you were with her, because I can't imagine how hard that must have been for you. So thank you, James, for doing that.
Oh, Angie's sister. Love her.
But I kind of feel like our family's been severed a little bit. I really want everybody to just repair some stuff. I think that's why I'm super emotional right now, because our family's been hurt, and it's because of lies and manipulation. So I hope that we can get past all of this at some point. And then I want to know how Joe was when you visited him.
Oh my God, that's a whole nother Twitter space. You know, Joe's incredible. Joe walks in like he just got out of bed and smiling and, you know, can't believe you're here, and just so freaking happy and positive. And I'm in like shock. And, you know, we just talked about stupid things about surfing and positions he's put himself in, which are ridiculous, for sharks and other kind of sea creatures. I don't know, his Costa Rica stories. And, you know, we laughed and we talked, and it was really crazy because the visit just goes by so fast. So fast. We tried to get another visit in, but they just would not allow it. You know, oh, he already had a visitor this weekend. Oh, really? You know, because he doesn't deserve another visitor. You know, but the visit was incredible. You know, the visit was amazing, and I think it really helped him. And I know that none of us, you know, I know that Dan Holt, you know, we all feel the way we do about Dan Holt, but guys, for some reason I have won him over. I don't even know, because I don't talk to him in any way. But he, you know, found me at lunch both days. He came out for first days. You know, he was like, do me a favor, peek your head in that courtroom right now, because he's driving me crazy, and all he does is argue with me. And for some reason, he wants to make sure you're here. So, you know, I peeked my head and I said hi. And then at lunch, he came to me and he's like, God, what can we do to get you to stay up here? He's like, he's never been happier. He is relaxed. He's talkative. He's not giving me a hard time. We're actually having really great conversations, the three of us. And, you know, so, I mean, that made me feel amazing. That made me feel amazing, you know. And then, you know, he said some other stuff I won't share on his face, but, you know, it was just really I think it was really good for him. You know, I'd like to go up again, you know, just for like even the day to do a visit. I have a friend who just offered me her buddy passes. She's a JetBlue flight attendant, so I could, you know, pay my taxes on the flight, go up there and see if I can handle that. So I'm definitely thinking of doing that within the next 2 weeks. But I'd also like to see Mason as well. So it's just a lot, you know. And for those of you that, you know, don't know me, I didn't know these guys before this, and you know, it's through their moms and their wives that I have gotten to know them. And it's through Mason, of course, who is friends now with Enrique and Ethan. And, you know, I just tell people I care more about these guys than I do some of my friends I've had for 30 years. I can't explain it. I just can't explain it. But those of you that know them, when you're around them, they're infectious, right? They just make you want to be around them. They are silly little overgrown schoolboys, you know.
Damn right.
Yeah, the things they do on the van on the way to court would just kill you guys. Their stories are just ridiculous. They play games, they tell jokes, they rank on each other, whatever. They try to make the best of it, but inside they are just men that really, their views are so much straight and in the right direction. And they're just stand-up guys, and their hearts are way more forgiving and compassionate than I have gotten my heart to be at. I'm working on that still. I'm a work in progress. But, you know, I did, James, remember I hung up with you because Joe was calling when I was at the Capitol. And I said, guess where I'm at? All excited, like, guess where I'm at? I finally got the courage. I was just on with James FaceTime. And he says, I haven't thought of that place since I've been arrested. And I said, what do you mean you haven't thought of it? What do you mean? You know? And he said, yeah, I haven't thought of it, haven't thought of going, haven't thought of it. And, you know, part of me was like, I wanted to talk to him about it because I needed that at the moment, like I was in my process of healing. But he said, no, it's just not good to think about it, right? It's just not, it just doesn't suit him at the moment. And so, you know, I stayed there and had my conversation with him. And I just stayed there staring at the building for the whole 20 minutes or whatever and didn't mention it again. And I think that's just some of their ways of coping, you know? He's like, yeah, I don't even want to think about that place. Oh, okay, then we'll drop it and we'll move forward. But it's funny how they all have, you know, Enrique will talk to you about anything. Doesn't care, not affected, very calm, very, you know. And then Joe's like, yeah, we're not going to talk about that. Okay, great. So we move forward. And it was just, you know, I had 4 nights there that were just extremely emotional. And I'm having a hard time fully recovering from it. I think it'll probably take a little bit for me to get back into my normal life here. But, you know, Helene, I know you texted me. I actually like wasn't even messaging people if I didn't have to.
You ever had swamps?
And I just wanted to share that all with you because I know how you feel about that. I know how much you were like wondering how everything was, so I don't want to take up too much more of your time, General. You're probably going, oh my God, is she ever gonna shut up? So I apologize.
No, he dropped off a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why he's still co-host. He's stuck in our space, but he's not actually here.
If you really want to brighten Joe's day, just say the 2 words, Miller Lite.
Okay, I definitely
That'll make him smile from ear to ear.
Yeah, I'm not going to say Bud Light right now.
No, Miller Lite.
I'm kidding. No Budweiser anymore. I will absolutely tell him Miller Lite when I speak to him later today. Yeah, and I'll tell you, we went out the first night I was there. It was the only night I did anything. And he called as we were driving, and he's like, okay, now everybody's got to do Jameson shots. And, you know, we were already a couple drinks in, and we're like, but ew, no. Jameson? And then Ethan's like, no, you got to do tequila shots. And we're like, oh, Jesus Christ. You know, the last thing we want to do is shots.
They know you're rolling up.
We get to the bar.
They know you're rolling up on a fucking other car.
We're going to do Jameson shots for Joe.
And they sit there and sit next to you, and they won't pass you.
You know. Then an hour later, we're doing tequila shots, and I'm like, this is bad. But, you know, we did it. We stormed through that and got our shots down in honor of them. And, you know, I know there's nothing they wouldn't give to be there taking those shots with us. So soon.
Stephanie, I know you're listening. We're going to have to do a shot for Joe tonight.
Oh my God, your poor wife.
Look at all them
Stephanie, sorry.
red and blue lights over there.
I'm gonna be doing that shot. You're not even that far. You're not even that far.
Jeez.
No, Andrea, I didn't know why you didn't respond to my text message. I just thought maybe you needed some space because a lot of things have happened, in the last.
No, it didn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with the fact that I was alone in a hotel room. Dominic's wife stays not too far, but a little further out from me. And, we were kind of like sharing a rental car. And, I just had a lot of alone time. And, I would talk to Joe as long as we could. And then I would go to sleep and I would cry, and then Mason would call. And then I'd hang up and I would cry. And it was just a very my God, and I joke around. My sister's like, when this is all said and done, I'm going to be very worried about you because, it says it consumes your life. And then in my head, I'm like, really, God? You gave me my son. What worse thing could you have done? My son. And then now you introduced me to these fools, and now I'm attached to everybody, and now I'm crying all the time, and now I'm on the phone with their families, and I'm going to visit their families, and I don't know how much more my heart can handle. It's a lot, and it absolutely, when it's just your kid, it consumes you. And then now, especially Ethan, there's something very special about him in my heart because of Mason. I just got a message from Ethan today saying, please tell Mace I missed him. I can't wait, to be with him again. And then I talked to Mason. He's like, have you talked to Ethan? These two, it's comical. But they really, really bonded. And so I sit there and I look at this huge man sitting on that table that makes everybody else look tiny. And, my heart is just, I feel for him like he's my nephew. I feel like he's one of mine. And it just leaving was very, very difficult. It was very hard. And I now understand why you have people like Suzanne and Mickey, and I saw Tammy Jackson, Brian's wife. I don't have the capability of being there every day, but I see how it becomes almost I don't want to say an addiction, but it becomes you don't want to leave. And even though you're really not doing all that much, you want to be there. You want them to feel supported, and you feel like being there for some reason helps. It's very, very hard to leave once you're there. Even though the city
Twitter
sucks,
Spaces.
I swear the air is thick. You feel
it's on the January 6th. I had to talk earlier, so I kept
on
it
top of you because I swear you look up and you don't see what you should see, but you don't want to leave. Very twisted way. Your mind
now
plays tricks on you.
You know what that means?
He's not awake.
He's gonna be hyper all night like he was last night.
I went back to DC in September.
You ready for the match now? You want to wrestle me now? You want to bite my ankle?
As soon as I was
come on,
going over that 14th Street Bridge,
I'm ready for you
the hair started raising up on my arm. And it's it was really just terrible because that's where I grew up. I used to love living in Washington, D.C. I loved living there. That's where my family is. It's where I grew up. But we don't leave this movement. And Nikki stays where she is. And Tammy's there.
Yeah, we're in Arizona.
We have to be there for the guys.
We're 180 miles out from Phoenix.
This is our life now. This has been my life for 2 years. This has been your life for so long since Mason, got arrested. Jem is living this every single day. There is no escape from this. All we can do is try to make the best of every single day. And I swear it's day to day. There's no plan for anything, Angie. There's no plan. There's delays. There's more heartache. There's just awful things that are happening. How do you leave these guys? I could never. I think that's why I've been a little broken about what's been going on lately, because it just so much shit that we all love and we're all so concerned about. And Jen loves them too. Jen loves Enrique. Jen loves Ethan. You weren't here earlier when she said, she was the one that introduced Enrique and Ethan. There's so much of a backstory that we don't all know, and things before that happened between Jen and Enrique and Joe when you had never even been brought into the picture. We didn't even know James. Things that we've done, experiences
that we've had with one another, you know, and it's
I want to point out, I almost got killed with
super
Joe Biggs.
tough. No, say that again, Jen.
I almost got killed with Joe Biggs in Austin. Antifa almost killed us.
Yeah, I think we all have.
Listen, I will tell you, I mean, Helena, I think it was you. I know James. I definitely talked to James about this, that, you know, the one thing in reference to Jen, they you know, they'll have their day to talk to her, you know, hopefully very soon, right? When they're free.
Yeah, yesterday we've been on the road for we've been on the road for 3 weeks.
Their hearts and their mindsets
one day today.
Somehow in a very good place. They are very forgiving. They're very open-minded. You know, Joe has been good for me because I'm very hyper and I'm very like black, white, straight to it. Let's go. Let's, you know, and he's very chill and he's very like, well, you know, and then I'll be like, can I have a reaction, please? And there's a very calm. There's such a peace about him and how he talks, and you know, he's, you know, not that he's not hurt and not that he's not confused,
Hey, you got that
but he's definitely very open-minded and just very open and forgiving, and they all are. They all are, and this is one of the qualities that people don't see that about them and don't understand about them, and they're so misrepresented. And if people actually had the ability, like some of us do, to get to know them, they would be like, holy crap, what has happened to these men is horrific, you know, and you know, that's that.
Well, I don't know if you saw what Joe's attorney did like a week ago when he came on Twitter Space, and we had no idea.
Norm, right?
Jen first did the Twitter Space a week ago. She hadn't even come out in public yet to speak to anyone, and he just happenstance upon the Twitter Space. I guess he looked at the title and it says, Jen Lowe tells Elle to set the record straight.
Yeah.
You want to tell Angie what Norm said, Jen?
Oh, I don't think Angie was in. I think Angie had already left or something.
Well, I did hear Norm. I heard Norm talk. I did hear him, but I mean, you can repeat it for everybody else that's in the room that maybe didn't.
Yeah, please.
I mean, I don't want to quote him verbatim, but he basically said, you know, upon their investigation, they found that there was nothing there. And I never betrayed the Proud Boys. I never gave any information to the FBI about the Proud Boys. You know, I don't know, he said some other things, but he was just asking for everyone to please support me in my fight against what was done to me in the media. And ever since then, Angie, my friends are now taking on so many attacks, you know, that Carmen was on right now. She knows Joe Biggs too pretty good, and she's been taken on attacks by an organization called Exit, and you know, they're calling her an informant. I've got other friends in other states that I've worked with where, you know, they're under attack, and people are making all these phone calls. I got so many calls that were coming in, you know, from so many people. It was overwhelming. And my whole journey, and I don't even want to cry this, but my whole journey in all of this was just to help my friends. I've known them for so long. I've known them for years and years, and I just wanted to help. You know, I never meant to hurt anyone, and you know, I'm sorry if you ever felt that I may have given information to them that is absolutely, you know, not true. I would never do anything like that. I love James, and you know, I've been grateful meeting you and him and everyone else I've met in this movement, and you know, I feel like I've been on the front lines with everyone here and just fighting, you know, through this terrible narrative that somehow there were insurrectionists or there were seditious conspiracy involved here, which I've always known in my heart not to be true. I know what I saw on January 6th because I was there, I was on the grounds, you know, and I too have always felt a little freaked out, like I might be next, especially now that they dropped and did what they did to create all that chaos to the defense team and used me the way they did, and the attacks that I've received, I'm they're not responding to me, you know, I have no one to go to, and I just feel like, you know, I could be arrested here, but I don't care, you know, honestly, I'm going to keep fighting, and I'm going to keep on, you know, talking about Jamie Raskin, and, you know, I was just in the briefing with Citizens for Renewing America last week and brought up the J6 footage again, and you guys need to force them to release the footage. They have the ear of that select committee, and I'm still doing what I can, but now I'm being involved while on my own side trying to do what I can. So it's been a difficult journey, but I love those guys very much. I did speak to Enrique, and he's like, remember when this happened to me, you need to be strong, you need to fight through it. And he was like, release this information and release that. And me and Laura were like, yeah, we're not going to do that. We'll release all that stuff when you guys get out. But, Enrique knows, he knows I've been reporting to law enforcement about Tifa. Enrique was part of one of our research teams and was privy to a lot of that information. So when he called me, I felt so good that he called me to talk to me about all that. And he's like, don't worry about it, bro. When I get out of here, we're going to set the truth out here. And he's, very confident that, and because he knows he did nothing wrong. None of them did anything wrong. They should get exonerated from this, and it's unfortunate. It's a kangaroo court. But, I don't know, that's all I have to say about that.
Zuni sent her a text message too. And you can talk about that or not talk about it, but it's just been really hard.
I was nice.
For all of us,
this guy's right on my ass, so I moved over.
I think we can all see now hindsight 2020 with lies and manipulation, and how the government really succeeded in their plan to not allow Jen to testify, and and even Bobby Pickles. They were on Diamond and Silk last night, and I know that Angie, and you said that you were going to watch that. I think that you should watch that so you can have a further understanding as to what they did to us, all of us. It wasn't just Jen, it was me. Carmen, just came on here earlier and was talking about the fallout. I've had monumental fallout. I got removed from the Jeremy Brown campaign. They were completely suspicious of me. I had a lady call me from Community Patriots, where we organized the watchdog group to hold my local PCREC accountable. She called me a traitor to my country and said that she was going to have me prosecuted to the fullest extent if she found out that I was secretly recording meetings. So, it's been really bad for a lot of people, and all we've been doing, for the last 2 weeks, is try to just get ahead of this and damage control. It's destroyed reputations. I even tried to
all the stuff they're talking about right now is the shit that I've been going through for 2 years straight. So it's like,
shut down the fucking Twitter space and wouldn't even let me speak. She didn't know what I was going to talk about, but I guess she thought that it was drama. When I'm really trying to get 75 people all in one place, when I'm being berated with text messages of people either wanting to know what happened, giving me support, or calling me a traitor to my country.
I know, Helen, we're an hour or 2 hours and 36 minutes away.
And what we've been dealing with, and I don't even know who likes me anymore. I know no matter what, my mission continues. Honestly, I'm to the point where it's like, I don't give a fuck. Because I'm just so sick and tired of all of this going on, and I'm so sick and tired of being beat down, and I'm sick and tired of the death threats.
Thank you for being part of my trip.
She has a daughter that she has to protect, and all these lies and all this manipulation has just spread out across the entire country.
Honestly, I was really surprised to see how the web. She has her hand up.
I just wanted to kind of elaborate more on what Helena was talking about, and just point out to everybody, let this be a big, huge lesson that the left and the government would like to see nothing more than our side, our movement, our people, our brothers and sisters that we have been working with so long, to have our relationships fractured and splintered. And they do things non-stop to make that happen. They release stuff like what they released on Jen on purpose. They knew what the end result was going to be for this. And it's just, is everybody in our movement for us? No. We have to use discernment. We have to really use our brains and our logic, and we have to have those tough conversations. If we hear something bad about somebody, the very first source that we need to be going to discuss those things is that source, especially if it's somebody that we know, we've talked to a lot, we spend a lot of time with, we call friends. Let's give each other the benefit of the doubt right off the bat and just have those tough conversations before we bandwagon against each other, because there's going to be more of these situations. There's going to be more attacks. There's going to be more of the government and the left trying to fracture our movement, because we are dangerous as a whole. We are dangerous to all their BS ideology. We are dangerous to the bullshit they're trying to do to our children, and what they're trying to do to our Christianity and our government. And also we are dangerous when we are together.
Because what happens is somebody's going to weaponize whatever you say. So
when they happen, they are upsetting. They are very worrisome. But let's have those tough conversations.
Essentially, everybody starts practicing
journalism. Pick up the phone and call somebody to the mat, like, hey, is this fucking true? And get that side of the story before we just jump feet first into the fire with the government. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, it's kind of neat.
No, thank you, Laura, because like you said, these are important conversations for us to have, and you know, 600 articles were written about Jen, and it got across the world.
They're like clouds. If you look at any one of them, you probably see like some like little creatures. That's a dog face right there.
Tell her that we're in Arizona now, they asked her until after he said something to the effect that, you know, I work for CNN. You think Jen would have ever even spoke to him had he known? And then he writes this big article, and I think Adriana had a very valid point. You know, he probably wrote a more fair article than anybody else did. You know, Julie Kelly promised a retraction, and now she's gone ghost. Jim Hoff from the Gateway Pundit said that he was going to write an article to correct the record, and he made it worse because all he did was put up a 16-minute interview that they did over the phone.
They can kiss my ass.
Yeah, I mean, people have the attention span of a freaking 2-year-old. They're not going to go listen to that shit for 16 minutes.
Yeah, for those of you coming in here that we're not here, Laura interviewed with Jim Hoft about me and all of the research and work we've been doing for years, and so did that. You know, that's not on the space because he's super busy today, couldn't come on. But he interviewed with Jim Hoft as well, and they were like, you know, acting surprised and like, wow, this is really interesting, and then put the article out and didn't mention them at all. Didn't even bring up their interviews with them at all.
Well, because it would mean that they would have to admit they jumped the gun, they were wrong, and they would have to print the retraction, which they don't want to do.
Sure thing, beer guy.
Yep, exactly. So, you know, these conversations are important, and you know, it just it doesn't matter. I told Jen this, you know, several times. As long as it takes for us to make this wrong right, you know, that's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to do it for Jen. We're gonna have to do it for Carmen Estelle, who is now being taken down by the Lexit movement and all her hard work that she's done. Here in my local backyard, they don't even want to speak to me. I went out to a flag wave, and it was like 2 people that came over to me and said, you know, hey, Helena, how are you? And there's 60 people there who would have normally came to me and said, hey, girl, what's going on? How are you? What's going on with the Jan 6 stuff? They didn't want to have anything to do with me. So the lies and the manipulation have hurt so many. And, you know, I don't know what else to do but to get out here and speak the truth and record these conversations so people can go back and listen. It has been absolutely just devastating and exhausting to try to answer questions, you know, and then I get people up in one Twitter space, and then Angel shuts the Twitter space down, and I just couldn't believe it. I was blown away. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? We started these morning Twitter spaces so we would be able to be a support system, share information, church, fellowship. And I literally got shut down. I haven't been back on. And I probably won't go back on. My own community just freaking turned their back on me. So I know exactly how Jen feels. It's like, I mean, what do? Do I tuck tail and run away and stop doing this? That's exactly what they want us to do. No, sorry, folks, I'm going harder. Sorry, not sorry.
That's what she said.
I'm not going to stop. Your mission failed. Miserably.
What do you call it? Office?
It's like, I think I'm, I think I'm pretty much, they did me in politics. I mean, this got all the way back to, you know, Trevor Loudon from New Zealand, and he's written the books, The Enemy Within. I invited him to come and speak.
I have that book at my house. He signed it.
You know, the communists operating inside the government, and he also has a site. You all should go check it out. It's called Kiwiki, and he's also in my research channel where I've been dropping for years. Laura's in there. I've been dropping in there for years. All of these communist organizations operating all over the state of Texas and who's funding them. And I've been doing that research. I interviewed with Laura Logan from Fox Nation at the time about my research and what I've been working on, and she followed me around for a day. And he sent his regards, and that broke my heart. You know, like, this got all the way to him, and he reached out to a friend of mine and said, please send her my regards. You know, and he was so sorry that all this happened, and I just wanted to go help my friends, and I feel like it has affected a lot of people, and I feel really bad about that. But, you know, do I regret reporting domestic terrorists to the FBI? No, I don't. You know, I don't know where to go now. Me and Laura have had this conversation.
Tell us what agents you talk to.
You know, Braun, it's like, where do we go now? There's no place to go. You can't trust anyone. You know, they'll just try to destroy you. I feel like they were like, oh, you're going to go and defend your friends. You're going to go and defend them. Well, we'll see about that, you know, and just took me out, took me down. And I don't really know where
right now. Well, I don't accept that. And I've told you that every time you've told me you're done. I don't accept that. You're too
because
bad.
I'm done whether I like it or not, Laura. That's how it is.
So that means they sent them all together.
It's going to be repaired. And anybody who still has any doubts need to only look at the Gen 6 guys that are sitting in prison that still have your back. They have your back for a reason. And anybody who has any fucking questions on Jen's integrity or what she's done for these guys, they only need to speak to the Gen 6 guy that's sitting in prison. They'll tell you about Jen. They'll tell you everything you need to know about Jen. And I'm not going to let Jen bow out gracefully, and I'm not going to let... She's one of my very best friends in this world, and I'm not going to let her go out like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, but you know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is that it's like I was saying earlier,
like
you know,
a Dukes
even
of
if I want to
Hazzard
run
event
for
right in
office
front
or
of us.
something I want to do,
right? Just
or,
jump
you know,
over
another
it.
org needs my help with something, there's always going to be those people slowing down the coffee and the cornet, you know, just, it's going to follow me around for the rest of my life. They destroyed me. They did. They destroyed me. They got what they wanted, you know, just for wanting to go defend my friends. So that's how I felt.
Well, no, you're not wrong. That's exactly what happened. And they assassinated your political career, and it was all part of the plan because they know how much you've done for this country, and they're scared of you, Jen. They're scared of you.
That sign just said brush fire.
Wasn't it that
extreme
FBI guy,
possibilities. Use ashtray. My truck doesn't have an ashtray. Does any vehicles have ashtrays anymore?
Your
vehicle doesn't have an ashtray, huh?
No, there's no ashtray in here. There's no cigarette lighter. There's no ashtray.
Yeah, he did.
Well, you got a cigarette lighter
did when he came up in that Twitter space.
But it did not. It never came with the lighter.
No, it's got the
information and that we were talking about.
Oh, the FBI whistleblower.
But I'm just saying, does anybody in there? Do you have a car with an ashtray in there?
Yeah.
Curious.
Well, we do. We know a lot. We know a lot.
I got AM radio.
That we have archived, and we've been archiving it, and we've been saving it for years.
I didn't have an 8-track tape.
I don't
oh
even,
my god!
No,
I don't even have a CD player.
That I've been thinking about, and that just really.
These things will last forever.
Bothering me.
Yeah, you leave them out, they just warp and.
If you would have been able to go
what
up there and testify, and you would have been able to use your testimony.
It's like they were designed to fail.
What Antifa did that day.
We were sold such a bill of goods on pressed plastic with Dakota aluminum. That's not how we thought they were being made. We thought they were like pieces of metal that were twisted.
Did the things that they did, and they would have had to acknowledge
it with silver,
that it is Antifa
said, here,
that is the domestic terrorist, Jen. That's how I feel.
12, 13 times.
I think that's why they stopped.
See, everybody's saying nope. I don't think they make cigarette or ashtrays anymore.
Another huge part.
Well, let me speak. Let me speak to that because it's important that you just brought that up.
The lighter.
And I think I could speak about this.
I grew up in the golden era of the maybe the 50s.
We're going by Tombstone.
Enrique's attorney, when he found out that they
oh, hey, Eddie and I are going to have a shootout
that way, he came into the witness room and he was like, maybe we could use this to our advantage. And I said, what do you mean? He's like, well, If the FBI has been listening to you for all this time, then they considered you a good source of information.
Yeah, it'd be kind of fun to see.
And so they were going to use that to their advantage, the legal team. And I was like, hell yeah, it's down for that. But then
my Silverado's an 08 and it
how
does not have one.
How about a bench seat? Those are the coolest. The ones you slide all the way over.
Anything about what she said with the FBI. They completely gagged me, and even being able to speak about that. I mean, they just battled the defense team so hard on this for days about me taking that stand.
You youngsters will never understand.
I wanted to take that stand. I was ready to go, and I was heated up too. I really wanted to take that stand.
I don't know. I like my captain chairs that we have
in the end. They didn't want to connect, you know, me to the Oath Keepers, to the Proud Boys, because that's apparently a big deal. And Rick's attorney told me they've been trying to do that throughout this whole case. And, you know, 12 hours before I was going to go and testify again, they dropped in that footage of me and the VIP listening to Trump speak while there's an army of Oath Keepers behind me. And then, of course, my friendship with Stuart Rhodes, which wasn't even, I mean, it was developed before then, but it wasn't really developed until after January 6th. I had spoken to him in passing with Laura. My friend Laura's good friends with Stuart Rhodes, and she has been for years. So
Oath Keepers
I met him through her, but we didn't really have a close relationship like that until. And not even close. I wouldn't even classify that as close anyways. But we know each other now. And I met in person, but it was well after January 6th. But still, the defense team didn't want to take that chance. I still think that they should have, but it's just unfortunate.
So I was like,
you know, everything that happened. But I really fought hard to try to take that stand.
Casey, you've got your hand up. Did you have a question?
Instead of Harley Davidson dudes.
Shoot. I'm sorry, Lena. I just wanted to tell you, I think Angel had just got all that paperwork. She knew that was coming, or it was the day before it came, about the sentencing on her husband, and it was around 49 years plus, and she... in the most part, she seems to keep pretty upbeat, and she didn't really want to talk about it, and then all of a sudden it came out, and then since then, you know, and I know she loved you, and I just think it was kind of overwhelming to her, all of it at once, so hopefully we can mend those senses, because it's been a hard time for you, like, horrifyingly hard time for you and for John, and there's a couple people that I don't know that well, but yeah, the whole thing, I can tell you, I spent the whole entire day since early this morning watching the Diamond and Silk show and going over and over and writing stuff down and questions I had and stuff like that, like, but I get what she's saying, you know, like, I think in the end, the defense, you know, because the government, the DOJ and the FBI and the government are cheating, you know, and they are using the Sixth Amendment, which is meant for defendants, not prosecutors, and a lot of things like that. Please, if you haven't seen it, you know, I posted it on my site, on Twitter, I think I posted it on here, and go through it a few times and listen to it, because you really see, the truth is, they're just trying to make all these splits, and people have gotten really hurt, and I mean, I think we know the press is just ready to jump on anything they can to get their, you know, even the best of them, you know, I'm afraid to say, you know, that's who they are, talking heads. They want to get the story first, and so they're going to come out and do that. And I'm not happy with Julie, and I'm not happy with, what's his name? Like, I'm getting ready, as a matter of fact, to make some phone calls to those two people, and, you know, I don't think I have to be mean to them, but it's like, hello, you know, like, you think you're going to lose your credibility, dude. You ruin other people's credibility. And if you don't man up and, like, show your credibility, or woman up and show your credibility, I mean,
in that second, I know. No, I'm just saying, you know, isn't that weird? How the mind works? Look at that 466.
You're trying to protect.
That's why we're not getting diesel there.
No, but San Francisco prices in the middle of, so cheap.
Antifa and stuff. She may not want to throw that out in the story, but
Or Bay Area person.
but at the same time, you know, you got to earn people's respect, and all of you people here that are really working hard. I'm talking to Lena, Jen, General. I mean, people that I know.
In 300 feet.
There's so
use the
many
left
people
lane
out
to
there.
make a
I've never
U-turn.
seen work so hard.
Make a
I'm pretty
U-turn.
homebound, so everything I do is from the net, right?
Make a U-turn on State
But,
Route 9.
I
Turn
mean,
right.
the politics, the supporting Trump,
In
the,
300 feet.
you know,
Turn left
trying
on
to take our
South Main
country
Road.
back, you know, and since, you know, what's it been? Almost 3 years that these guys, you guys been fighting on top of doing so many other things, you know. And I'm sorry, I respect you, Jen, for, man.
Nice ride, everybody. Have a
I'm
great
sorry,
day.
doing the same thing.
All right.
I mean, I wouldn't have known to go to FBI or anybody. I mean, I didn't trust FBI or any of those people anyway. I'd never get involved.
Connie, stay with Ty.
A scaredy cat, but you probably knew a lot more than I did. But all I had to do, since I'm homebound, was research, and I saw a lot of the same things that you're talking about. And I literally got some stuff from this dude, John.
Whatever my hat is on your left foot.
He was using J-Nex at the time, and it was on Parler, which is one of the reasons why I think they like Parler, because he sent out about the Black Bloc. And I also saw Millie Weaver's videos where this BS, the whole
What's up?
thing.
Give me here. Give me here. Give me your paw.
Leftists,
I'm gonna bite your paw.
180 groups of them.
Let me,
You know, you can call them anti, you can call them whatever you want. It's Sunrise, it's Black Lives Matter. There's a ton of different groups.
You like it, do you? You don't like it, do you?
Took time off to work with them to plan. If Trump got reelected,
Fair play, huh? What's up,
in
Donnie?
some way,
Yeah.
yeah,
that's not too fun, is it?
They literally had started planning way that summer before, and maybe even longer. But they were
watch them later on in the hotel.
Were videoed, and it was showing them doing drills and who they were going to have to enlist, like, you know, the violent part of Antifa and the violent part of BLM to get out there, and they were going to shut down the.
You know, the downside of these spaces and all this other live streaming, nobody's offering any solutions. You know, like this Jen gal, wonderful gal, she should say, okay, people should have a right to be suspicious, right? There's some rumors flying out. Let's have a process. The process should be a live stream. You know, I've offered to moderate these things. Offered, you know, using a live stream, adversarial questions on being reasonably suspicious. Does it pass? Articulated suspicion, and then yes, you can articulate it. What about reasonable suspicion? Then all of a sudden you get into what would qualify Jen to exceed the bar of reasonable suspicion, then probable cause and that type, and then, you know, whatever. Bottom line is we have no process in place to deal with rumor monger. All we do is, oh, it hurts my feelings, and then yay, yeah, well, let's I mean, the vigil at J6 is awesome, but what are we offering as far as solutions? You know, we should be moving into these cities instead of moving out of them. We should be, demanding speedy trials. We should be demanding cameras in courtrooms at all times, so the public can see how these things are offered. You know, the whole opaqueness of our government is something that we should all rally against. You know, I mean, that's a common cause. We have to solve this with more transparency, which is essentially journalism. It's not citizen journalism. It's just journalism. It's just people going out there asking reasonable questions, being adversarial reasonably, and participating in good faith. You know, I mean, there's reasonable suspicions, and we have to be able to solve those. And it all comes about by communication and transparency and respect. Because there are people out there who are treacherous. You know, you can't ignore the fact that we have treachery in every organization. This Jen gal specifically, I would say, hey, what prosecutions have you testified on dealing with the federal government? And at some point, you have to come to the conclusion the FBI is the bad guys. And once your jaw drops and your soul has to search, it's like, oh my gosh, the one institution I believed in is actually the bad guy. Then what? You know, yeah, we can talk about our feelings and, oh gosh, I missed this, I missed that, I missed that. But you have to deal with, oh my gosh, the FBI is the bad guy. Now what? You got to put yourselves at risk. You got to put yourself, you know, filing grievances and writing about whether it gets followed up on. You know, like this Jen gal says that she turned in information in on domestic terrorists to law enforcement. What happened to those? What trials happened? What did she turn over? What people? Let me vet this information. You know, let me find out what you know. What I found out was, at least in the San Francisco branch, more likely than not, the FBI was Antifa. How'd you like that to be? Or at least facilitated them. That would make the most sense, right? Because why? Whites are against this and all against that, you know, because they gaslit all they had to do was hire woke people for a couple years. And you have those, you know, like Training Day, you know, you have your Ethan Hawke, the young people do the stupid stuff, and then guided by the Denzel Washington veterans who let the rookies do the bad stuff, so they can't get questioned. And all of a sudden, oh, dude, it was just a lack of training. But whatever. Bottom line is, nobody is talking about solutions. They're talking about feelings. And I'd only go so far. We got to be strong enough to ask reasonable questions, participate reasonably and respectfully, but then also we have to have a process to deal with treachery. How do we deal with treachery? How do we deal with bad faith, deception by design? And that's what we have. We've allowed our law enforcement to operate in a realm where they can be the liars, the cheaters, and the criminals, and we can't do anything about it. We're screwed. Until we start addressing that, say that because, you know, shoot, we got to go after the criminals. The whole purpose of the Constitution is the government's always going to be the criminal. That's the foundation of our government, is to always be suspicious of the criminal. Who? The people with the power. And the fact that we can't even talk about that because, you know, I mean, this stuff tugs at my heart too, you know, the bodies and mothers. But, well, guess what? What if their sons aren't just the targets? What if it's happening in every I call them dense urban geographies instead of like dug in dense urban geographies instead of liberal territories, because the liberal territories, you know, it's like we think that their constitution processes existed. No. What if they don't? You know, that's why we got to move into these places. We got to establish patriotic settlements, play softball, you know, have lemonade sales and stuff. Anyways, blah blah blah. I had to fill that time. I want solutions. I don't mind the emoting thing. It doesn't help at all. After some time. You know, this is 2023, not 2016.
I'm gonna go walk in.
All right, I'm gonna use the restroom.
Yeah, move, Donnie. Get it back. Let's go.
Whoa. Here.
Dude, what? Move, Donnie. Move.
Leave the truck.
Okay.
And she has to cook dinner for her daughter and help her daughter do some homework. So I just want to let her say something. I'll probably stay up for about another 10 minutes because I'm really exhausted, dude. I just feel down. I feel just exhausted. You know, so I just want to let her go ahead and say something so she can go cook some dinner for her daughter and help her with her homework. Go ahead, Jen.
All right, I love you guys, and I'm gonna go. And thank you, Helena. And rest, please, dear God, rest. Too much.
Yeah, it's a lot. Thank you so much. And I just want to tell Eddie, thank you. I know Eric's not here, but thank you guys for having a space. And thank you everyone that listened in. And, you know, it's just willing to listen. You know, that means the
You ate your hot
world
dog already?
to some of us, you know, that are being attacked right now. So thank you all so much for coming in. I'm definitely gonna have to go because it's dinner time now, and I gotta tend to the little one. She struggles with math, so sometimes even cries during problem solving. So I have to walk her through the math stuff. But I love you guys, and thank you so much again for giving me a chance and hearing me out. I appreciate that. You wouldn't even know how much.
Love you too, honey. Call me later if you need to. I'm here if you need anything. Here if you need anything. So, Citizen, did you have a question? You have had your hand up for so long, and I'm so sorry.
No. It's Annie. I never mind. You know.
Did you change your name again?
No. This is the one. I just something when I get on, it's like, oh, I didn't realize I was using that. I don't know. Somehow it switches it on me. Whatever. You know, because I still have that account. But anyways. So I'm going to try to just use one, so I don't have to keep explaining this.
We'll give Donnie a walk.
But anyways, gosh, I just had some really interesting thoughts.
And of course,
I'm like,
there's another dog.
And I'm just, I just get bits and pieces of everything that's going on, and I'm just like, just wanting everybody just to keep it together, But I was like, Jen, she should play the race card,
Of course, the one time I want to let Donnie out.
Somebody that's got lots of followers to put a story out
Another
there.
dog.
Latina,
State Route 90.
Antifa, hunter, I don't know what you call it, exposer, something like,
ready to go outside, Bubba's?
barred from, testifying for the Proud Boys or something, something that would really catch people and anyways, this is just my idea, right? To kind of get the story out. But anyways, yeah. No, I know, I was talking to a guy I met at, it was a Tea Party meeting, or actually I've known him, and he's in the area, but he said he had his phone wiped with like 600 videos, he said, of what was going on there in Portland. And so it's like, well, who's doing this? Who's getting, they must be working with, the cell phone company, or with the NSA? I mean, what is it? You know what I'm saying? If they're getting access to phones, that's got to be the NSA or whoever.
It's called the Patriot Act.
Yeah, the Patriot Act. Yeah, they get access to what's. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So that's pretty fishy.
Yeah, we do, Jeannie.
And then you got the people kind of, they don't really realize what Antifa's about. They're like, yeah, we're anti-fascists. Yeah, we're Antifa, and those other people who are doing all that, well, we don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? You got people. Right, come on. I've heard a couple of people that I know personally that said, yeah, we're Antifa. It's anti-fascist, and it's like, there's a lot more to it than meets the eye, and I hope that it gets exposed, and just the fact that it's not being exposed,
bring them all the way over here. You don't want to go to the bathroom.
Investigated.
What?
Is
I think it's because that other dog.
Fishy, and more than fishy, it should be criminal. It's criminal. Anyway, that's the end of my spiel, but thanks for letting me talk.
Of course.
All right, guys, I'm going to switch away from this then.
Eddie, do you want to close out with anything? Because you had a lot of involvement with what happened, and that's why we kind of put this space
I need you to close the door.
The space every day. We just kind of stayed on this topic, and I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you going and testifying for the boys, because your testimony was so important. And Jen was reading me, she reads the court documents to me sometimes, and we're super thankful and very grateful that at least you were able to testify for the guys, because I'm so worried about what's going on with them. And, this fight for me started with the Proud Boys, because very early on, I realized nobody was speaking out on their behalf, and I just couldn't stand for that. It made me just so sad, just brokenhearted, that nobody was standing up for them. And, a lot of the Proud Boys even went ghost.
Right.
And I don't blame them. I get it. I totally do. But if you want to say something to close out, before I close out this space, honey, you're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah, sure. It was an honor to go there. You know, I understand, like you said, you understand why the other people ghosted out. I had a lawyer that told me that it was probably a 75% chance I was going to get arrested when I walked out of court. I mean, I brought my friend with me. We had bail money sitting in the truck just in case I got arrested. So I can understand why a lot of people didn't show up. But I did because I love these guys. You know, they're my friends. And, you know, I had to do it. Even if they weren't my friends, they're patriots, you know. And I keep saying, we got to stop saying patriots because there's too many people, like they said earlier, that are patriots. You know, they're just trying to make money off of us. And, but I'm glad I was able to go to court, and the lawyers really said my testimony did well. So hopefully what I did and what Jen and everybody else is doing, we can get these guys out of jail. So just one thing I do ask everybody is send them letters. You know, send them just a hi or something. You can look up, what is it, AmericanGulag.com, and they'll have their addresses where you can send them letters. That's what they need. They need cheering up. They need to know we still care about them. So that's something I think you should do. But thank you for having me here.
You betcha. And it's Patriot Mail Project, guys.
Sorry, I had it wrong.
Patriot Mail Project. No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. I've been in this for a really long time, so I know all these wonderful organizations that are doing their best to do everything that they can to help. And I love Marie Goodwin and Paula. They're amazing women. And Tim Rivers works with them as well. And so does David Summerall and Tredes. And the list goes on and on and on. I really appreciate you coming on today because Jen needs the support. And I know that you were hanging out with her, that you got to go to her home, and your pup is so cute. He's so adorable, and I know he got a lot of attention at the courtroom. So that was pretty cool to see him be cuddled by, you know, not only the jury, I think really liked him too. And you made such an impression.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. You know, in fact, well, you guys were talking about the jury earlier. Almost every single jury member every time would stop to pet Donnie, because every time they had to leave, they had to walk right past me and Donnie. And they loved him, and I hope that maybe swayed them a little bit, showed them that we're real people. And even the prosecutor tried to make me out as this awful proud boy who's trying to, you know, get Antifa to attack me so we can attack them. And I kept telling him, I'm like, but if they attack us first, we're not really the bad guys, are we? They're attacking us first. And he wouldn't let me say that. And I just kept pushing the issue. And my friend Ty couldn't believe how much the judge allowed me to talk over that prosecutor. I think I wore him down pretty good. So I think it was great.
You did a fantastic job, Eddie. You really did. And I'm hoping that your testimony will be really taken to heart and consideration, because at the end of the day, we got to get these boys free. They don't deserve what is happening to them. They are amazing people. I love them. They're my brothers. We're going to continue fighting for them, you know, every way that we can. And please do send those letters. It is so important. They do want to hear from everybody. Just send them prayers, uplift them. You know, they really need to hear from, you know, America now more than ever. I just want to just talk about super quick, because the Real Gen 6 has been popping in and out. And I told Anna that I would tell you guys about, you can go to the post in the bubble chat, and please share that out as well. If you contact them, they'll give you it says get a free, get your free, the J6 political prisoner yard sign. So they're doing a yard sign campaign. So you can just contact the Real Gen 6 and you can put a yard sign up, and that's just part of what we do to help spread the truth and awareness and shed light about what's going on with all of our January 6th political prisoners.
Turn right.
So I just want to thank all of you guys for being here today, for Jen and for me, and you know how much you support me in general. We really have put ourselves in the line of fire
You know, there's nothing to say that Jen's not going to get arrested. There's nothing to say that I'm not going to get arrested. They're going for that geofence now. How scary was it that Eddie going to D.C. to testify for these guys to tell the truth that he could have been potentially arrested? You know, but this is the length that we will go to try to help all of these guys and all of the January 6th political prisoners, because no matter what happens, I will be one of the lucky ones, because we do have a support system in place. We do have the Jan 6, you know, support hotline. We've got all of these organizations who help with lawyers and filling commissaries and canteens. And I'm so incredibly proud of everybody who has been a part of helping and build this community, because it has taken all of us to get to this point, and we still got so much work ahead of us, you know. And it sucks that I have to spend 2 weeks to do damage control, but if I have to spend 2 years to do it, then so be it, because Jen's political career is not over. They will not take her out. I will not stand for it. She is an amazing person. She's done so much for our country that you guys don't even know what she's done. She didn't deserve any of this. And whatever it takes, we're going to correct this shit. It's not going to stop on my behalf. I about it, then just bounce the hell out. I don't even care. For as long as it takes for me to help my dear friend, you know, make this wrong that has been done to her right, then that's how long it's going to take. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know how many more conversations I'm going to have about this, but whatever it takes. So I am really exhausted, but I do want to thank each and every one of you. I love you guys very much. Our mission continues. General and I will be up tomorrow. I am going to do an informational morning space, because I'm going to start working with Suzanne. Bobby Pickles just posted something in the bubble chat. Y'all please go retweet that out. Retweeting and sharing information is also a very important part of what we do to change the narrative and tell the truth, because we want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. We have been fighting for that for 2.5 years, and we're going to continue to fight for that. So please guys, share out this space if you haven't already done that for us, so people can listen in to the recording. That's another important part of what we do in the afternoons. And Eddie, just so you know, we do these spaces every single day, Monday through Friday. I'm not sure where you are, but Texas time it goes up, excuse me, at 2 o'clock in the afternoons, 3 o'clock Eastern time. We normally stay on for 2 hours. I'm going to put up a morning space around 10 o'clock. It's going to say J6 morning news and calls to action. I'm going to start working with Suzanne. She's still delivering those books to Congress. Nancy Pelosi got a copy today, guys. Nancy Pelosi got a copy. And I just saw Tim Rivers. Somebody said, well, why would you waste a book on Pelosi? Tim Rivers said, I'll read to you what Tim Rivers said, because you know that he's the one who produced this book. And he chimed in because somebody said to me earlier, why would you waste a copy on Pelosi? And this was Tim Rivers' response. Him and Marie put this book together along with David Summerall. She said, I quote, she may wipe her butt with it, but maybe our attorney will ask her about it at her trial. After all, everyone deserves a chance to prove they're innocent of a crime, right? No, it's not about if she reads it, or if she reads it. Her staff will, I assure you. Curiosity will be too great when every other staffer has seen it in the building. This is about pressure. We aren't trying to educate illiterates. We're reaching for thinking, feeling humans, and we are finding them. We won't win every battle, and we won't make everyone cry at the tragedy, but we are moving the ball down the field in Congress. Let those with ears hear the truth out. Thank you, everyone on the Golden Ribbon team of Patriots. You are fearless. And yes, Suzanne Monk is fearless along with her team, and she's going to continue to drop off books I am so thrilled that Nancy Pelosi got her copy today, and I hope her staffers do read it, and I hope every other staffer reads it, and then they can go to their bosses and say, hey, did you get an opportunity to read letters from the Gulag, from the prisoners book? And those conversations are getting started. They're being had. They're going to continue. And I'm super proud of helping them organize that. We had a sea of patriots at CPAC. We sold 543 copies of that book. Now they're getting delivered to Congress and the Senate, and they just can't deny the truth any longer. And this is a big part of what we're doing to share this truth and spread awareness. So I'm going to close out with that, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who came here today to the Twitter space and participated. Adriana, I'm glad you guys had an opportunity to meet her. Eddie Block, I'm so thrilled that you were here today. I know Bobby Pickles was listening in to most or part of the conversation. So Bobby, I'm super glad. Thank you. And if you guys have not seen the Diamond and Silk episode that they did last night, please go watch it. Please share it. Please help me, help Jen. I would really, really appreciate y'all doing that. But I'm going to close out the space. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it, and I love you all. And I have a great night. And I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Y'all have a great night. Thank you.
You know, Mandy, I'll find out for you, Mandy. Remind me to find out about it for you. Fucking Bobby Pickles sending me fucking messages. We'll find out where you can get the. You know what? Let me text Suzanne where you can buy the book. I'll text her right now. Or
fucking Amazon.
Hold on a second.
Ask him where's he looked. Lazy fuck. He's the one who capped on you, right?
It's not Bobby Pickles. Mandy is. You just called Mandy a lazy fuck in the chat.
Pickles.
No, Mandy's the one asking about it.
I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to a screen. So when you're doing your little live stream thing, that's between you and
Well, you're jumping in on the conversation.
You were talking. I responded.
Because I'm talking to her.
How am I supposed to know? Oh, my goodness. You're saying something. I'm responding to you like a human.
Hi.
Well.
Calm the fuck down.
I have no need to calm the fuck down. I'm fine. Just because culturally I talk different than you doesn't mean you can culturally appropriate me and tell me I gotta calm down. This is how I'm fine.
It's called respect, Ty, and you don't. A lot of times you don't have respect. That's what it's called.
You think you do? You're talking to me as a person. I respond. You say, "Dude, I'm talking to the screen," and I'm like going, "How am I supposed to know that?" You're like, "Well, you're not respectful." I'm like, "What?"
You're not respectful because you're over talking, and it's always got to be about you.
Unbelievable, dude. It's always got to be about me. I've been sitting here for 3 weeks and 1 day. How many times has it been about me in how many hours is that? 24 times 21, what, 600 hours almost? Come on, Eddie. At some point, you got to just say, dude, all right.
Yeah, at some point, Ty, you got to, maybe think about, I'm not even going to do it here because we're live. We'll do it later on, bro. We're going to talk about this later on.
Why don't we talk about it now?
Because we're on air right now, and I'm not going to talk about it right now. This is something that two men should have personally behind the scenes, not right now.
I think it should be live stream if you really got concerns about it, so we can all learn from, and we can all learn from it, and I could learn from it, and then.
Ty, okay, fine. You want to learn about? You're disrespectful, Ty. You're very freaking disrespectful. And I'm going to give you an example right now because I know you're going to say that. Just like the other day, you're like, Eddie, don't take away my right to speech. Well, just because you have the right to say whatever you want doesn't mean you should say it.
Okay,
wait, hold on. Let me finish now.
You did.
I'm not done with it because I'm trying to explain it to you. So when I say to you, hey, wait a minute, Ty. No, I'm trying to say something, Ty. You're not going to cut me off like you always do.
I'm not cutting you off.
You're trying to cut me off.
I'm not. I'm addressing what you just said.
But no, I'm not done yet. Let me finish.
Okay, we're talking about my right to...
Yes.
Okay,
I'm trying to say that
you... one point.
I am staying on that one point, Ty. Sometimes, yes, you have the right to say whatever the fuck you want, Ty. But sometimes you shouldn't say it. Sometimes you should respect the other person. Like when I said, Ty, you know what? You shouldn't talk about this right now. Don't say that. And he said, stop hindering my free speech, Eddie. No, sometimes just because you have the right to say it doesn't mean you should say it, Ty.
Who decides that? You do?
No, it's
because
called
you're
it's
driving.
Called, it's called respect.
You do because you're driving at your live stream. That's what you think you have the right to control my speech and my ability to breathe.
I'm not trying to control your. I asked you to let's forget about it.
Well, and I'm saying, and I'm just saying, let's just talk about it because I'm not emotionally invested. It might sound like it. I'm just having a conversation. I know, but you can't interpret my speech based on your norms. You have to interpret.
Yeah, because your norms is way off than everybody else.
Well, whatever. I'm going conventional, sure, but I do this for a reason. When I'm emphatic, humans used to be allowed to show emotion. It used to be a Latin thing. It used to be this, that, and the other thing. It's how we discuss things.
But you know what? So like, let's go to this. So like the scooter thing, right? My scooter's broken, right? And I'm telling Girl how it's broken. Right. You just jump in. So here, Girl, I want you to have this tool. I want you to have that tool. That's disrespectful. You never met Girl in your life, and you're telling my friend what tools that you want him to provide you so you can fix my scooter that I don't even want fixed that way. And then you tell me, well, Eddie, I'm going to fix the scooter the right way because you don't know how to fix it the right way.
Can we address that?
Yeah.
Could it be possible that you're misremembering what had happened?
No, I'm not misremembering what happened.
Let's discuss that. Taking a 10-pound sledgehammer to your scooter I thought was a bad idea, and that's what I voiced. Let's not use a 10-pound sledgehammer initially.
But it's my scooter. It's my scooter.
But you're saying a tool, and I'm saying let's not use a 10-pound sledgehammer. Let's try something else first.
And I listened. And wait, I listened to your idea, and your idea was wrong. Your idea was wrong. Who fixed the scooter?
What do you mean? Who fixed the scooter? I
fixed the scooter my way, didn't I?
All I do is I give suggestions. Okay?
Man, you guys are probably loving this shit.
Right, well, I give suggestions. I think my suggestion of not using a 10-pound sledgehammer as your initial tool was a valid suggestion. You do whatever you want. I would just take him, hey, give me more.
No, but you threw what you said, Ty, was, well, Eddie, I want to do it my way is the right way.
I never said that, dude. That's just...
Okay, it's on live stream, Ty. Whatever. It's on fucking live stream. I will play it back for you.
And then when you learn differently that I'm just trying to help you out, then you're like going, wow.
Not by helping me out when you say, well, I'm going to do it the right way, Eddie.
I'm not going to say, what do you mean I'm going to do it the right way? I never said I'm going to fix your scooter.
You said my way is the right way,
well,
Eddie.
I did say that.
Okay, thank you.
No, but after, wait a minute. You can't take that whole conversation.
Wait.
I made all the context
okay, how about
and then
this,
say my way is right.
Do you know, wait a minute, do you know that yesterday people were trying to pay me money to put you on a fucking plane to send you home?
And you know what? Every day I do? I look up the price to how it is to fly to wherever we're at because I know you're spiteful, and yet anytime you could drop me off anywhere in the country and I gotta find my way home. That's how that works. And so when you're talking about who's putting me on a plane and flying me, saying, hey, every day, wherever I am, I gotta look up Amtrak and whatever I'm looking at and saying, okay, if I get left here because of the spitefulness.
Have I ever left you anywhere?
It's something I have to consider.
Have I ever left you anywhere,
Is that what I said? Is that what I said?
But no, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Have I ever left you anywhere? Have I ever left you anywhere?
Man, you said people were paying you to fly me home.
No, I said people were trying to figure out offering to fly you home.
Now, what did I say in response to that?
Huh?
What did I say in response to that?
Every day I look at their prices to see how much I can get home because I think you're gonna drop me off.
Okay. Did the people say that in the chat in that same voice, or they use a different voice?
They probably use a different voice.
Okay.
Not using my voice.
Right. So, what voice did they said the wise and sage? Well, can we donate money to get Ty on an airplane to fly him home? Because frankly,
they were saying it because they're sick and tired of the way you treat me.
I don't think so. I think that what they want to do is alleviate.
Okay. How about this? I'll call the guy that said it right now. No, we're gonna do this right now.
Okay, but
I'm gonna call the guy right now.
We can finish this conversation about the different tone that you used about me saying, "Hey, they said you told me that somebody." You told me somebody said they would offer money to fly me home, right? And I said, well, my reality is every day I have to consider you dropping me off because of you are spiteful.
What's up, buddy?
No.
Hey, are you watching our live stream right now?
Hello?
What did you try to do? You know, me and Ty are having an argument right now. What?
You're put on the hot seat.
You're being put on the hot seat.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a game show, and you're the lifeline for Eddie.
He's not my lifeline.
Well,
you wanted to know the truth,
you
so I'm telling you the
truth.
truth.
This is your lifeline. Go ahead.
Because you wanted to know the truth.
No, I didn't say I don't want to know the truth. I was talking about our conversation. You did dial the lifeline. I didn't. Go ahead.
Never mind. You know what?
That's a game
no,
show.
no, fine.
Talk to me.
Right,
Tell me,
exactly.
what's
Here we
up?
go.
Okay, last night you were trying to do something. What were you trying to do last night? If you want to talk, no. So, what did you want to call me about? What did you text me and say, Eddie, we should do this? If you want to say it, you don't have to say it.
I have a problem with that because bullying, and sometimes it feels like Ty's bully.
So your perception was that I was bullying based upon, I'm assuming, what happened at the bridge.
Ty, let me explain what I'm talking about.
All right.
All right. What I'm talking about is like not the argument you and him had last night, but more like, we're going to do it this way. Why do you have to live stream? You know, there's people, now you understand it, I think, because you've been on it this long trip.
No, let me comment on that. I still don't, but I understand it's a form of, it's innovative form of journalism, essentially, and communication and community.
It's another form of journalism,
right.
Too, but
right. How can I opt out of that form of journalism, though? Right? I have to. You understand?
No, the reason the way I'm looking at it is a whole different thing, not as journalism. What I'm looking at it as is, I'm homebound. I can't go anywhere without somebody giving me a ride. That was taken away from me because of the state and my license. I was able to drive and everything else. And when I'm going with Eddie, it's a way for me to get out and go places. I see what you're saying. You see it as a different fact, but I was looking at a different point.
Right. And I think yours is a wonderful medium. That's what I have to be educated on is, I see it's a form of community, like I said, and a form of essentially journalism, because he's taking you along for a ride, similar to how you would participate in a ride in other ways. But it's community. So I'm educating myself on that, but at the same time, I'm part of a Truman Show that I don't necessarily want to opt into because.
But you knew that I do this. Well, from the get-go, you knew I do this.
24/7. For example, when you live stream me playing with Donnie,
yeah, and I took it down the minute you asked me.
I know, but you live stream a very private moment in our hotel room. You decided that it was everybody else's, the whole world's business that I'm playing with your dog on a bed in whatever capacity that you thought it was to invade my privacy on playing the dog in our own hotel room. I thought, hold on, real quick. I just wanted to make that point in that was a specific instance. As I don't want to participate in the Truman Show, but I understand that it's valuable. All right. Does that make sense?
All right, but let me tell you something else coming from my side. I've been photographed walking in a restaurant with my crutches and put on the internet as a joke.
All right.
All right.
Did you understand what I said?
I tried everything. My lawyers tried everything to get it off, and it's a freedom of speech thing.
Okay, I think you misheard me. Can you paraphrase what situation I described about myself?
No. I'm not saying that.
No, I know. I'm asking you to paraphrase.
You know where I'm coming from.
I do, and I appreciate that, and I find that valuable. So what I'm concerned about is you might have missed what I had said. Is that okay?
Say it again.
I'm in a hotel room by myself and Eddie, playing with this dog in a hotel room, and he starts a live stream without my knowledge or consent.
Okay, then that's just like my thing going in a restaurant.
Well, all right. I see that as being.
All right, but
I see that as being wildly different. One's in a private hotel room, playing with this dog, and another one is. And again, I don't think you should have been made fun of.
We were both filmed without our knowledge.
But there's a difference between your situation and his. The minute he said, Eddie, take it down, I don't want it up there.
Of course you
did. The first thing I did was take it down.
You did. to your credit, but thank you. I mean, yeah, it was a mistake, no big deal. We moved past it. The only reason I'm bringing it on is to illustrate aspects of a Truman Show that I don't necessarily want to participate in, but I understand that's part of the thing. I want Eddie to enjoy this road trip.
I haven't though, because of the stuff because of the idiosyncrasies of Utah.
How can you possibly say that?
Like okay, with the window thing, the whole window thing, you have to have fresh air all the time. And I said, look, let's make an agreement that helps both of us. I don't want the window open because it hurts my fucking ear. I said, let's turn on the fan.
Right.
And you wanted to argue for an hour how, well, you're taking away my right, Eddie. I'm stuck in your truck and I have to be here and I'm stuck here and you're forcing me.
It
right?
was 75 degrees out, a beautiful day, and I rolled down the window. I don't think
it hurts my ears.
That's not. We were going slower than freeway speed.
It hurt my ears. I wouldn't have said anything if it didn't hurt my ears, Ty. And then Ty said, Eddie, wait, no. Let me finish.
No,
I
was talking.
You're like, everybody else tells me the same thing, Eddie.
I was talking.
So
I didn't
it's
say
not
everybody.
just me.
I said Ben said it.
I wasn't going to say a certain name. I was trying not to say fucking
Whatever.
name.
You said everybody. Well, I think everybody
You
is
said
somebody.
people. You said two people's names, and I wasn't going to say their name.
Bottom line is, you said everybody. There was one other person, and so I said, okay, we've come up with the compromise.
But I had to argue to get that compromise.
Dude,
in my own truck. In my own truck.
That I can't breathe fresh air when it's beautiful out and we're going. Not that.
I turned on the air conditioner for you. That's a compromise, but you didn't want to have that. You wanted the window open
because it was. But what was it? What was it? New York or where was it? It was a beautiful, scenic, whatever. And I rolled down the window, and you got mad at me
because it hurts my ears.
Well, that wasn't the reason why you got mad at me. It was just that you didn't like the windows down.
Because the windows being down
it was separate.
Hurts my ears.
The windows at freeway speed we resolved within the first time. You opened up the back window, and I rolled down the window. And
it's my truck. If I don't want the fucking windows down because it hurts my ears, then I don't want the windows down in my truck.
I'm a passenger in your car for 3 weeks. You can't just impose. I mean, just.
Did I force you to be here?
Can I tell you guys something?
Did I make you pay anything for this because you were being forced? No.
You guys need to get a ring.
Fuck you.
Thanks for your input, by the way. And sorry about what happened to you at the restaurant.
You're welcome. It's just that, that's the way I was looking at, everybody looks at different things.
Right.
And I was coming from what's happened to me. The only thing I got real lucky with his kid photographing me going into a restaurant is that he didn't say I was an Ewok in Star Wars. Then he would have to rap with George Lucas. Because Lucas and I even talked about it.
Well, thank you for participating.
I'm going to call for your book in just 1 second, Mandy. Don't worry. I'll find out where to get it for you.
Are you guys going to live stream tonight?
Well, we still are right now. You're on the live stream right now.
There's no notification on my thing.
Yeah, they never show up.
By the way, do we have your consent to broadcast our phone conversation in advance?
It's not in advance.
Yes, and
Thank you.
Thank
you. That's cover Eddie's butt.
It's not to cover my butt.
Well, thank you. You're welcome.
No,
I'm not thanking you. It's like the fucking mint things. You're
You're welcome.
Your mint things are like, Eddie's being a good boy today. I'm going to give him some mints.
Dude, I don't eat the mints. I bought mints. I thought you'd enjoy them. And so I give them to you every couple days.
Yeah, if you thought I enjoyed the mints, you give me the bag. What Ty does is, when I'm being nice to him, he'll feed me 2 mints.
Every night.
He'll feed me 2 mints.
It was like Marriott gives a little thing. Every night I put 2 mints out because I bought a bag. I thought that would be nice. I also bought you mint ice cream because you knew I didn't like it. And so I thought that would be magnanimous of me to show you him. Instead, hey, whatever, dude. It's like, yeah, you don't like mints? Okay, fine.
I love the mints. I wouldn't eat them because you were treating me like a child by giving me treats.
Do you think when Marriott puts a mint at when they turned down a bed back in the day that they were treating you like a child?
That's not why you were doing it, Ty.
It was at the end of the night. Your perception doesn't make it reality, Eddie.
It's my reality.
Well, then you should ask me what my intent was. I wouldn't have bought the stuff. I wanted to give you flavored treat.
When I buy you stuff to tie, if I buy you a bag of shit, I give you the whole bag. I don't give you 2 here and 2 there and 2 there like it's like a game.
It's not a game. It's just the end of the night, something to enjoy. It's like.
Anyways, Irving, I'm sorry to bring you into this. It was just.
You know what? It doesn't bother me. If I can help the situation, I'll help it.
It's not going to help the situation.
I appreciate your feedback.
But thank you.
All right.
But we're still live streaming, so if you want to watch it, yes.
How long have you been live streaming?
We've been doing this for 6 hours now, probably.
Shit, and YouTube didn't notify me.
Yeah, they never do anymore.
All right.
All right, I gotta call and get this book.
Are you guys going to Phoenix?
Yeah, I'm about an hour and a half away.
All right.
All right. Talk to you later.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, bud. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
No, it's not, beer guy.
You've reached Suzanne's phone. Please leave a message after the tone, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you, and have a great day. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Suzanne, it's Eddie. What's up with this voice message? You sound like you're all professional. That doesn't sound like you. But anyways, I'm on my show right now, and they mentioned your book that you guys are giving to everybody in Congress. And I have a few people that want to buy it. Can you text me where they can buy it so I can share it so we can sell some of these books for you? Thanks.
Hearings that we're going to have issued live button, so let's wait for the stream to fire up all across the fruited plain of the internet before we go ahead and get started. We got to make sure the tubes are working, you know. And sometimes YouTube takes a little bit longer to connect, but it looks like it's alive and well. We're also on Rumble, we're also on Locals, we're also on Twitter, and all across the fruited plain.
It's going to be quiet for a long time.
Let's get started, shall we? Hello, my friends, and welcome back to yet another episode of Watching the Watchers Live. My name is Robert Gouveia. I am a criminal defense attorney broadcasting from the Valley of the Sun and deep in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. Today, we are talking about the fallout. What happened after Donald Trump's arraignment? We spent a good 4 hours or so yesterday unpacking everything. The events leading up to the arraignment, the actual arraignment itself. We got our hands on the statement of facts, and we were able to piece together exactly what was going on there. And there was a lot to unpack, but today I want to synthesize it a little bit. And remember that you can follow along at home. If you are joining us at spotlightlawyer.com/Trump. This mind map, after we finished the show yesterday, we spent some time assembling the facts that we were able to gather throughout the day. And this is the summation. So you can remember that we have the main parties. Alvin Bragg brought the indictment against Donald Trump. We spent a lot of time reading through the statement of facts and all of the other things the indictment itself included yesterday. But when you boil it all down, there's really not much there, even less than we thought. This is the summary of all the charges in the Trump indictment.
As soon as I find out, Mandy J, I'll let you know about your book.
February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. Wow, it's almost like monthly payments. And each one of these criminal counts is related to one part of a payment process. So for example, in March, count 5, which is a felony, is an invoice that Michael Cohen sent to Donald Trump and his organization. Just the sending and the receipt of the invoice itself was a felony. Then the entry of that invoice into a ledger and the cutting of a check were both separate felonies. So in March, there were 3 felonies that just came out from one process of sending an invoice and then recording the invoice and then cutting a check. 3 felonies. Now that same process is repeated, copied and pasted over and over again by Alvin Bragg on basically every single one of these months. And so if you are following along at spotlightlawyer.com/Trump, you can go here and just click these buttons just like I'm doing and see. May, you see it's copy and pasted. Invoice, ledger, check. June, invoice, ledger, check. We played this game yesterday. You can do it again for July, August, September, October, November, and December. Same pattern for all of the months. Michael Cohen got the invoice, drafted the invoice, sent it over, the ledger was updated, and a check was cut. All of that got sent out to Michael Cohen. Now, there were 2 things that stood out a little bit as I was going through this again with a fresh set of eyes. In February, there were 2 ledger entries that were recorded as 2 separate felonies. So there was 1 invoice, they all came from Michael Cohen, but there were 2 ledger entries, and I don't know exactly why. I posted a longer tweet thread about this over on Twitter, but one idea would be that the February invoice was entered twice.
That's what I'm going to do.
It was just a duplicate entry.
Abandoning you.
I'm not abandoning you, Ty.
Referencing a January payment. But if it was
I said I'll buy you a ticket so you don't have to deal with me for the rest of the way. So you don't have to be on. So you don't want to be on live.
I love you, Eddie. I literally
Ty, all week long I've been saying, you know what? Ty is the greatest friend in the world. He has idiosyncrasy that really fucking sucks.
What did I just say?
But you're the greatest. I love you too, Ty.
All right.
But I can't. I can't. I can't.
Maybe this is 1 ledger entry. And then there's another subsequent ledger entry.
I love you so much. I don't want to say it out loud. Okay, that's how much I love you. I can't.
Original ledger entry. Okay, so in other words, Bragg would say this is the fraudulent intent. This is where there was some sort of a change, and we don't know exactly what this was. This could have just been a correction, right? A bookkeeper could have just said, "Oh, I thought this was for this," and then, "Oh, let me just we'll void that one out, and I'll add another entry into the ledger, and this is what it's actually classified for." And then cut a check.
So if that's going to happen, I would prefer you
Bragg would say it's fraudulent, or it should be a bookkeeping error, right?
The price is about the same.
Classify stuff all the time. I'm in Gmail, wrong label. Oh gosh,
it's about the same price.
Then I'll buy you a plane ticket.
Have to
if that's
fix
what you
that.
want to do.
And for Alvin Bragg, that's a felony. 2 of them. So we don't know what that is, but that is one of the only anomalies in this entire indictment. It's not even interesting. It's just, it is interesting. I'm not sure why this pattern is broken, because all of the other indictments, counts in the indictment, follow the same pattern. So in February, a little bit different. There's also a little bit of something happening in April. So there was an April invoice that Cohen sent, but it wasn't paid by Trump and the Trump organization until June. And this is not normal. The Trump organization didn't do this. They paid very quickly, very regularly. So for example, in June, invoice went out June 16th, check was cut June 19th, 3 days later, lightning fast. Donald Trump doesn't play around, baby. May 22nd, there was an invoice from Michael Cohen. Check was cut the next day, May 23rd. And that same pattern happened. Some days the check was cut the same day. You see that in August and July. So they were paying very, very quickly. But the question was, why was there a delay in April? The actual April invoice that came from Michael Cohen was not paid until June. So it's skipped over May. And this was a little bit confusing yesterday. We were trying to understand why the indictment was out of order, why the counts didn't reflect the chronological order. So we had this April to June that overlapped with the May charges. So in other words, we had some June charges that looked like, count 10 was in June, but count 11 was in May. Why is that? It feels like it's sort of out of order. But that explains it. So that is all that we see here, right? Absolutely nothing interesting other than a bunch of essentially what looked like to me recurring payments to your lawyer, right? Every monthly payments, just like you pay for anything, your Netflix bill, you have a recurring bill, you've got a lawyer on retainer, and you add them all up. You just go through and okay, every month this is what I need you to do. And Cohen's on standby. If he's sitting there and Trump needs him, then they just pick up the phone. Hey, Michael Cohen, we need you to do this thing, and he's on retainer. Right? That's what he's there to do. That's why he gets the same payment. So it's not even that surprising. Now, a couple things that are surprising. One is that there's no reference at all to what these election crimes are. Not even a connection saying that this check was made for the concealment or any indicia in this that there's an aggravator that would give him more jurisdiction, in this case more ability to prosecute under the statute of limitations. So you'll also notice as we go through there, we'll come back to that point, but every one of these invoices was from Michael Cohen. They're all from Cohen. And Cohen is one of the least credible people on the planet, as far as I can tell, at least related to this case. And he has already been called basically a liar by Robert Costello, his legal advisor. He's got FEC filings that say that Trump wasn't involved in any of this. Multiple filings from his lawyer, drafted by his lawyer. We've got signed documents from Cohen saying that he waived his attorney-client privilege, and then he was on CNN saying, I don't remember even signing that. So the guy can't remember anything. And he is the only person who is the subject of the indictment. So yesterday we read through all of the statement of facts, and this was a little bit baffling because I was seeing a disconnect. But the statement of facts had all sorts of conversations about Karen McDougal, woman one, and David Pecker, the former CEO of AMI. And we're asking ourselves, what are they talking about, these people? What do they have to do with anything? They're not in the indictment. And there was allegedly another payment and other payments. And so I guess maybe they're trying to show a common scheme or plan, that Trump was doing something also illicit with Cohen, but he was also doing something illicit with Pecker and with McDougal, and trying to also cover it up. But then is there a conspiracy? They didn't charge any crimes for that other allegation. It seems like in the statement of the facts that there should be, this is all leading up to, that's why we're also charging him for this one. And people were surprised. Maybe this is going to be bigger than we expected. Maybe there is more to this story. Maybe us saying this is ridiculous, maybe we were just being a little bit too quick. And more was to be revealed. No, there wasn't anything. The indictment has nothing to do with any invoices, as far as I can tell, from David Pecker or Karen McDougal. So why is it being charged? We don't know. Now, there are problems that are already boiling up here before we get into the more recent reaction. But we're asking whether this is even facially sufficient on the face of this indictment. Is this even, if they just walk in and say, Judge, we have a statute of limitations problem, and he's not detailing what these other crimes are that would extend his jurisdiction and his ability to prosecute this, the judge could just dismiss it very quickly. One of the first motions that might be filed would be a motion to dismiss based on a violation of the statute of limitations. And I didn't see anything in the indictment that would justify a tolling of the statute. There's some speculation that it has to do with Trump's physical location and whether he was continuous or not in the state, and whether it's tolled due to his presidency. There are other arguments to be made, but they are not strong arguments, right? They're all precarious. There's no precedent for it. He's making these, they're new, they're novel. And there are other issues with prosecutorial misconduct. Thank you, KB. Got to notice there was an audio problem on locals. Let's try this. Better? I don't know what happened. We're still good all across the other fruited plane of the internet. All right. So we have questions about prosecutorial misconduct. We know Congress is going to be screaming about this for the foreseeable future. We're going to get there in a second. But there were other indications that this may be explored, prosecutorial misconduct, because of Alvin Bragg, because of people like Letitia James. They're saying that they are abusing their discretion in bringing this case, right? Every single case that comes across your desk doesn't need to be prosecuted. That's called prosecutorial discretion. You're supposed to bring cases that really serve the interest of justice and where you can get a reasonable likelihood of a conviction. This is really not either of those. Others have looked at this, the feds have looked at it, others have taken a lot of scrutiny on this for the last 6 years, for crying out loud, and they haven't found anything, and they have to twist and turn this. Alvin Bragg, instead of twisting himself into a pretzel, he is twisting himself into a twisty donut. And it is a problem for the entire country's judicial system. So that is the update on kind of where things stand logistically in terms of the indictment. It's not strong at all. But with that said, let's get into the rest of the updates today. Of course, Donald Trump has some reaction to the arraignment. We're going to go through that. We've got reaction from Congress, Byron Donalds, Tom Cotton, James Comer. Trump spoke last night. There's a lot of reaction from the media. Even they're saying, we're concerned about this. We're a little bit skeptical that this is going to go our way. We'll hear from Trump's lawyers, and then we'll turn our attention later on in a little bit over to the Proud Boys. And so Proud Boys, we've got a trial day 50 and trial day 51. And there was a big update on this. Ray Subpoena update on his deposition. You can see what the ruling was. We'll come back to that in a minute. And so as you can see, we have a lot to get to. And so before we get warmed up, we got to make sure we're properly nutricized and energized with our friends over at Field of Greens. And don't even think about skipping this ad because this is for your health. It's good for you. So here, let's make sure that we go over to fieldofgreens.com because we're all sick of the other attempts to lose weight, all the weight loss ads, fads, diet pills, all of those things. We've all been there. We've all done that. And we know that they don't work. But you know what does? Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables every day. You do that and the weight would probably just fall right off. But vegetables, not a fan. Who's got time to prepare fruit every day, all day? Instead, let's talk about Field of Greens. Now, Field of Greens is a science-backed formula, very specific fruits and vegetables that you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you can burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. You're going to look healthier, you're going to feel healthier, but the greater proof is going to come at your next doctor's visit when you go there and he says, wow, you've lost weight. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. And so let's get you started today. Go on over to fieldofgreens.com. When you're checking out with all sorts of goodies, make sure you use code Robert at checkout. You'll save 15%. It's code Robert at fieldofgreens.com. We appreciate you supporting our friends over there and being healthy. It's good for you. The vegetables want to be eaten. That's why they're popping out of the ground with so much excitement. So our friends at fieldofgreens.com is the place to go. And so now, my friends, let's get right to it. Trump responds to his arraignment and criminal prosecution by the partisan political hack Alvin Bragg. And we're going to listen to his speech that he gave right after he arrived back in Florida after his arraignment, his day in court. Now, there's a lot of skepticism about the strength of the indictment. We've spent some time here unpacking that. It feels extremely weak. We're wondering if there's something we're missing here, but doesn't look like it because Politico says there's a wall of skepticism coming down and that this is a dangerous leap, is the opinion from the Washington Post. What? Then we'll turn our attention over to Congress. We'll hear from Trump's lawyers, including one of the most brilliant legal observers in the country, Alina Abba. And then listen to Biden and turn our attention to the special counsel and get an update on what is happening with that prosecution. But first, Trump was back in Mar-a-Lago. After his day in court, Trump took the podium and explained what is wrong in America and what is happening in this country.
We have to save our country. God bless you all. God bless you all. And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. From the beginning, the Democrats spied on my campaign. Remember that?
Yeah.
They attacked me with an onslaught of fraudulent investigations. Russia, Russia, Russia. Ukraine, Ukraine.
Yeah, Hillary.
Impeachment hoax number 1.
Michael Sussman.
Impeachment hoax number 2.
Yep.
The illegal and unconstitutional raid on Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago,
right
FBI, Melania's underwear.
The lying to the FISA courts, the FBI and DOJ relentlessly pursuing Republicans, and now this massive election interference at a scale never seen before in our country. Beginning with the radical left, George Soros-backed prosecutor Alvin Bragg of New York, who campaigned on the fact that he would get President Trump. I gotta get him.
Unbelievable.
I'm gonna get him. This is a guy campaigning.
For a prosecutor?
You want to get President Trump at any cost, and this before he knew anything about me, didn't know a thing about me. He was campaigning. As it turns out, virtually everybody that has looked at...
He's going to say who's looked at this indictment thinks it's ridiculous, I think. I think that's probably what's coming up.
Everybody that has looked at... Even hardcore has looked at this case, including rhinos and even hardcore Democrats, say there is no crime and that it should never have been brought.
Indeed.
Never have been
Indeed, right on.
Even people that aren't big fans have said it. They said this is not the right thing to do.
It is not.
It's an insult to our country, as the world is already laughing at us for so many other reasons.
He's right. It is not a good thing. And he is not alone on that. Very interesting articles from sources like the Politico and the Washington Post. They're saying this doesn't feel all that good. Remember, there were many Democrats, many lefties, and many journos who were kind of climaxing yesterday, not to be too vulgar here, but this was the big day, man. They've been waiting for this for 6-7 years. They've been screaming about this from the rooftops for a long time. And then it's supposed to be a home run. It's supposed to be like this massive indictment. 34 felonies? Wow. And they were all contorting themselves. It was a really strange thing to watch. And then we read through the indictment, and it's mostly crap. It's mostly garbage. Political says, hey, Bragg's case against Trump hits a wall of skepticism. Uh-oh. Even from Trump critics. And as we said here, this is going to vindicate Trump. Every time he comes out and says there's a witch hunt against me, and we've been following along for years, every single one of them, this proves it. A day after the historic arraignment, questions nagged Bragg's case, and he just scurried on out of there. Kyle Cheney, who is no Trump fan, all right, no Trump fan at all if you follow him on Twitter, says Alvin Bragg's case against Donald Trump is running into a wall of skepticism, including from left-leaning legal experts and liberal pundits and some of Trump's Republican detractors who've otherwise been eager to see him held accountable. A day after the DA unveiled the charging documents, some of Bragg's natural allies were left scratching their heads. Huh, what the heck is in here? Is this even sufficient? The judges did he read it? Trump world appeared emboldened. The post-arraignment hangover was fueled by burning questions about how the prosecution's legal theories that Bragg has for now left largely unanswered are going to work. The concerns were exacerbated by the noticeable absence of support, and in some cases, pointed skepticism about the case from many of Trump's critics in Congress. Senator Mitt Romney, who twice voted to convict Trump, Romney. Gosh, that guy. He said, I believe President Trump's character and conduct make him unfit for office. Even so, I believe the prosecutor has stretched to reach a felony in order to fit a political agenda. We'll listen to the rest of Congress. He said the prosecutor's overreach sets dangerous precedent for criminalizing political opponents. Nancy Mace said you've got to work hard to make President Trump a martyr. Congratulations, the Manhattan DA, who just managed to do that. Oops. Some wondered why Bragg revived a case that he appeared to close a long time ago. And he said yesterday we got a bunch of new information about it. That's why. Of course, the questions are about whether this is going to be barred by the statute of limitations. They're going to file that motion, and I expect it to be one of the first that we see, if not the first. It's 6 years after the core underlying conduct in the case. Statute of limitations is 5 years. Even prosecutors can do that math. Bragg left those questions largely unanswered in Tuesday's filings and his public comments. He came out and took 4 questions. When asked why he changed course, he said, well, I can't talk about that. More evidence will be made available to the office and the opportunity to meet with additional data. He says, it is said that, somebody wrote this, Richard Hassan, he's a campaign finance law professor. He said, it is said that if you go after the king, you should not miss. I think we said that here, and I think I heard that, I think from Biggie Smalls or something. Is that where I heard that? But he's, apparently Richard Hassan listens to it.
Yeah, I need to get to my hotel.
That's stuff too. He says, in this vein, it is very easy to see this case tossed for legal insufficiency. Yeah, exactly right. Or tied up in courts well past the election before it might ever go to trial. It will be a circus that will embolden Trump, especially if he walks, right? And it's going to make all of the other prosecutions feel flat, right? If they try to get him on this. Did you see the headlines out there? I think there were reports that this was more watched than anything ever, right? In recent memory, you know, bigger than the Oscars or whatever the most recent things were. There was a list of them. I don't watch really any of them, but I did watch the Trump thing, and most of America did too. And so if they were here, if they all tuned in, especially all the salivators, all the hyperventilators.
Just a little bit, hot damn.
If they have to walk that back here, then they're going to look a little foolish doing whatever they were doing yesterday so vigorously. It will be a circus that will embolden Trump, especially if he walks. Even Ian Millhiser, a legal liberal.
Yeah, why you gonna let me drive your Corvette, Stinky Pete?
Fox.
I'll show you how to drive that bad boy.
Dubious legal theory. He's not happy about it either. Will Trump be convicted?
Left, right, left, right, left, right.
He says there's something very anticlimactic about the indictment. There's a very real risk this indictment will end in an even bigger anticlimax. Oh man, they're going to be so disappointed. It is unclear that the felony statute that Trump is accused of violating actually even applies to him. The indictment charges Trump 34 separate felonies. A separate document details the relationships between everybody else, Pecker and American media. He said they all work together. Okay. Yeah, but there's no conspiracy charge or anything. The actual felony here is arising out of false entries.
Never gonna happen. I figured as much.
The felony statute requires Bragg to prove that Trump falsified records to cover up a crime. Bragg has evidence that Trump acted to cover up a federal crime, but it's not clear that Bragg's allowed to point to a federal crime in order to charge Trump under state law. Pomerantz said that's a gnarly legal question, so there's serious risk a judge can even toss it. Wild. So there's all sorts of other good article stuff here that you can go take a look at. That's the Vox article. But it wasn't just Politico. Even the opinion piece from the Washington Post was saying very much the same thing, which is surprising. Here's the opinion written by Ruth Marcus, an associate editor from the Washington Post. What? They say the Trump indictment is a dangerous leap on the highest of wires. As the primaries continue, we rewind the clock to Trump, presidential candidate 2016. The hard question is now whether this violates the law. They say this is a scary question when it comes to the first criminal charges ever lodged against the president. I'm not saying the prosecutors will lose. They could win, and I hope they do, because a failure to secure a conviction will only inflame Trump and his supporters in the claims that the criminal justice system is being weaponized against them. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I know. I always joke with you about driving your car. I would never drive your Corvette.
Just hold a mirror up to these. He's being charged with crimes. In your
Same
own
reason I don't like
article,
people
you're
driving my
expressing
truck.
concerns about what a garbage case this is and what a dangerous tripwire this is, what a dangerous leap this is, because it is so without precedent and it's so without really legal foundation. Even the indictment itself, some are saying, is legally insufficient. So it does get dismissed, it just confirms what Trump has been saying. The hard question is whether those efforts also violated the law. Says there's no way that Trump's
check that
team
first place real quick for that Honda.
allayed by Tuesday's developments. The indictment and the accompanying recitation of the underlying facts offers almost nothing new, no surprise. Leaves open a question as whether they can mogrify, which I think is a Calvin and Hobbes phrase, this conduct into a state crime, maybe. She says, don't be fooled by the 34 counts. Yeah, it's a healthy sounding number, but it doesn't signify anything about the strength of the case. They will all rise or fall depending on the underlying foundation. And Manhattan DA says it is a cover-up of another crime, but even she says, okay, but what are the other crimes? Nobody knows. The indictment doesn't say. Bragg was asked on Tuesday, didn't say. Not well-trodden legal territory. Trump's lawyers are going to argue all accordingly, and we'll see where it goes. So, pretty interesting reaction. We're seeing some concern, some skepticism, some worries from some people who would love to see Trump be prosecuted and convicted. They're taking a look at it, and they're saying the same been saying, that he has been. Well, they're not saying that in specifically, but they're saying this case is pretty weak. And if this case is weak, why are they bringing it if they are not specifically charging Trump? Now, they're not quite there yet. We'll see if they finally get there or not. We've got others reacting to this. Congress is speaking out, upset about the Trump prosecution. We hear from Kevin McCarthy, we've got Chuck Schumer, Thomas Massey all expressed their opinions on Twitter, and the media circuits had James Comer, Byron Donalds, and Senator Tom Cotton. And so we'll start with the Speaker of the House. He posted on Twitter, right after Trump's arraignment, he said, Alvin Bragg is attempting to interfere in our law, our democratic process, by invoking federal law to bring politicized charges against President Trump. Admittedly using federal funds, while at the same time arguing that the people's representatives in Congress lack jurisdiction to investigate this farce. Says not so. Bragg's weaponization of the federal justice process will be held accountable by Congress. We were asking yesterday where a lot of the Republicans were, wondering if they were going to speak out about this or if they were going to continue to tweet about art shows and art festivals. Well, the Justice Department and the justice system is being taken over with the Democrats moving pieces around like on a chessboard. New York, Georgia, Special Counsel DC Circuit. Are the Republicans going to sit there? McCarthy says no. Bragg's weaponization will be held accountable. And so far, McCarthy's been doing a pretty good job of delivering some of what he is saying he will deliver. Now, Chuck Schumer, who is the Senate Majority Leader, is still living in la-la delusional land. He posted this, 11:15 a.m., April 4th. He said, I believe that Donald Trump will have a fair trial that follows the facts and the law. There's no place in our justice system for any outside influence or intimidation in the legal process. As the trial proceeds, protest is an American right, but all protests must be peaceful. All right. So they are going to try to really milk this J6 thing as much as possible. Everything, if they can use the word Trump and peaceful together, right, that's sort of a trigger for you to think, oh, why does he have to be peaceful? Oh, yeah.
I'll definitely be on Thursday night.
J6. Oh, yeah. Insurrection, democracy, waking up in cold sweats like Nancy Pelosi does. Or Liz Cheney, maybe is a better example. But they are going to continue to try to do that. Trump says things that are not different from the things that Democrats say, but the Democrats don't hem and haw about potential violence when they do it. So Chuck Schumer is pretty hilarious. He knows what he's doing here. And we're going to have a fair trial. Follow the facts.
I forgot I was gonna ask you, Sneaky Pete. Do you have straight pipes, or do you have the button that opens up the straight pipes on your vet? doing, trying to keep up with her.
And presidential candidates made up crimes and almost holding them out as far as we can tell. Many legal cases that are discussing about it. But to cross that bridge, asks him a question about the strategy. What's the defense team's strategy? Are they going to be filing all sorts of motions, or how is this going to break down? Here is the conversation.
Here's the thing. We are going to be making ferocious motions in this case. They're going to cover every angle to get this ridiculous case thrown out of court for the law of the court. We are going to obviously consider whatever legal motions we're going to use or change of venue if they're appropriate. Look,
isn't it appropriate? Don't you think the recusal of the judge? I mean that's a conflict of interest. Crazy.
You would think. And these facts came out, yesterday. And apparently his daughter works for the vice president. But again, we have to be very methodical in our acts here. We don't want to do anything knee-jerk reaction. We don't want to make emotional decisions, and we'll do all the research and everything we need to do. We have obviously just several months to make these motions, and we're going to take our time to go right. But you have one bite at this apple, and there's no scenario where we're going to miss anything, and any angle that we can take that legitimizes our legal action statement that don't have to be successful. I don't think we did ever see a jury. I really don't. It shouldn't see a jury. We would need to have intellectually honest judges to make sure that happens, and I'm hopeful that we can have one here.
Hopefully they get a good judge that is intellectually honest, is what he said. He probably knows this judge. I don't know why he wouldn't know the judge. He's been practicing there for a long time, and I think the judge has some experience already on other Trump cases. So I think that's exactly the right take, to be perfectly honest with you, that it is slow. I know a lot of people are outraged. A lot of people want to see
Donnie snoring
in action, but from what we see here, I do think it's appropriate to be slow, methodical, strategic. We know that these next upcoming days, these deadlines are not even for a long time, and there's no real reason to rush this. We'll see what his lawyers do. It could be quick and easy. It could be a statute of limitations issue. Filed, dismissed, next case. We'll see. Now, we turn our attention to Alina Abba. Alina Abba is one of Trump's most brilliant legal theorists, and she was on with Tucker Carlson explaining her reaction and the Trump team's reaction to the arraignment, the prosecution by Alabama.
So, unless we're misreading this, the actual crime is not listed in the indictment? How can that be?
It's unreal, honestly, Tucker. Let's talk about what we can see in the indictment, which is the years and the dates. And
Tucker. You're exactly right, Tucker. Thanks for having me on. In fact, we've taken a lot of looks at what Michael Cohen has signed himself. He's the key witness. He's the only person listed in the indictment. And he signed material saying he waived privilege. He was working with Robert Costello, had conversations with Robert Costello. Robert Costello even presented his version of the conversation to the grand jurors and explained to them that Cohen told him Trump had no involvement with this at all. It was regular routine business. And if you look at the indictment, it goes even further than that. It's a recurring 3 felonies every month, which is consistent with the retainer agreement that the Trump organization might have with Michael Cohen. So we don't even need to look at what was wrong beyond these other election charges, because facially it appears that there is no retainer problem because there is more or less a retainer relationship. Now again, in New York, I don't know if you have to have a documented retainer in order to execute legal services with a lawyer. I can't imagine that is a requirement. And if it is, I can't imagine that is a felony requirement that they're prosecuting other lawyers for engaging in relationships with their clients on a cash basis or on a verbal contract basis. Because if you're paying a monthly retainer, you just stop. If they stop paying the retainer, the lawyer just stops performing the services. So it all fits perfectly within the realm of legality. Everything they're alleging is garbage.
No, you're not missing anything. And by the way, in order to have an effective NDA, you should probably have some consideration, which is called money, right? So for all the non-lawyers, we do this all the time. We do this all the time. And when extorting you, which Mark Pomerantz said in his book, he believed this to be, and I recommend that you all take a close look at that. He lays this out. We have Michael Cohen, who was a convicted felon and liar, who was afraid of what was going to happen to his wife. We have Mark Pomerantz admitting that they couldn't bring charges. Neither could the FEC, who regulates this. Al Capone stood up today and said he was bringing a state federal crime. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's federal crime, not state crime. It's
Tucker's laughing too. They're both having fun. It's the most ridiculous thing. What a joke this is. Okay, so they are trying to figure it out. We're all trying to figure it out. Nobody really knows what the heck's going on over there in Alvin Bragg's office. But all right, we'll continue to follow. Trump's lawyers will have some additional motions to file very soon. Of course, we'll continue to cover that one. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for liking this video wherever it is you're watching it. All right. And we had, of course, one final article before we change and go over to the Proud Boys, because Trump is not out of the woods on this New York case, by a long shot. It just got started. It looks weak as hell, but there's more to come. In fact, while Trump was being arraigned, there was a very, very bad ruling that came out against him in the special counsel prosecution. And Politico reports tell us Pence is not going to appeal the ruling. So Pence could appeal this and stop this whole process, but why would he do that? He would benefit by Trump being thrown out of the race, I'm sure. So Pence is not going to appeal this. There's a rule that was requiring him to testify. He said that he had executive. He appealed it. Well, let's read the article. Mike Pence has decided against appealing this other order. Vice President Pence will not appeal the judge's ruling, said his spokesman on Wednesday. The decision follows an unprecedented but secret ruling by Chief Judge James Boasberg, requiring Pence's testimony but limiting some topics. Trump and Pence had both challenged the subpoena on distinct grounds. Trump said his conversations were shielded by executive privilege, which was intended to keep confidentiality in presidential communications. Trump has lost a series of those fights. A lot of his other executives are going to be testifying against him, or at least in the proceedings. Pence argued driving a Lincoln, so he thinks everything's protected by legislative immunity and the speech and debate clause. But the judge said no. Another first, right? For the first time in American history, Boasberg found, they have some congressional immunity, but not a lot. Opens Pence up to questions about legislative duties they had hoped would be shielded. prosecution. And we have some very interesting news. The Ray Epps subpoena was denied in the Proud Boys trial. And are you even surprised a little bit? We're going to take a look at the actual order that came out from Judge Kelly. There was a ruling about access to what's been going on in the Proud Boys trial. Even the media wants to know about it, but the order from the judge said no, you don't get to hear anything about what's going on. And we'll turn our attention to days 50 and 51 in what happened in the Proud Boys trial. We have the defense coming to a close. We'll see where we are. Roger Parloff, who's been following this the entire time, is still out with a family personal issue, so we're sending our thoughts and prayers out to Roger Parloff. Hopefully he is well or on the way to being well very, very soon. But the big story is that the subpoena that the Proud Boys wanted to send to Ray Epps has been denied. This was the order from the court. The minute order denying the motion ordering service. And the way this whole thing came about was, remember, Ray Epps lives here in Arizona, according to many reports. And they've been having a difficult time getting him personally served. They want a subpoena to be handed to him so that they say, you've been ordered by a judge to be here. Then a process server will notify the court and say, hey, judge, I guarantee you I gave Ray Epps a copy of your subpoena, and he knows he needs to be here. So then what happens is, if Ray Epps doesn't show up, the defense can say, judge, we need a warrant for our client. He was served a subpoena. He had personal knowledge, personal notice.
Which one am I, Billy?
For to testify, and he didn't show up. So go and arrest him.
You're the bandit.
But they can't get to him. The process server has been going around his
got more like Jerry Lee Lewis.
Padlocks on his gates, according to the
or whatever that guy's name is.
And there's
Jerry,
other
whatever.
security measures that he's apparently implemented to not be served. This is all according to the defense.
I'm the snowman.
And so the defense was asking the court to give them permission to publish this, to just put it in the newspaper, just post it online, send it all over the media, and consider that to be service by publication, which in other cases is a valid way of serving somebody when you can't get them. Because what kind of a country is it? What kind of a system is it? If all you have to do is just run away and dodge service, and you don't have to participate in any criminal trials, even though you were highly involved in the so-called insurrection. Kind of a weird system, right? So in other words, all Ray Epps has to do is just hang tight, because the judge denied service by publication, saying you're not allowed to just publish something and serve them that way, even though that is valid service in other types of cases. The judge wrote, it says, defendant Pizzola wanted to serve Ray Epps by publication and didn't want to personally handle the documents. He says that this person has been dodging service by a retained process server. Even if true, the judge said, the defense has proffered no authority that would allow a defendant in a criminal case to serve a trial subpoena by publication. He points to one case which was only authorized to serve Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. But the federal rules are much more limited, and the judge references some case law. He says, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the defense motion for an order serving Ray Epps is by publication. I don't know if there has been another personal service authorization to go physically serve Ray Epps, but I would presume that that has been asked for. And I have seen some photographs on the internet floating around and look like a valid subpoena, but I haven't been able to authenticate it. But as far as we know now, as long as Ray Epps doesn't get served, the judge is not going to allow service by publication. Denied. And that's not good news for the defense. Inquisitions into confidential human sources, discussions about deleted evidence and spreadsheets and other things. Now, if you look at the court document, most of the time we're talking about jury instructions, and these jury instructions are the parties right now. And if we go over to the docket, and we see that today they had LA Times, Gray Media, Dow Jones, CBS, BuzzFeed, Associated Press, ABC, all of the people. They're all on here. They say, Your Honor, like some access to this trial, you haven't really been giving us any access. They filed that on April 5th because a lot of the proceedings have been closed. Here's what they said in their filing. The media wrote, in the case of the Proud Boys, and they said, Your Honor, we are filing as a coalition of the press a motion for access to the April 5th hearing. That's today. They wanted access to something. There was a hearing scheduled today. We don't really know what it was about. Neither do they. They say, pursuant to the local rules, all of the media companies, you see them all listed here, HuffPo, LA Times, New York, Fox, Washington Post, all of us, respectfully move the court to ensure that the hearing set for today at 11 a.m. will be open to the press and to the public. Says that yesterday, Your Honor, the court has previously excluded members of the media from proceedings with this case without any prior notice or without any opportunity for the press to even be heard. And the issue is going to be discussed again this morning. So you threw us out yesterday and you're going to throw us out again today? But we're saying, no, you can't throw us out without any notice. We're the press, baby. We have a right. They wanted access to the 11 a.m. hearing today. Here's the background. They say, well, January 6th was very important. Our FBI is still hyperventilating about it. They say that this case involves January 6th defendants. We know them as the defendants in this case. They were allegedly there that day and involved. And they say that yesterday, Judge Kelly sealed the courtroom for more than 3 hours without explanation. What? The sealed hearing is not documented on the public docket, which is what we just looked at here, so we can't even see it. What were they talking about yesterday?
Would that be Van Helsing?
What were they talking about again today? And although not documented on the public docket, the court has indicated it's also going to seal the courtroom today for a hearing on another unknown matter. Strange. Now, in addition to yesterday's sealing, the court has previously sealed hearings and excluded the press and the public from attending the hearings in high-profile cases without notice. Specifically, the court did not indicate in advance that a motions hearing held back in November would be closed to the public, but the court just closed it anyways. And the court also told the journalists who attempted to object to that closure that they must file a motion to lodge those objections. That came from Kyle Cheney from Politico. So indeed, the press coalition motion seeking access to the transcript of that sealed hearing and any exhibits presented at that sealed hearing remains pending to this day. So we can't even see what's going on. They are prosecuting the Proud Boys, and how much of this is happening under seal? And why would it be happening under seal? If this is such a cut and dry case of a conspiracy, where a bunch of people got together and decided they were going to insurrect America, why is everything so closed? Why don't they just present the evidence to us? The proceedings are not televised. There's no audio. There's no reproduction. People have limited access to the courts. They don't even give you the transcript from the sealed proceedings with redactions. It's totally lacking in transparency. Why is that? Is it the FBI needing to protect their sources and methods? Why do they need to protect all of their sources and methods in this case if in other cases they can tell us about them in other ways and tell us what's going on? We can see full trials on display. Why is that? Is it all of their confidential human sources, or is it all of their deleted evidence, or is it all of their hidden spreadsheet rows, or is it all of the people who were getting paid by the FBI when they were showing up at meetings with attorneys and at prayer group
Cannonball
sessions?
Run.
They're not even allowing the fake news media to get access to this stuff. This judge won't. Now, as the court knows, the press coalition has sought to vindicate the First Amendment and the common law rights of access. The motion asserts the same rights. These are the rights under the First Amendment. Give us right to see what you're doing. Now, because the press is being denied access, they say trial proceedings cannot be closed unless they court told us that the court should take every reasonable measure to accommodate public attendance at criminal trials.
See if you can figure out what they are.
You can't see it, they don't televise it, they don't publicize it, you can't live stream it, you can't photograph it, you can't keep it under secret, especially federal courts. The Press Coalition, therefore, respectfully requests the court take every reasonable measure to accommodate the press. For the foregoing reasons, we ask that we have access to the hearing today on April 5th, 2023. Thank you for your attention to this matter, court. Your friend, Charles E. Coben. Now, what do you think happened when the court proceedings started this morning? The press said, did you get our motion, Your Honor? Did you get a chance to take a look at that? And the judge said, yeah, I read that this morning. I was having my coffee. I looked at that. And Jordan Fisher says,
no, they're Mongols.
Right early, Judge Kelly denied a motion from the press, which 4 out of the 5 defendants joined to keep the proceeding open. She said, no, it's too secret. The
Canada
FBI
has 3 like us, right, beer guy?
And the DOJ, they say that they need this closed, or else the country's going to die. We're all going to die.
Ross is a heritage and a road king. He knew that right away.
To protect the integrity of these proceedings. No other way to protect the integrity of these proceedings than going under seal, and Judge Kelly agreed. So it's coming from the DOJ. The judge is giving the DOJ the benefit of the doubt and just saying, well, they said this is very secret. They needed to protect the integrity of the proceedings. And it's under seal. We, the American people, don't get to see anything about what's going on. Fortunately, Brandy Buckman was there for trial day 50. These are the events that led up to the sealing of the court. And she is here reporting. We fast forward until Judge Kelly gets on the bench. And of course, make sure that you are following Brandy Buckman on Twitter. Now, she posted this. She said, Roger is not with us, and I mentioned this earlier, but Roger Carlock said that I won't be live here today, hopefully resuming next week. Roger's been in with this trial from the very beginning. So prayers for Roger and his family. Now, Brandy says that all the parties...
You guys have 6 different time zones in Canada? Wow.
Including defendant Cazzola and attorney Metcalf. Away we go. Judge Kelly says, all right, everybody, it's good to see you back here. All right, I've gotten everybody's emails over across, and I've got to say that, having read all this material about the cross-examination of this upcoming witness, I think that all of it, maybe not all of it.
I guess the United States has 5, because Anchorage or Alaska is different, and Hawaii is different from Alaska.
So apparently, the government wanted to dive into this whole tangent during a cross-examination, and Judge Kelly says no. Wow. Judge Kelly says, well, I think Carmen Hernandez is right. Who is this? Who is this judge? Judge Kelly, is that you? Somebody tapped him on the head. It says, I think Miss Hernandez is right. Wow. His testimony did not amount to a sort of character for nonviolence testimony that would, as we discussed with other witnesses she could call, that would open the floodgate. It says, I went back, I looked at the testimony. She accomplished some things, but around the edges, I acknowledge all the way in which she asked about gathering in Vegas, and she sort of skirted the topic of violence, and she's referencing Carmen Hernandez, saying, okay, Carmen, she kind of was getting close to the talk about violence, but didn't get there, and so we're not allowing you to cross-examine him about violence. It says, I don't think that it's open season to show violence, okay? We're not going into all of it, especially when it's not connected to the core issues of the case. He says, and also on this doxing issue, he says there were times when the defendants expressed support for violence post-election in connection with the election results, and their response to them, and that's one thing, but this is something totally different, and I just don't think the witness testimony opens the door to that. And so the prosecutor's like, they're ridiculous, Judge. Meanwhile, they've been winning every motion this entire time. We can't believe it. And Carmen's like, holy crap, this is amazing. Wow. So Kelly says, okay, so there were some other issues that we were working through. One was regarding the Ministry of Self-Defense jet. He says, says, we all know what the forms say and what they don't say. I did look at this, and this witness said, I looked at the transcripts, he said, I don't remember joining, and apparently I've never posted there. And he was days away from leaving the club the entire time. He says, so the government, they could play or they could talk about exhibits that sort of talk about this. You know, some particular exhibits have been excluded because they were free-floating odes to violence, but they didn't connect to J6 or to the tools theory that they are using. So Kelly is still going through the preliminaries. He says, and so also with regard to January 6th, he said the witness was already gone from the club by then. So I didn't see the basis to toll through things that were happening that day, and we don't need to go through all of it. So it's not beyond the scope that it's relevance. And if it's not that, then it's 403. And so there's just a couple of chains. And so there's no reason getting into any of this. This is why he left. And Kelly, and a character witness is coming in to talk about the defendant's character. He says if it's only a character for truthfulness, that's one thing. But a character witness for other character traits might open the door wide open on this. But I don't think this witness did. And the prosecutor's chiming in. He says, Your Honor, look, okay, yeah, all right, I understand. He says, I respect and I understand this ruling, but, okay, understood. So there is no subject we should go into on cross with this witness because his testimony was generally non-relevant to this case. Prosecutor says, what I hand over to the defense is everything we have on this witness about violence and law enforcement. I don't get a proffer on what this witness will testify to. The prosecutor sounds frustrated. The judge is saying that if he would have objected yesterday, he could have pursued that line of questioning that Kelly is now ruling out. Kelly says, I appreciate that, but again, it would be out on scope, it would be out on relevance, it would be out on 403, so you couldn't have gotten it in something for yesterday. Prosecutor says, well, Judge, to the extent we hear any testimony on gatherings, like the one Carmen Hernandez talked about yesterday, that portrays the Proud Boys as a non-violent club, can we talk about that? It says Hernandez does the performance point very well, but she's very experienced and knows how to elicit what she wants to elicit in closing. He says, I respect her for that very much, but Your Honor, we're trying to counter that. So he's saying that Carmen got really close to the line. So let's pause for a minute here. There's a conversation about this prior witness and whether they could ask him about other violent activities. Carmen was asking him questions that was kind of getting close to being in or around events that might have led to violent activities. And he was talking about, we're a non-violent club, but he was close to some of these violent things. And so Carmen said, well, I didn't ask him about any of those things, so I didn't open the door on cross-examination to allow the prosecutor to get into those topics. The prosecutor said, yeah, you did. You kind of did by getting close enough. The judge said, well, I thought about it. She didn't get that close. And so I'm not going to allow you to get into those other things. It's too unrelated. And the prosecutor is upset. He says, Judge, this is what Carmen does. She's very sneaky. She does this performance point very well, all right? She gets up there and she dances the line. She knows how to elicit what she wants. And then in closing, she's going to come and try to hammer it home. But I'm trying to counter that here, right? It's almost like he's accusing her of spreading misinformation. Kelly says, whatever she accomplished by saying the Proud Boys got together, I'm sure it accomplishes very much, putting aside relevance. So prosecutor's still complaining. Says, so I assume you'll sustain the objection if I ask about that video then? I don't want to go to the sidebar for the entire day. He's just pouting now. I'm happy to get up and thank the man for his testimony and sit down. He is pouting. Man, they don't like to lose a ruling. You see, this is why judges, they have a hard time ruling against the government because they act like whiny children. I assume you'll sustain the objection then if I ask about the video, he says. So let's just get that out of the way right now. And I don't want to go to a sidebar for the entire day. I mean, if you want me to ask him questions, Judge, I'm happy to get up and say thank you for your testimony and then sit back down. What a baby. So prosecutor says, but one thing I'd like to ask him about is the second-degree initiation. What it takes to be third and fourth and what it takes to get into that. I suspect he'd say he'd have to get into a physical altercation to support the cause. Kelly says, okay, that's fine. I don't understand why he can't testify to that. And says, finally, all right, bring the jury in. Enough with the preliminary stuff. So we get back, and the witness is back on the stand. It's Demetrius Robbins. And the prosecutor asks some questions. He says, okay, Demetrius, you testified about being present at a gathering in Las Vegas, trying to show violence. He says, yeah. And that had nothing to do with January 6th, right? Yeah. But you were present in Washington, D.C. on the 4th, weren't you? Yeah.
In 5.4 miles, take exit 157, Elliott Road.
Now, you were going to Zachary Reel's house for Christmas, didn't you? Yeah. And that had nothing to do with 1-6? He says, no. Do you remember the Ministry of Self-Defense chat form? He says, I remember the form, but I don't remember signing it. Do you remember being in the chat for MOSD? He says, that's what it's called? He says, you keep saying Ministry of Self-Defense. What do you mean by that? Now, the prosecutor is explaining that, and Robbins is being very curt, right? Saying, hey, listen, prosecutor, you keep asking me about these stupid forms. I signed a form and entered the group? Yes. Yeah, I'm cutting you off. You keep saying Ministry of Self-Defense. That's what it's called. You don't have to keep reiterating it. And he's getting irritated because he doesn't like that he keeps bringing up the phrase. This is what the prosecutor does. Right? The prosecutor is going to say, it's kind of like what they do with the war in Ukraine. You know how they always say, illegal and unprovoked war in Ukraine, before everything they say. Just to kind of keep saying it, right? Just to keep kind of programming. Oh yeah, that's why the illegal and unprovoked war in Ukraine. Sorry, is it really illegal? Is it really unprovoked? That's weird. They keep saying it. Is that true? I don't know. But the prosecutor knows if they keep saying it, it's going to say self-defense, 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 self-defense to the jurors. And it's going to make violence in their minds, just like what they're trying to do to us. So he says, did you participate in these groups? And Robbins is upset. He says, you keep repeating yourself. Stop with this crap. So you left the MOSD before 1-6? He says, yeah, I did. And you don't remember any communications in those Telegram groups, right? He says, for what? Messages? For what? In the lead up to January 6th. He says, there was no January 6th. I don't understand what you're saying. It happened when it happened, says Robbins. Prosecutor's frustrated. He says, look, I'm asking you about the message groups that you were in, okay? There was messages between 1-6 and 1-1 and 1-6. Do you remember any communications with the Proud Boys preparing for 1-6? Defense attorney Pattis, objection, foundation, judge has overruled, carry on. So Robbins says, repeat the question, man, what'd you say? McCullough says, do you remember any groups you were in from 1-1 to 1-6 where the Proud Boys were discussing the trial, or the January 6th? Objection, sidebar. Sidebar's over. Prosecutor goes back, brings up an exhibit for Demetrius. It's a chat. Hernandez stands up. Objection, Your Honor. The chat's from December 27th. He's not even in the chat. Overruled. Hernandez keeps going.
In 1 mile, use the right lane to take exit 157, Elliott Road.
Prosecutor says, can you confirm you're not in this chat right here? He says, yeah, my name's not there. So you don't know what was being said in the chat then. He says, for what? He says, you keep saying Ministry of Self-Defense. I was in one of them. I don't know which names. He says, okay, listen, Demetrius, you have nothing to offer this jury about statements being made in the chat. He says, I don't know. Objection overruled. You have nothing to offer the jury in boots on the ground. You weren't in the boots on the ground chat. He says, how can I offer anything that I wasn't involved in, prosecutor? But you did testify about what it takes to become a member. Looks like it's a Proud Boys video.
Exit right to exit 157, Elliott Road.
Demetrius, it looks like some people are wearing a distinctive shirt, circling a pipe on the shirt. He says, you see that? He says, yeah, of course, I wrote it. He says, not everyone wears that shirt, though. Is that right? Not everyone. Not the newbies, says Robin. So they need to achieve
In
some
900
status
feet,
before they put that
use
shirt
the
on.
left 2 lanes to turn left on West Elliott Road.
Dripping with disdain and impatience today at this prosecutor. He says they got to make a certain amount of meetings.
Turn left on West Elliott Road.
In the video, Zachary Real, who is a defendant in this case, is describing to the third-degree Proud Boy, you got to get a tattoo. Is that true? You have to get a tattoo? He says, yeah. When McCullough says you have to permanently ink the body, he says, yeah. Now, in order to become a fourth-degree Proud Boy, you have to take certain actions, don't you? Yeah. You have to engage in some sort of conflict on behalf of the club. He says, we don't engage in conflict unless provoked. Good answer. Robbins can't answer about the 4th degree. He says, well, what about the 4th degree? I can't answer about that. I never made it that far. I left before I got there. Now, McCullough touches a nerve. He asks Robbins if he was in D.C. on 1/6. He says, were you in D.C. on January 6th? He says, you like investigations, don't you? I see you digging for something you're not going to get. No, I wasn't here.
In a quarter of a mile, use the left lane to turn left on South 51st Street.
Robin turns to the judge, and he says, the best I could hear, you like overruled. I got you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I can't even take it.
In 1,000 feet, turn left.
By Demetrius. In court. You like over. I got you. Okay, because the defense is to protect Demetrius, and the judge is overruling the defense, which is making it harder on Demetrius. So he turns to the judge.
Turn left on South 51st Street.
You like overruled. I got you. I see how this is going now. It all makes sense. He just told the judge. I would love to see this, man. Why can't we see the judge's face? McCullough says, you don't know what people were saying on the ground on 1/6, right? He says, I wasn't there. How the hell am I going to know now? More crosstalk. Robbins is fired up. He says, on January 6th, I was watching TV like everybody else. You got a problem with that? He says, your cousin, though, came, Isaiah Giddings, he came to D.C. on 1/6. Yeah. You were...
All right, guys, I'm going to let you go. We're at the hotel. Got to check in. We'll talk to you guys later.